wisdom, the instructions, the knowledge that we're going to receive from here shall help us transform our lives, transform our nations, transform our societies. In the name of Jesus, I so pray for a good time in this place. May you come and reign and bless us today. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray.
Let's clap for Charles. Charles, introduce yourself. You know this, as well as this being a training, it's also a social occasion.
All right. My name is Charles Ikomba, and I serve in the admin department. I also double as the youth chairperson for Gospel Assembly Church Kampala, and I love Jesus and I love you all. The Lord bless you.
And remember, Gospel Assembly Church is a co-sponsor of this. Friends Consult, Gospel Assembly Church, Stibat Media. Today you are going to eat a sumptuous lunch provided for and paid for by Gospel Assembly Church. Clap for Gospel Assembly Church. Can somebody go call Reverend, tell him we need him for the official opening? Oh, you are here, sir. Thank you very much. God bless you. So what we were doing was jaribu. We were doing appetizer. The real thing has come. Introduce to you Reverend Simon Rwanga, the senior pastor of Gospel Assembly Church. Thank you for helping us to work from your premises, sir. And please open with the word of prayer and your own words of wisdom. Okay. Not prayer, actually. He has prayed already because he's a landlord. So, Reverend, your keynote.
Welcome again. Welcome again. Do you have your mobile phone? Do you? Immediately after, there are some of your friends that are not here that should have been here. There is something that is going to be a rule in this church. We cannot allow any one of us who should be here to be anywhere else. So I requested you some time back that you should ring them, and I don't see them. So you are your brother's keeper. So I will request them to give you time and ring them and say, whatever you are doing, come here. Otherwise, I would like to deeply appreciate Friends Consult for such a wonderful heart to care, to have a heart for the welfare of the children of this church. Anyone that wants to stay long has his eyes on the children. The greatest expense I know as a married man is normally in the children. That's why you notice some days when children are going back to school, we can't move in town. Ask any parent how much money they spend on our children, and that is in formal education. Now, what we are going to receive today is more than formal education. It's in addition. In fact, it's beyond more formal education. And that's why it's absolutely important that you have your ears and your heart open. The phase in the world that we are going in is a phase where jobs have stopped. There are no longer any jobs for you, whereby you have a one career job that you are studying and going into. Ask them. You have to think through what you are going to do. And that's why even our government, through the Ministry of Education, is changing the mode of instruction from a certain phase to another phase, to whereby they engage you. And so I would like you to have your minds, your heart open, to whereby you begin to assimilate many of the principles that somewhat or somehow you've never heard of, or you've been hearing and you think they are not important. I deeply appreciate the whole team here that are working with this church. It's a great investment. Abroad, it's so expensive for you to get any kind of training like this. It's highly paid for, and the attitude that we who are around show will let them know we deeply appreciate. Many of your parents should have been here to hear what is happening, but in the future they will. With these few words, I would like to deeply appreciate Dr. Obara on your 25th, is it 25th anniversary. Can we clap hands? And for the investment he has put in your life. As I pen off, one day I was rolling from, do you know Independence, what do you call that Independence? Where somebody is holding monument. The Independence Monument. Dr. Barra had visited my office, and I was driving him back. So I drove my car, and then went around the High Court, climbed up the High Court via East African Development Bank. We went around that place. Do you see that? No, not Toto. Is it Toto? The yellow, Shell. And then as we were roaring, here is Stanbic, here is Coffee Marketing Board formerly, and here is Post Office. So he was telling me, you know what? I asked him, hey, you told me you're opening up the company. And he said, yes, it's in the pipeline. And then I said, okay, so when is it coming out of the pipeline? This thing came out of the pipeline, and I'm so grateful, sir. May the Lord bless you.
This was 1996. Before you were born. Okay, so here's what we are going to do. We want to know, all of us who are here, so can I have one microphone to my trainers? Let's clap for them, please. These people are sacrificing their time. Please tell us your names and what you do. We want to know you as our, before even they introduce themselves, I'll say, these are people I have trained, and I know they are going to do justice in helping us to get where we want to go. So your name, what you do now, for which organization, and what you are going to be handling during this seminar. Go ahead.
Good morning, team. My name is Jimmy Biaruhanga, and I work as the team leader for ECOS. ECOS stands for Enhancing the Competitiveness of Small and Medium Enterprises in Uganda. It is a GIZ-funded project. Today, I'll be handling teamwork and networking, and also personality profiling, so that each one of you can walk out of here appreciating the person seated next to you or their value, but most importantly, who you are and how to relate with other people. Thank you.
And I'm going to add, some of these guys are shy to say everything they are. Jimmy is a product of Friends Consult 6 years, where he joined us, and by the time he left, he could actually go and manage this project. It's an international project. So he's now a friend, associate of Friends Consult, but he's our product. And I'm so proud about you, Jimmy. Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Praise be to Jesus.
Amen.
I need some vibe. Praise be to Jesus.
Amen.
Thank you. My name is Marion Evelyn Akumu, and I am the Senior Manager, Strategy and Marketing at Friends Consult Limited. I have worked at Friends Consult for all my life. And at Friends Consult Limited, I'm responsible for, like you had, marketing and strategy for the organization. I'm so delighted to be here, and I can't wait to share with you after break. I'm going to be handling managing yourself as an effective leader. I will also handle developing your leadership capability as a young person, and I will also handle building trust and credibility. So don't dare miss my session. I am excited. Thank you.
So Evelyn, Marion joined us as an intern from high school many, many years ago. And as an intern, she was making tea, cleaning the office, Now she's senior manager.
I am going to share that story.
Okay, so I leave it for you to share. Doreen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again.
Good morning.
Let us take 2 seconds. Let's stand up a bit. Stand up. Let's warm up. Let's sit down. Let's stand up again. Some people. Okay. Let's sit down. I thank all of you for coming. My name is Doreen Akech Otedo. I work with the Uganda Revenue Authority as a customs officer, and I am currently based at our only international airport, that's Entebbe International Airport. And today in our leadership seminar, I will be handling how we can project ourselves as leaders in the current changing environment. We realize that technology is taking up our world, and so we are going to see how we can lead ourselves, or how we can become better leaders in a fast-changing technological environment. So I look forward to having all of you, and actually more of you. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Doreen as well is a product of Friends Consult. Go ahead, Peter.
Good morning, everyone. I am also a product of Friends Consult. My name is Peter Otala. I am the Business Development Manager at Friends Consult. So in charge of ensuring that we get new business and looking out for what we can do as a company. And I joined Friends Consult in 2011. So today I'm going to handle how do you identify a leader? Who is a leader? The differences between a leader, a follower, and a manager, as well as understanding my role or your role as a leader, being a youth, so that when you reach there, or if you're already there, then you can do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So all my electoral officers, we clap for you. Let's give a thunderous hand clap for my officers. God bless you. You can take your seats. And thank you very much for initiating to be leaders. Why a workshop on leadership for people who are young? There was a time when leadership was for grandfathers who would take you by the fireside and tell you stories. There was a time when leadership was for managing directors, people who have been in the corporate world for years. Today, leadership must reside in everybody. The DNA that forms your effectiveness as a person must be made at least in part of leadership. So we are going to be dealing with leadership as a trait, as a personal quality, not as a position. You have 400 people following you. You may just be taking a walk and 400 people are following you. But looking at the effectiveness, effective character, effective traits you must imbibe as a person for you, number one, to succeed in your social relationships. Number two, even family relationships. Number three, very important, workplace excellence. For you to be workplace excellent, a messenger, managing director, clerk, or officer, you need these qualities. Or indeed, participation into what you are doing to such an extent that your own success becomes spectacular. What do you see here? Tell me. What are you seeing here? Just describe to me what you see on the screen. Today we are just going to have a good time. It's your day. There's no wrong answer. There's no correct answer. You don't even need to be careful. It's your day. It's youth people, young people's day, which is why I've brought you young trainers. I'm only doing Wolokoso for a few minutes. What are you seeing on this screen? Describe to me what you are seeing on the screen. There's a, help me give her. Like-minded people. Let's clap for her. Thank you very much. They are going one direction. They are like-minded, definitely.
I am seeing a group of people, and I'm also identifying the leader who is taking them somewhere.
Thank you. Let's clap for him. Everybody is following, but there's a leader. God bless. There's one here. There are two here.
Praise King Jesus.
Amen.
For me, I'm seeing teamwork.
Very good. So Jimmy, your thing is already cut out for you. Teamwork has been seen.
Just this way, I'm seeing a big red day and a bunch of blue minions following.
There's a red guy and blue men following. Thank you very much. Great. Okay. Wonderful. Would you like to be the red guy or would you like to be one of the blue guys in the world? You now who is holding. Would you like to be the red guy or the blue? Talk.
The red one.
Thank you. We clap for you as well. We go back now to our poll. Yeah? If you have just come, we took a poll. We wanted to understand whether influence on other people depends on how you look or your attitude. So can my officer the other side tell me how many votes you have? 24. Now, of all of the people who answered this question, describe your role model in 1 or 2 words. 24 of them described attitude traits. Okay, so tell me yours. How many? 4. 4. Somebody, if you have a calculator or your phone, get out a calculator. Today we are going to be scientific. You know, you are young people. You guys believe in evidence. Evidence-based. So the total votes cast were 28. Yeah? Now, do 24 out of 28, extract a percentage out of it, and we shall write it in bold that side. What is the percentage? 85.7. Anybody else got a different thing? Okay, call it 86. So write 86 in big, bold, 86%, and put it up there on top of the other note. Not there. Write it on a card and put it up so that we know. That's attitude, yeah? So that's 86%. Meaning, this way we have 14%, don't we? So somebody also write 14% and hang it on top of those. 14%. You can use my marker. We are getting somewhere. That unless you have a good attitude, you can never be a good leader. And that your looks are good, but they are so insignificant that if you depend on them, you have only 14% chance that you'll ever be a good leader. On that note, I want all of us to get up now, and we are going to have a very good time for the next 5 minutes. What we are going to do is give yourself space, give yourself space, make sure your airspace is not violated, there's nobody around you, all right? Okay, right? Just make sure. This will surprise you. We are going to dance as leaders. How about that for a change? And I want to see real strokes. The best strokes you can cut, I want to see them cut now. Dance like a leader, do it like a leader, listen to the music like a leader, and when the music starts, I want you flexed, and I want everybody doing strokes that will wow everybody else. Huh? Great. Okay, media, are you ready? Are we ready with okay, let's go. When it starts, we all... Come on, everybody, put your hands... I got my mind made up, and because I want... That's it, say it! I got my mind made up, and I want to see my Jesus someday. Say goodbye, world. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, to sing of heaven, Lord, all the saving grace.
Thank you very much. If not a bit of, who now believes this is going to be wonderful today? Excellent. Thank you very much. Who wants to be a good leader? Who is determined to be a good leader? Can I see your hands up? Very good. Thank you very much. I better get out of here because I have very able people who are going to do a great job. Hey. Thank you. All right. Here is what, just in case you don't get everything that will be said here today by your trainers. This is a summary of what they are going to be telling you. Number one, in the first session, somebody is going to tell you that it's who you are, not your position, that makes you a leader and gives you prominence and gives you effectiveness. And that will be Peter that's coming. And then we shall have how that somebody is going to convince you. That will be Evelyn Marion, that you can develop your aptitude to become a leader. You are not cast, and some people blessed to be leaders or not to be leaders from birth. And then Jimmy will come, and Jimmy's whole message will be saying, you must master people's skills and interpersonal competencies for you to be effective as a leader and in any role. And then Doreen will be coming and telling you, change leaders are real leaders. In a fast-changing environment, if you can be a leader in that kind of environment, maintain the attributes of a leader, lead effectively, never mind there's a lot of change, you are a real good leader. And then finally, Jimmy will come again to crown it, and I've called this final session, Know Thyself, Know Thy People. Jimmy is going to train us how to be self-aware, the kind of personalities and traits that we have, and be careful how we nurture that into leadership excellence, and how to be aware also of the different personalities that we deal with, and how to deal with each of them psychologically, such that you as a leader can deal with the cantankerous, with the very polite, with the talkative, with the very quiet, with the interested and non-interested, with all kinds of people. If you are a leader, you better have aptitude for dealing with people. And if you do all of that, then you are bracing yourself up for effective leadership, where influence makes people follow you, not your position. If you don't lead by influence, if you don't have influence, I have news. You are not a leader. You can be called a managing director. You can be called a teacher. You can be called any title. If you have not influenced anybody, trust me, you are not a leader. Now I have more good news for you. If your influence is good, even when you're at the rock bottom of the organization, but your life impacts on other people so much that it helps them to follow you, and it helps them to be influenced by you, you are a leader, mindless of your title or lack of it. Okay, let me just run through this self-development journey very, very quickly. Today, we are at the start, yeah? It's an age when soft skills that we are going to be addressing here today are very rare. Hard skills are very many. Everybody talks about IT skills, about accounting, about science, about physics, about engineering, about many things. What they never taught you in school, and they'll never teach you, is how to succeed with the people. Even when you study human resource management, they still give you the mechanics. They don't give you the spirit of how you can imbibe it and it become an integral part of you. You need to want to become a good leader. You need that urge. If you don't have the urge, nothing matters. And you need to know what to do to become that good leader. And once you have the want to and what to, then you need to know how to get there. And we are addressing all of these three today in the sessions that we are having. Once you complete the start and you have healthy urge to develop leadership skills, you know what to do to develop leadership skills and how to do it, then you begin to progress, knowing where you are going, and that is the where to, and ways to get where you are going. That progress leads you to achievement. And how does achievement look like? Achievement is not a place you arrive at when it comes to leadership. Achievement is, let me just bring the next one. Do you see this guy is starting? Yeah, get on your marks. That's the what? Start. That's what we are doing today. Progress is starting to trot and run. Maybe he's a marathonist. Now, achievement, somebody put this, but somebody put this one. Achievement is not that place you are arriving at. Achievement is continued progress. Yeah? Once, I think, Peter, you removed my thing and put another one. It was on purpose. So let me just remove that one and explain what I want. That at the achieving level, what you are doing is you are actively renewing your progress all the time. You are still running, trotting, but you are running faster. There's no place of arrival when it comes to leadership and effectiveness. There's only a place of continued sustenance of what you have achieved, and you have to struggle, to strive to do that as well. Okay, good. Thank you very much. If you can now kindly clap for me, I'll stop and shut up here and hand over to Peter. Okay. You want this one? I'll give you this one. Let me.
Good morning once again. Good to see you all here. So we are going to find out, are you a leader? We all want to be leaders. Maybe I'll request 3 people. Maybe someone in university, someone who has just started working, and someone who has worked for some time, to describe that picture. Similar to the first one, but there is something added there. What do you see? Yes, Cynthia.
I'm seeing a team of people following one person who is their leader. They are all going towards one direction, meaning they have one goal that they want to achieve.
Okay.
And they all have different contributions because they're not holding one part of the rope, they're all holding different parts of the rope, so they are having different contributions towards their goal.
Okay, thank you. Second person. Today it's interaction, by the way. We are not having experts from Europe here. We are working together. Yes, sir.
Okay, so to me the picture looks as though the person who is red picked up the rope first, and the people that are following him or her copied his or her actions. So that to me tells me that a leader not only leads through words, but also through actions and by inspiring others to do as they do in order to move forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hope she has not mentioned the next point. Any other different point? Okay. Then what do you see? Then there's another picture here. What is happening in this picture? Yes, today you have to think. If you thought we were going to have experts, we are the experts, we are the leaders. much. So in these two photos, it's very clear. The work is going to be done at the end of the day, not so? Because the work is being done. But which would you rather? Would you rather be on a team where the leader is ahead, or you have someone ordering from behind? Yes? So at the end of the day, we are going to have different attributes that as the person who has just, let us say, gotten into work, or the person who is leading a team, which leader are you? Are you the one who knows how it's done, and therefore you are telling the people, do this? Or you're the one who is leading and say, let's do it? So as we go through this part, we will be able to judge yourself that the way I'm doing things, I'm either moving this way or I'm moving towards that way. And then I can tell who is the leader, who is the manager. Now, in most cases, a manager will tell people what to do because the company, the owners have assigned you to manage the work. We want the work done. So what do? You order someone to what? To do the work. You are not inspiring them. You are just showing them how it's done. So we have three aspects here: the follower, the manager, and the leader. I would request someone to get a marker on that board so that we can say, how can we describe a follower at the workplace? Who is a follower? How can you know whether you're a follower or leader? And we are going to start with the follower. It's not necessarily bad to be a follower, but we want to see who is a follower. So I would request Mark, get the marker, and then randomly, we can all mention just one word, who is a follower. Remember, we are trying to differentiate in the way I'm doing my work, in the way I'm moving. Am I a follower? Am I a manager? Am I a leader? So we'll have the microphone move around. Remember, we said there is no wrong answer. And so please, let us share. That's the best way to learn. One word to describe a follower.
He or she waits for orders or decisions to be made.
Okay, Mark, you can write that. Waits for orders. Any other? This side? Is it very cold this side?
To my understanding, a follower is someone who follows instructions.
Okay, thank you. This is the follower at the workplace. I know we are all followers of Jesus, but we need to be very clear. Did I hear that? Aimless. Okay. So it's not me who has said it. Don't say that there are some experts who said that. Amen.
A follower is someone who looks onto something or someone, and the main target is to receive or follow the exact actions or to get instructions from that person or something.
Okay, receive instructions. Thank you very much. John? Since we don't know your names, you can say your name first because we didn't have that session. Yes, John?
I'm John. So, really, a follower in a workplace is someone who's always the yes man. They give you orders and yes. You can't have the power to contradict and be, why don't you do it?
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. Any other? I see very many leaders who know who are followers. So, leaders here? Yes, Cynthia. Okay, thank you very much. So that's exactly what a follower is. So you can judge for yourself. You wait for instruction, which is not necessarily bad if you don't have that aptitude yet. But remember, a leader has to be very innovative. So for someone who simply waits for each and every instruction for them to move, they are not proactive, then that person falls under a follower. Then following instruction, which is not necessarily bad, but you have to do exactly what you have been told and nothing else. No innovation. That is a follower. Then aimless, you just come to work because you are given a job. Let me work and earn this money and then go back. At the end of the day, you will not be able to move from one step to another. Then John said, a yes man, everything is a yes, whether it's wrong or not. Whether your boss tells you to pull out some money before it goes to the account, you say yes. You don't want to think that through. Then doesn't contribute to decision making. Everything is new. You can't think out. You can't add something else. You can't make a suggestion that adds a lot of value. Yes? So thank you very much. And like the first person said, waits for instructions. Always waiting for instruction. Even when you know what to do, you are waiting for instructions. Let's not do that. Then often needs motivation. Do you know people at work who need to be appreciated all the time? That thank you for working today, thank you for this, thank you for that. If they are not appreciated, then they sulk. They feel so bad that you didn't appreciate their work. Now that is a follower. Then works with deadlines. I know many of us are culprits here. You say the deadline is next Friday, so I'll start on Thursday next week. You are not a very good leader at that point. When you hear that there's a deadline, then you start rushing what? To do the work. Yeah? Your manager or your leader will not be happy if you have to wait. If you are very effective with the deadline, they say the most effective man is the last minute man. But that's not good for a leader, waiting for the last moment to deliver. So then low personal management. Yeah? You don't organize your work so well. You can't really figure out what to start with, what to do now, what to do later. So this is what we can describe a follower, and we want to move from this to the next level. Then the manager, a few contributions. Who is the manager? How can you tell that you are a manager at work? Or what is the role of a manager? For those who have worked at least for some time, or you have a business you're managing, who is a manager? So can help us with the mic? Or you want to start?
Manager makes decisions.
Okay, manager makes decisions.
The manager puts things in order.
Very good. Mark, I hope you're writing. Put things in order. You are there to manage.
Most of the times, a manager is there to give instructions and make sure all things are in the right order.
Exactly. The work, you need to finish the work. Your team is there. Give them instructions.
A manager oversees activities of the team.
Okay, thank you very much. Overseeing activity. We already have managers in this place.
Manager ensures that the team is always motivated and they are doing what is expected of them.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Any other? If there's one person here. I see we are already managers in this place.
My own understanding, a manager is like a caretaker of a business.
Yes, manage the business. So we have it here, organize resources. You have a lot of things that are so abstract. Bring them together and make meaning out of the work. Deliver a solution. You develop people. Yeah? Help people understand their strength. Most managers focus on the weaknesses, but we need to look at developing people. Then runs processes. Yeah? From this chain to this other chain, you know how the work is. Everything is in an orderly manner. So the manager oversees these processes and then ensure that the customers are delighted. But we want to move a step and go to the leader, yeah, who is a leader? We want all of us at the end of the day to be leaders in this place. Yeah? So a leader moves one step from the manager. So these are some of the functions of the leader. Sets direction. Where should the company go? How should we achieve? Yeah? The leader will focus on the how, while the manager will focus on the what should be done. Then the leader sets examples to follow. Remember the other photo where the leader is ahead, is pulling the work. Do the work with the followers or with the people you're working with. Then you'll be able to inspire them. Then there's high emotional awareness. Yeah? How do you treat someone who is sick? Someone has told you, I can't come to work, I'm sick. Yet they had a very important thing to deliver. Yeah? Do you first focus and say, first send the work before you go to hospital, or you allow the person to first what? To attend to get a doctor. So understanding the emotional side of individuals, so that some people, if they borrow your car and they bash it, the first thing you say, is my car okay? You don't even ask whether the person is okay. So we need to look at the emotional side. Yeah? And when you are offended, how do you respond as a manager? High emotional intelligence, which will be handled later. Then decision making. Where do we go? Yeah? If you're a manager and you don't make, if you're a leader and you don't make a decision, then you can't be a leader. A leader is supposed to make the decision, even in the hardest times. Come out and say, this is the way. And it doesn't have to be the right way. Yeah? You have to make a decision amidst the hard times, so that people know where to go. Then they can trust you and follow you naturally as a leader. Then there's visioning, influencing, and channeling efforts. You need to know in your team who does what best. Yeah? A leader is supposed to tell that this person does best when I put them in this department. Yeah? You don't put people in department, maybe this one has stayed long in this company, let me put them there, even when you know they may not be able to do that task very well. So you have to know where people do best. The vision, know where you want to go. Then courageous. A manager has to be courageous. A leader, you have to be courageous. Make that hard decision. Go where no one else has gone, and follow through. So a bit of manager and a leader, side by side. A leader leads by influence, a manager by the position. I'm the managing director. What can you tell me? But a leader helps you, uses his influence to help you achieve. The leader develops and coaches, a manager drives workers. This is what we need to do it. But a manager, a leader, we're trying to find a way, how can I develop this person into what they ought to be. A leader wants to be succeeded, then a manager needs to be succeeded. I don't know whether we can tell the difference. A good leader will always want to say, please come and take my position. No, when you're down and then you lift others up, you can only go higher. So I want you to be in my position as a leader. I want you to lead. But a manager needs to be needed. When I'm not there, work should not move. I'm only the one who knows what should be done. That is a manager. So if you feel that you're the only one who can drive the work, then probably you're still at the manager level. But once you want to be a leader, help others know how you do the work, so that when you're not there, they can do the work as effective or even more effective than you do. A leader depends on goodwill. A manager depends on authority. The leader said this. In most companies, once the leader comes, people keep quiet. Yeah? Why do you think they keep quiet? They fear. Yes. As you're passing, people all of a sudden are quiet. They're not talking about you. They're just what? They just fear. But a leader has the goodwill of the people. The people naturally follow the leader. Then the leader reproduce themselves. What you do, another person should be able to do, so that there is no vacuum created. But a manager wants recognition. Who accomplished this work? The manager is there. The BD manager did the work. Even when other people contributed, the manager wants to stand out alone. But a leader tries to reproduce what they know, what they do in others. A leader inspires enthusiasm, a manager inspires fear. Yeah? The manager has come, then we all get organized. But the leader, everybody expecting him to come so that they can work well. The leader focuses on strength. The manager focuses on weaknesses. Once you're in a position where you're looking out for people's weaknesses, as a manager at your workplace, then you are yet to transform into a leader. I said earlier, focus on the strength of whoever you're working with. Once you focus on the weakness, the people will fear you. They will not want to do the work on time. People will send you work at 5 when they are going, just because you might easily say you've missed something. Yeah? So do not focus on strength. Do not focus on weakness, although weaknesses have to be addressed. But we want to focus more on the strength, because we know people do best when their strengths are amplified. Then a leader says we, a manager says I did it, I can. But the leader has that collective win-win. We did it, we completed it. Then a leader invests time in others. Invest your time in ensuring that people are getting better, while a manager spends time. Yeah? Instead of helping them, you're spending a good time with them, but you're not investing in helping them become better. That's a manager. Then a leader fixes the breakdown. The manager is looking for whom to blame. The car is not starting. Whom should I blame now? Yeah? But a leader will try to fix it and then look for the blame later. Then a leader have incredible success. A manager has some success. If you want to really achieve most, please get the leadership traits as early as possible. Then a leader shows how it's done. A manager knows how it's done. Just inform you, do this and that. This one shows you how it's done physically and practically. Then the leader says, let's go. The one says, go. So then the last part, a manager focuses on things. A leader focuses on people. Once you find yourself always focusing on on things other than how the people are doing, then you have not yet understood the actual leadership responsibility. Then a manager wants to do things right. Then the leader wants to do the right things. You can do things, but when they are not correct. So as a leader, let us focus on being able to do the right things, besides just following the processes to have things done right. A leader inspires, a manager plans, manager organizes, leaders lead by influence. People naturally follow a leader. A manager directs, a leader motivates. You need to motivate people. When you motivate people well enough, you don't need to direct anyone. Everybody will fit where they would do best. So let us work towards motivating the teams we work with. Then the manager control resources, control everything, processes, but a manager builds the momentum, builds the trust, builds towards having a better working environment. A manager is based on focus, following rules, while leaders shape entities, shape goals, shape individuals to make them better. So these are some of the traits, and we want as much as possible, by the time the leadership seminar is done, we are better leaders. I know we are all leaders, judging from what we started with, but we can do better. So what is my role as a leader? How can I be a better leader? What should I do as a leader? We have many segments we can look at, but we want to put them into 5 segments. Inspire trust, clarify purpose, align system, release talent, and boost results. So as we transform into a leader, we need to ask ourselves, what do I need to do to become a very good leader? What is my role when I move into leadership? Under inspiring trust and the respect. leaders are naturally follow. Yeah. Maybe I would pose a question. Why do you think this is important? Why do I need to earn the respect as a leader? Yes, the floor, the mic is back to the floor. Why is this important? In this section, I will ask the why and the how so that we get to feel this section better. Yes?
Repeat the question again.
Yes. Respect is earned. Yes? Why is this important for a leader?
Because a leader must live what he says so that others can also learn from his examples.
Live for what he says. Can you explain it better?
I mean, to answer your question, a leader earns respect. And respect is not what you say, but it's earned from the actions.
What you do.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, how can I earn respect? 2 or 3 points. If I want to earn respect, without really having to say that now I'm a leader, how do I earn respect?
By being respectful.
Okay. Being respectful. Any other?
By living something like being who you are.
Okay. Yes, any other?
By honoring other people's contribution.
Thank you very much.
By leading by exemplar,
Leading by?
being exemplary to
Okay.
the rest.
Being exemplary, thank you very much. Any other?
By being able to understand and know people.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other? Yes, Kennedy, you have so many points today.
A leader must be one way. In brackets, integrity.
Integrity, yes. So, we've all had this, the integrity. How do you handle all the leaders that we admire? And if at the beginning we mentioned who is your leader and what do you admire about them? Most of them are people of integrity. So are you a person of integrity? That's the best way you can inspire trust among your community. Then vivid performance. At the workplace, you need to demonstrate that you can actually perform and deliver results. Yeah? If you want to be that leader, first of all, because the leader you have to do with your team. How will it look like when the team is doing better than you are doing? Will they respect you as a leader? They will say, I can do this thing better than the leader. So ensure that you have apt technical skills which you can demonstrate. And so when you show it to others or when you work with others, they really see that this is a person of a difference. Then the commitment. When you don't show commitment at your workplace, what happens? We are all starting work. Very soon, or some are working. Yeah? How important is commitment at the workplace? Maybe those who have worked or who are working. Cynthia. Commitment. How important is commitment? Teamwork. Yes? Today you are here, tomorrow you are not around. Are you committed?
You're committed, you set the standard. So
Yes.
people will know you for what you do or what you say, by how you do, by your level of commitment.
Exactly. If you can't, yes, please.
Commitment
Breeds what?
consistency.
Thank you very much. No one will be inspired if you are not committed to the work you are doing. However much you do work, if you are not committed, you will not get the desired output. So, as we work, as we go out there, let us be committed as leaders. Remember, we are all budding leaders. Commitment should be at the forefront. Once you get something to do it with all your heart. Even the Bible is very clear. Do it with all your heart. People will naturally respect you, and you'll be able to inspire the trust of your team. Then the character. I think this is the greatest component of a leader. Yes? Why is character very important? Yes, today it's an open discussion. Character.
Character is very important because it shows who you are. And people would want to know who they are dealing with. So in this case, character is who you are.
Exactly. The character is a very wide topic. There are some people you can mention their name, then someone will tell you, mm-mm. They just mention the name and they're already giving you what? A position. Yeah? And then we work with a lot of associate consultants. And some of them we mention, we bring to the MD, we want to work with this one. And the MD, he doesn't want to say directly, but he's saying, now you see we need a higher level person. But when you know that the person we want to put is void of what? Character. And nothing beats more, however good your work is, you can't abuse someone and then expect them to accept your work. Will you accept someone who has abused you? Yeah? Even when the board has taken you properly, at the end of the day you are exchanging words, you will not appreciate. So let us have a godly, a character of high integrity. As a leader, remember, it just takes one thing to derail your image. Just one. One where you left your guard, you found the money on the accountant's desk, say, what is this money doing here? So one thing can derail your whole career. So let us focus on good, exemplary character. Once you're a man of character, you'll be able to inspire trust at all levels. Everywhere you'll go, people will be looking for you. It's not all about you, let others what? Shine. Yeah? When you're a bit younger, there's a lot of competition. But when you go into leadership, it is all about the team. How can we do it collectively? Don't focus on me. How about me? Yeah? How can I benefit? And this is a challenge to most of us and most of our leaders. When something good comes in the area, they'll say, we've delivered this. Yeah? I worked on a certain project in Western Uganda where we were developing gravity water flow schemes. And so at the handover ceremony, that's where we saw the district LC5 for the first time. And the RDC saying the government has delivered to the people. Yet it was what? Sponsored by a donor. So let others shine. Don't wait to take all the praise. You will not be able to inspire anyone. Then, accountability. Are you accountable to your team? Yes. Are you accountable to your course, if you are still studying, to your group mates? Yeah. They gave a coursework, group coursework, and you are not there. You only want to send your name. Because you were there at the university, you just want to send your name at the end of the day, that add me onto what? Onto the list. You cannot be a leader who is not what? Accountable. Let us be accountable in all the sense of the word. Then courageous. Be very bold. If it's something people fear, go there, express yourself, lead. People will follow. That's how people become what? Guild presidents. They are bold. They are courageous, they are able to take it up. Clarifying purpose, visionary. You need to see far beyond, and that's the best way you can set direction. If you cannot see the end at the beginning, then the leadership, you will not be able to be a very good what? Leader. Then a high sense of mission and strategic direction. Maybe I would ask, What is a mission? Have you heard of what they call a mission in an organization? Maybe for those who are working. A mission, a vision, strategic direction. We're talking about clarifying purpose. You know the mission of the company. You know the mission of the project. Have that mission in focus when you are working. Ensure that you are very clear. That is the only way you're able to direct the team to help them achieve what they may not have achieved. Then, prioritizing. How many of us have challenges with priorities? Making priorities. What is more important? What is least important? Yeah? So, a good leader is able to set a very good priority list, and I think it will be handled by Eve at some point. How do you prioritize? What is urgent? What is important? What is both urgent and important? What should I start with? You need to do that. Clarify the goals in relation to the mission. Ensure that the goals are very clear. Help people understand their own purpose. And this is what is keen with the leader. Help them understand their goals. Many of us enter workplaces when you don't know exactly what you want to be, what you want to become. I know that people have gotten challenges like me. You don't know exactly what you go, but by and by, as a leader, once you know your purpose, help others identify their purpose and their goals, and you become a better leader. And attention to the consumer or customer, in this case in the workplace. Then align systems, improve people. One of the key attributes of a leader is able to improve others. Once you are not able to add something onto another person, they will just treat you as an extra, an added advantage. But you should be able to improve people, improve their skills, improve their confidence, improve in the way they express themselves. Boosting engagement, how do you get people interested in what they are doing or in what you want them to do? Yeah? Help them become better. Managing relationships. One of the most difficult things is managing people. Yeah? You can manage machines, but managing people is very unique and dynamic because people have emotions, people have feelings, people have personal goals and objectives. Once you learn to manage relationships better, manage people better, then you enroll towards aligning systems and being a good leader. Efficient internal process and workflows. I'll go through this. Have adequate equipment and tools to deliver what you want. Delivery and customer satisfaction tracking. Who is your customer? Are they happy? This is at the workplace. Then address customer dissatisfaction. You don't leave things hanging as a customer and you say maybe we shall build that bridge when we reach there. Address dissatisfaction immediately. Have evaluation and feedback systems. Know, is what I'm doing the best? Is it relevant? Is it good? And then, as much as possible, manage the quality of what is coming out at the workplace as a leader. Then finally, releasing talent. Understand competencies of your people. We said earlier that people have different competencies, different strengths. So understand them and deploy them, follow up and evaluate, and help them to do better. Then delegate and follow through. One of the most difficult roles of a leader is delegation. How do you delegate? To whom do you delegate? How do you follow up? How do you ensure that the person, what you've delegated, is coming out quality? These are the things we need to ponder on as we become better leaders. Then we've said this earlier, allow each person to play in their strength. Once you boost someone's strength, they will see you as a person who is positive, who is exemplary, someone whom they can pattern after. So, as opposed to looking at people's weaknesses, let us boost the strength of our team. Set up performance recognition mechanisms. How do I recognize people in a fair way so that those who have done excellently are recognized and rewarded? This will help you become a better leader. Boosting teamwork, arresting conflicts before they arise. no one will ever recognize you for what? Arresting a conflict before they arise, because it hasn't happened. So you're not a hero in this case. But you will have prevented a potential problem that could derail the process or could derail the work you're doing. So if you sense a conflict, address it before it becomes a problem as a leader. So these are key points. Swiftly resolve conflicts, then promote collective victory. Remember, we said have that collective victory or responsibility of saying we did this, not I. So I would like to stop here. Any questions that we want to share? Before I think the breakfast is ready, so I don't want to keep you for long. But we're basically looking at how can I become a better and effective leader. So any particular question? The team is around. Yes, Kennedy.
Is where you're saying arrest conflicts before they arise. One of the dangers or the greatest challenges I've faced as a leader is sometimes to be led by a manager, or sometimes to be led by someone who might be a little bit unskilled in handling issues. How do you handle that?
Thank you very much. Any other question? I'll forward these questions to my team because I know they are very fresh. So Jimmy, Eve, it's your turn now.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary. I have a question on delegating and following through. Sometimes you find, yes, I'm a leader in a certain position, but maybe the people whom I'm leading are older than me. So when I tell them, maybe I delegate, they may think maybe
Guess.
yes, I have guess on them, and yet maybe I'm seriously engaged somewhere and I need to delegate some roles.
Okay. Maybe let's not lose that. Mr. Bara became a leader at a very young age. How did you manage that? Just
By the way, for all of us here, Mary is actually Peter's staff, so she's asking her boss in-house issues. Now, Jimmy, here's my answer. Jimmy is going to take us through. If Mario will take us through a certain session, and then Jimmy will. And in the two, you are actually going to realize that your tact, your emotional intelligence, which is the way you are aware of yourself and the way you see another person, will help you develop a communication mechanism that is palatable to the other person. Even when somebody is older than you, even when somebody is gross, even when somebody is cantankerous, you can actually communicate in such a way that you are able to receive what you want, because deep inside you, you have high levels of emotional intelligence. I've had this kind of thing before, and trust me, it's not it's not nice. It is not wonderful. But if you don't go beyond that, it can easily fail you as a person, as a leader. So develop your emotional intelligence, starting with what we are giving you today, what we are sharing today, and you'll make yourself a person capable of leading even when other people are difficult.
okay. Thank you very much. Before we lose Kennedy's point, I'd like to ask Jimmy to help us. Kennedy, in case we didn't get it, you could repeat it.
Okay, my understanding of your question is you are a leader and you're being, let me say, led by a manager, right? You're adding or you're refining?
I talked of being led by a manager.
By a manager,
But
yes.
then within me there is that potential. I have already known I'm a leader. And given leaders are visionary and managers are not, so it retards progress somehow, somewhere when the manager is in the leading position. secondly, how do you manage that situation and this situation whereby someone who is unskilled, someone who may be even better in terms of potential, is the one in lead?
Okay, brilliant. So there are two questions. One where the person you work with is not technically apt and it hinders progress. Then one where you have observed, you have identified yourself as a leader and you're being guided by a manager. Okay, so I want to say a few things. Number one, don't cram what is being taught here. Use it to self-evaluate so that tomorrow you are a better person. Number two, leadership is God-given. It is a scarce resource today. And that is why at 25 years of Friends Consult, instead of going to the beach and throwing a party, we said, let's groom more leaders. I want to say it is hard for you to lead if you haven't been led. Now you will be under this manager, but it is an opportunity for you to develop your aptitude and character. This manager sits in meetings where you don't sit. So technically, your future is in their hands. What do you want them to talk about you? That this guy feels himself, he knows he has it, he thinks he's a leader and I'm not. You want that manager to say, I love this guy. Because at times I'm hard on him, but he's always humble and willing to deliver. We see this in the Bible. We see it with David and Saul. Gifted as David was, Saul almost pinned him to the wall with a spear. But David never touched him, even when he had a chance to kill him. All I'm saying is that authority is God-given. So God has deposited you under this person you think is mean and rough, but for your own excellence. There are certain aspects of your character that God wants to shape so that he betters you at your next level. It will boil down to some of the lessons we are going to give. How to build your credibility. And Eve will handle that. Later I'll come back and talk about how to lead yourself, lead others before you shine. So I'll also share the circle of concern, the circle of influence. There are things you can't influence but are concerned about. And there are things that you can influence and shouldn't be concerned about. But wherever you focus your energies, it will suffocate the other circle. So I want to say to you that some of the key lessons you'll pick from here, I think one person said good leaders are humble. The mere fact that you're already uncomfortable under this person, you feel you have it, you need to learn some humility. So your goal here today, in fact we shall teach you, once you understand yourself, you will learn how to understand the other people. For technically apt and not, Otala is very able to handle that one. Thank you.
You know, these guys are just struggling to give you the microphone. You have lost. Thank you. Kennedy, I'm going to give you personal experience. Yeah, like Jimmy said, for me, I became a leader at a very young age. I got promoted, and some people, I was a banker, and some people thought, this one is just being pumped up. And that's what will happen to you when you imbibe what we are training you here. So, very early in life, I got to be a chief manager. In a bank, when you're a chief manager, during my time, you were somebody. But the face still looks smooth and round. And then I had this general manager who was approaching 50, yeah? And now I had a very tricky situation where the managing director trusted me for technical competence and judgment more than my boss. That's dangerous. Never enjoy such a situation. And he would call me to his office and give me all what the general manager should have been doing. And then use a 4-letter word for describing the general manager. And I did, to me, having been brought up in the church, I thought, I'm not going to toe the line of minimizing my boss. My boss had his lack, serious ones. Here is what I did, Kennedy. I started, those were days of memos. You know, nowadays there's the WhatsApp, there are emails and so on. So what I started doing was, when I figured out something needed to be done, which was strategic, I would write a memo to myself, go to my boss, discuss with him, he agrees, and then I draft a memo to myself from him. You get it? So the memo would be to Andrew Barra from, I'll not mention the name. And then he would just sign it as having instructed me. My boss would feel so good because he was made to feel that he was the originator of the idea. And when the idea succeeded, guess who the managing director thought about? Thought about the boss. Do I need to tell you that I replaced that boss without putting there much ambition? Never, ever undermine your senior because you think they are less intelligent than you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to manage time, so if you have any other questions, please write them down on a paper. We need to have our lunch, breakfast within 15 minutes so that we can catch up with time. So please just dash there quickly, pick it, and then please come. So thank you very much for listening to me.
And we're going to bless.
Yes, I was about to ask you, Kennedy, to bless.
May the Lord bless the food we're going to eat. In Jesus' name I've prayed. Amen.
The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. His anointing is all over me. I've become irresistible. I've been made indestructible by the power of the Holy Ghost. Every mountain shall be made plain, crooked ways made smooth. I'm gonna leap over the walls, run through the troop, fly above the mountains. I'm gonna reach the goal. No more limits, no stopping, no breaking, no struggling, no more stagnation. I am moving forward, speedily by fire I'm breaking forth. No more limit, no stopping, no breaking, no struggling, no more stagnation. I shall be made plain, crooked ways made smooth. I'm gonna leap over the walls, run through the troop, fly above the mountains. I'm gonna reach the goal. No more living, no stopping, no breaking, no struggling, no more stagnation. I am moving forward, speedily by fire. I'm breaking forward. No more limit, no stopping, no breaking, no struggling, no more stagnation. I am moving forward, speedily by fire. I'm breaking forward. No more limit, no stopping, no breaking, no stopping, no breaking, no stagnation. I am moving forward, speedily by fire. I'm breaking forward. Yeah. No more limit, no stopping, no breaking, there's no stopping me. No more stagnation. I am moving forward, speedily by fire. I'm breaking forward. Hallelujah. I'm gonna leap over the walls, run through the troop, fly above the mountains. I'm gonna reach the goal. I'm gonna reach the goal. No more limit, no stopping, no breaking, no struggling, no more stagnation. I am moving forward, speedily by fire. I'm breaking forward. No more limit, no stopping, no breaking, no struggling, no more stagnation. I am moving forward, speedily by fire. I'm breaking forward. I am moving forward, speedily by fire. I'm moving forward, speedily. I am moving forward, speedily by fire. Woo! I am moving forward, speedily by fire. I'm moving forward, flying on the hills. I am moving forward, speedily by fire. I'm moving forward. I am moving forward, speedily by the Holy Ghost. I am moving forward. I'm flying on the hills. I am moving forward. It's not by power, but by the Holy Ghost. I am moving forward. Speedily by fire. I'm breaking forward. Yeah. By the Holy Ghost. I am flying on eagle's wings. I'm moving forward, speedily by fire. By the Holy Ghost.
Step into a world of music made just for you. Premium is your music, your way. Keep listening, and once we get to know you, we release new mixes based on what you love, from daily mixes to Discover Weekly. Premium lets you download those playlists and listen offline. Plus, enjoy ad-free music. Upgrade now to unlock Premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
You'll find the latest, greatest music in Home. Mixes made just for you, hot new album recommendations, and playlists with tracks you can pick and play. Check out Home anytime.
The presence of God is heavy in this place tonight. His presence is heavy in this place
Let me sing hallelujah. Oh yeah. Oh my God, oh, let me sing your power. Oh my God, oh, let me sing your power. Oh my God, oh, let me sing your power. Oh my God, oh, let me sing your power. Let me sing hallelujah. 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 Na eliolo emwe ayana ngai. Bobola muyo sosale ayana ngai. Elekinga maele ayana ngai. Nasiki mungongo koyemba bolingo na yo. Reconnaissance apporte un chant d'amour à mon Jésus. Cause I know that only you. Only you can change my name, oh. Only you. As you did it to Abraham, oh. Let me sing along. Oh my God, oh. Let me sing your power. Oh my God, oh. Let me sing your power. Oh my God, oh. Let me sing your power. Oh my God, oh. Let me sing your power. Let me sing hallelujah. 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 Let me sing hallelujah.
You've given me victory. Now I got a testimony. I'm the evidence of your glory. Shalom Salia Minene. Baba, Baba, Baba Wangu. You've given me my victory. Obstacle remover. You are higher than the highest. Only you. Only you, Lord. Only you. Baba Wawajane. Only you.
Let me sing along. Oh my God, oh. Let me sing your power. Oh my God, oh. Let me sing your power. Oh my God, oh. Let me sing your power. Oh my God, oh. Let me sing your power. Let me sing hallelujah. 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 Let me sing hallelujah.
You are highly lifted up, Jesus, Jesus. You are highly lifted up, Jesus, Jesus. Oh, you are highly lifted up, Jesus, Jesus. You are highly lifted up, Jesus, Jesus. Highly lifted up. You are highly lifted up. Oh, Jesus, Jesus. Highly lifted up. You are highly lifted up. Lifted up. Jesus, Jesus.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm requesting kindly, we have a working break because we need to manage time. So just get your tea and a bite, take a seat, and let's move on with the next session.
Mountain mover, Red Sea divider, Jesus, Jesus, you are the Alpha, you are Omega, Jesus, Jesus, my Redeemer, you are my healer, Jesus, Jesus.
Stephen and Charles, we need some help here.
At the mention of that name, devils bow, demons tremble. Somebody
Can we all regroup? Those who are outside, please come in. I see very many chairs empty. Please take your seats so that we can, manage the time. Okay, just turn to your left, turn to your right, see if your neighbor is there. Do we all have our neighbors next to us? If your neighbor is not around, I'm holding you responsible for the disappearance of a neighbor. Ladies and gentlemen outside, please. You're missing. Why don't you Okay, welcome back from break. Welcome back from break. You guys, didn't you eat? How was break? Yeah, so I need some, we are youths, let us not, I would like to encourage us to display our youth, yeah? How was break? Doreen, how was break? Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, how was break? Nice. At least that's encouraging. So, welcome back from break. And thank you so much, Peter, for that session. I trust and believe that we all have gotten a thing or two from Peter's session. So, as the technical team helps me powering up my machines, once again, my name is Marion Evelyn Akumu. And I am the Senior Manager, Strategy and Marketing at Friends Consult Limited. I'm super excited to be here. Very, very excited. And I would like to thank the Almighty God for one special thing, that you're all here. Yeah? It's a weekend. It's a Saturday. I mean, you guys know Saturday for youth, eh? Don't you know? Vibe. It is time for vibe kusimbula, like I hear them say. So I was kusimbula, but you guys have chosen to come and get value. And I call this value because at Friends Consult Limited, this is a fully paid course. There is no company that can get this for free. Trust me, it has never happened. MD, am I saying the truth? It has never happened that a company will get this course. It's a full course, paid for millions. But we are here. I would like to just thank you. Clap for yourselves. Thank you for dedicating your time. Thank you for sparing. And, it's a sacrifice. Sacrificing all the vibe and kusimbula and coming to better yourself as a young leader, because you are the true leaders of tomorrow. Trust me. I can see in your faces, I can really see the leaders of tomorrow in companies that I'm going to visit. So thank you so much. God has been faithful. I love the weather. It is not too hot, so we are just, enjoying. So like the previous speakers said, enjoy. It is time for us to enjoy, yeah? Feel free. I would like to encourage us to participate, yeah? Please do not leave this place without lifting your hand up and, sharing your sweet voice. Because I know God has blessed you all with a sweet voice. So please make sure at least you raise your hand up and share something. So as Peter helps me, I would like to share a story. Just a small story. Sorry? That story. Jimmy seems to want to know my story, but once upon a time there was a young girl. She was in senior 6, So she was looking forward to vacation. As we all know, vacation time. It's time to move, visit friends, go watch, movies, do all sorts of things that high school goers would like to do during holidays. And this was, 1,001 years ago, yeah? So this girl sits her exams, finishes, and boom, vacation has come, excited, yeah? So 2 weeks down the road, the father calls her and says, sit down. You are going to start working. And just know the mood came from up to zoo. Oh no, my vacation, So, and they said, okay, you need to go and help. There's somebody going on leave. You need to sit in for them, yeah? At one of the companies in this country. So she's like, okay, I'll go. So 2 weeks into vacation, she starts working. Now, a senior 6 leaver, this is like a child, yeah? A child, you go in the morning, you sit, you don't even understand what is done there, It's like now taking me to His Excellency's office and telling me, you start working. I'll be green. So this girl sat there, she would sleep most of the time because there's nothing to do. Sleep, then eat, after eating, tired in the evening, go back home. Guess what? This girl is standing right next to you, in front of you, talking to you. This is my story, yeah? So in my senior 6 vacation, I joined Friends Consult Limited, sitting in for that then receptionist who was going on leave, yeah? So my major duty, one, which I'm so proud of, Jimmy, washing cups. Yeah, like you finish taking tea, I would collect my cups and go and wash. And we were renting on National Insurance Building, and there were so many offices. So I would majestically walk with my cups to the pantry, a shared pantry, We had on the floor about 6 companies. So I would go and wash my cups. They were young people, young people like you, people smart. They would be, in high heels, and they're walking and they look at me with my sandals going to wash cups. But I didn't mind about them. So I washed cups. I cleaned tables in the office. And I would wake up very early in the morning and go to work. You ask me, where are you going? I'm going to work. You ask me, what are you going to do? I'm going to wash my cups and clean the tables. Make sure the boss's office is clean. Make sure there is no dust around. So I washed my cups. Results came back. I had to go to the university. Excited. Woo, I'm going to stop this work. Guess what? They told me, no, you're not going anywhere. You have to work. Why? Because you have to pay your tuition. I was not earning salary, by the way. The whole of vacation, my boss would give me a stipend, what I would call stipend. This is for your transport. On Friday, he gives me, this is something for you. I didn't earn salary the whole year, but I was working. So university started. I went to Ndeje University. I had to enroll for evening courses. Trust me, my first semester, I almost failed. I got the lowest marks. I think my highest was 72. But I didn't fail. I passed. But I wasn't happy with my mark. Why? Because I felt I was very tired. I would work, then in the evening, go to class, study from 6 to 9 p.m., then go back home. So it was really breaking. At that point, I would have said, no, I can't do this. I have to study, But I made sure I worked, and guess what I was doing now? I was still washing my cups and cleaning my tables. A campuser. How many of us are just from campus? Thank you. You can imagine you're washing cups, but you're in campus. And your friends come and find you washing your cups, Stigmatization happened. Many people told me, but how can you even do this? Can't you get another job? Can't they give you a better job here? But I chose to block my ears to all the negative, naysayers, like they say. And I concentrated on washing my cups. So I studied first year, first semester, second semester. Now I had caught up. I started performing well. Every end of semester, I would bring my results to my boss, and he would be happy. He would give me encouragement. He says, yes, that is it. Continue. You're going to do it. So as I washed my cups, I did not just end at pitying myself and saying, I'm just a tea girl, washing my cups. What more can I do? No. Friends Consult does a lot, but some of the things we do, we write proposals and expressions of interest to bid for jobs. Yeah, we want a job from Stanbic Bank, we want a job from government, we write proposals. So that is what they were doing. So in my free time, I would get what they have submitted, yeah, and just read through. Never mind, I didn't understand them in the first days. Not at all. I would read words and doors in between and even just leave it there. But I continued because I wanted to learn what is done in that company. Such that when someone would ask me, where do you work? I would say Friends Consult. So what do you do? I didn't want to say I wash cups. I wanted to say Friends Consult does A, B, C, D. Second year, third year, I finished my course. Yeah? When I finished my course, I got a position of trainee accountant. Trainee accountant. Never mind that mathematics and accounting was not my best friend. But I sat there, so I would work beside the accountant. She sends me, please pass me this, pass me this, pass me this, do this, ABCD. So I continued reading, in the meetings. I would take keen interest on how people are talking, what they're discussing, And I started trying out on my own the things they're doing without anyone telling me. I would try out and say, okay, now I'm going to write an expression of interest. I would do it on my own, such that, and in my mind I said, one day they might ask me to do this thing. So I tried out. Before I knew it, I was assigned with a team to write something, yeah? I did the worst ever. And by then, you're still young. I was so emotional. When I was reprimanded, I burst out into tears. My colleagues who know it today still remind me, and we laugh about it. It was really funny. You can imagine, very immature. And someone who reprimanded me, for some time I didn't like them, honestly speaking. I didn't like them because I felt they hurt me. And yet, they were helping me. So I started participating. I participated, and I think, to me then, I didn't think I was doing something good. But my supervisors and managers felt this person is doing something good. So I got promoted to now project assistant. Yeah? Project assistant. I was happy. So I did my job. I would work in teams. Sometimes, you know, you do things that, for lack of a better word, trash. Sometimes it would come out well. So I continued. It's not as easy, as we all know, those who are working, but the passion, the drive, you know, the motivation within you. I could have given up when I started campus because I saw the life my fellow campusers were living, and it was, oh my God. I didn't know what I was doing washing cups, but I didn't look at that. I decided to continue. So I kept on rising the ranks. I was promoted to projects officer now. Now I'm, you know, drawing closer to the people. Yeah? So I did my proposals. I was working in business development, where Peter heads now. And before I knew it, I became a senior projects officer. Now, you know. But even when I got senior levels, like a senior projects officer, the most important thing I told myself is, calm down. Do not step on anyone. Yeah? Do not step on anyone. Now, like Jimmy was saying, leadership comes from God, and sometimes it will come to you without knowing. I had a supervisor. Unfortunately, she got indisposed when I was a senior projects officer. So one time, management called me in the management meeting, and they told me, you're going to be acting business development manager. My heart sank. I was like, oh my God, how am I going to even do this? You know? So I looked at myself, my colleagues, we are used to, you know, a certain way of life. Now I'm going to be their manager. I was like, whoa. I went out of that meeting sweating, but the managers didn't know. But I said, yes, it's okay, I'll do it. I didn't even have this that we are giving you people. I didn't have any knowledge on this. But I took on the position, and with guidance from my seniors and the managers, and of course, cooperation and motivation from my other team members, I managed somehow. Now, later I will be talking about transitional challenges in leadership. My team looked at me like, you know, the way we used to be together, we are all senior projects officers, so toinacho tugamba. So I would find it even hard if someone did something to reprimand them, because I felt these are my people, these are the people I've been, you know, jazzing with in a certain way. Now I'm their manager. Sometimes I would give instructions and, you know, they are not taken. It was a bit hard. So you need to build, you know, momentum to manage that. And guess what? 1,001 years ago, this senior six leaver is now the senior manager, strategy and marketing. Why have I given this story? Many of us could be in this situation, and there is no job that is bad. I always tell my friends that the gate man at the gate is a star in his field. Me, I can't man the gate. I cannot. Yeah? Those ladies that sweep the compound, they wake up early, they've mastered the art of their job. Me and you cannot do that daily. So what is important is keeping humble, being calm, and respecting everybody regardless of their position. Yeah? We should not only respect bosses and MDs and CEOs, we should respect even the girl that serves you tea, even the man that sits and opens the gate for you, because they are masters at their game. So even in leadership, I am going to share with us shortly ways in which, you know, we can excel. And I really thank God for that story. One time somebody told me, but how can you even share such a story? It's a shaming. I told them, it's a shaming to you, but to me, it made me. It made me who I am and what I am today. Yeah? And I'm so happy I had to share with you this story, just so that in case you feel deep down your heart that you cannot make it, trust me, you can. You can, and you will. So let us quickly go through what we have to share with you today from my side. And I'm talking about managing yourself for effective leadership. And there I'm saying, start with yourself. Start with yourself, yeah? And this is where I pose a question. We've learned about who a leader is, right? In the morning session, right? What do we think is an effective leader? Now I'm adding the word effective. And I would like participation. By the way, I have prizes for participation. You guys don't think these things are empty. Uh-huh. Yes.
I think a leader who has influence is effective.
Sarah, please. A leader who has influence. Thank you very much. Yes.
An effective leader develops others and is a visionary.
Okay. Develops others and is visionary. Thank you very much. Any other? Yes, here.
An effective leader is one who is able to manage his or her team.
Wow, thank you so much. You guys you've made my work so easy. Any other answer? Yes.
An effective leader is one who takes the initiative, makes the decision when decisions need to be made, and who takes the initiative to lead when there is no one able to lead.
Thank you so much. There was a hand there. I love the answers because you guys, it seems you peeped into my slides.
An effective leader is like a mentor.
A mentor.
Yeah.
Wow, that is good. Thank you. Any other answers? Yes.
Someone who is willing to sacrifice for the greater good.
Sacrifice. Trust me, in leadership, it takes a lot of sacrifice. Thank you so much for that point. Yes.
An effective leader is one who supports others to grow.
Supports others to grow. Wow. Thank you, Mary. Okay. Now, we have all defined an effective leader. Yeah? So, how can we then manage ourselves to become that effective leader? And I'm going to share with us just 3 key things that can help us by the time we leave this room to become an effective leader. Yeah? Number one, we are saying develop a concrete sense of personal self-worth and direction. Self-worth. When I say self-worth, what do I mean? What do you think? You people will eat all my prizes alone. Self-worth. Because I know these are just English words, by the way. They are not leadership words. They are English words. Yes.
I wish they were Luganda words.
I wish too.
My understanding of self-worth is you know who you are.
Knowing who you are. Thank you very much. There was a hand behind there. Knowing who you are.
I think it's also to do with knowing your value.
Knowing your value. Thank you very much. Now, people seated behind, you see the advantages of sitting in front. You use the facilitator's microphone.
Yes, said my answer.
Eh, you don't want it? Oh, okay. Just say it on this microphone.
It's how much you value yourself.
Thank you very much. How much you value yourself. Yeah? You have to develop a concrete sense of personal self-worth. And you know, Marion, I cannot do this. You know, no matter the case, I cannot steal. Whether there is money full, I mean, the whole of Gospel Assembly Church full of money, and they tell me, please kill this guy and that money is yours. My self-worth, I cannot do that. So we should develop concrete sense of personal self-worth and direction. Yeah? How do we do it? Number one, we need to develop and cling to our personal mission and purpose. And Peter mentioned this. Companies have missions. Organizations have missions. Yeah? And I'm always happy to share the mission of Friends Excel through high-quality, innovative solutions in business. Write it down. Why write it down? Because a mission is something that you need to revisit every now and then, such that it reminds you of your purpose here on life. Then number two, develop a winning self-concept and self-esteem. Have you ever met people and you tell them, manager, and you're like, yeah, nze munange, siri manager, situkanga yeyo, byaba nene, muntu wa wansi, nze muntu wa wansi. Have you ever met such people? So the way they speak, you see they belittle themselves, yeah? They belittle themselves. My philosophy is when Cynthia, you tell me, manager, I'm like, yes, mouth to God's ears. you know? Because they learn from you, they want to follow from you, you have to influence them. So you must build self-esteem and winning self-concept. And then 3, develop your inner self. Be emotionally healthy. Someone was talking about emotional intelligence earlier on. Cultivate happiness. And most importantly, don't take things personal. Do not take things personal. Now, Marion, you're too short. Also, you're too short. You're a height defaulter. And I'm like, but that man, I hate him. I hate him. You're a height default. He said, I'm a height defaulter. You know? And then you develop hatred for that person. But I mean, am I not short? I am short. The person is just reaffirming what God did, the perfect work God did. You know? So as opposed to crying because maybe John has said I'm short, I'm like, by the way, I'm very short, but it's well, you know? So do not take anything personal, because even our juniors, the people we lead, have something to teach us. They may criticize you. Never mind that it may come in the worst way. It may come in public, or your supervisor may criticize you, may say something not nice. Do not take it personal. Listen to the meaning. What are they trying to communicate? Okay? Marion, that report is terrible. It is trash. I don't want to see it. Don't sulk. Just say, okay, what did he mean? Go back and look at the report. Do what he wanted to do. Because at the end of the day, it is helping you. When you do a better report, you're going to be a better person. Okay? Do not take anything personal. The second key thing that I'm going to share with us as we manage ourselves for effective leadership, and we are starting with us, is time. Time. This 4-letter word is a very key resource, very critical. However, it is painful and hurting how it is the most wasted resource. And we all know that time wasted can never be regained. Yeah? And I thank you all because you're not wasting your time. There are people who are wasting theirs out there. They will never get this that you've gotten here. So we are saying manage your time for maximum productivity. Yeah? Manage your time for maximum productivity. Now, there are activities that we spend time on as leaders. How many of us are working already? Thank you. The rest of us are hoping to get a job. Yeah? There are activities that we spend time on, and these activities are divided into 4 major themes or quadrants. Number 1, there are those urgent and important activities. It is very critical that you do it and do it right now. Okay? We also have important but not urgent activities. They are very, very key, but you can do them later. A few minutes later, a few hours later, maybe tomorrow. We also have activities that are not important and they are not even urgent. Some leaders spend time here. Yeah? And then we also have activities that are not important but very urgent. Now, I would just like us to share under quadrant 1, urgent and important, just an example of one activity that is urgent and very important. Like right now, if I don't do it now, hell will break loose. One activity. Or if you want to give me in any of the quadrants, please. Peter, your break, what it did to my people. Okay, let's stand up. 1 minute. Let's just stand up. Jimmy, give us an energizer. Please, come here. Oh, yes. Aha. I was calling a sergeant.
Okay, Jimmy, you are going to give us the energizer, but let's do the old man's energizer first. Now, if you did not dance in the morning, come and dance with me right now. If by the time we dance, you didn't dance, come, we just. Come here. We are going to do it here. We're going to show them strokes. Come. If by the time we were dancing, you were not here, just come. I know many of you are not here, so come. Just keep on coming. Media, get ready. No, don't deceive me. Please come. Aha. Very, very good. Come. Keep on coming. As long as you were not here when we were dancing, just come.
Actually, if you missed that dance, because
Mhm.
it was extremely
Come. So here is how we did it in the morning. You are not the only ones. Please, I see many people here who did not dance. Come.
This is part of leadership, by the way.
Actually, you didn't come. You come. Let me see other people who did not dance and they are deceiving me. Where are you guys? This is the house of God. God is watching. And the Bible says all liars shall have their part in the lake that burns with fire. So, now you are talking. So what we are going to do is these guys are going to clap for us, and for us we are just going to show them strokes, dance the best, and shamelessly, because it's your day. Okay, go ahead, media, give us the music. Move. Just dance to that. Come on. Hey. All kinds of strokes. Woo. At the end, you'll tell us who has the best strokes. Okay, now you can also dance. Dance where you are. Just dance, come on. Use power, use energy. Okay, now you're going to dance like me. Like this. Now do that. Okay, thank you very much. You can go back. I just want to ask one question. Just a moment. What do you call an old man who dances with the youth? There's an answer.
Call him a cool dad.
What is that?
Cool dad.
Cool dad. So I am cool dad from now on. Mention it. Again. That is my title, Cool Dad. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cool Dad. And you guys, they gave us vibe. We are the youth, but Cool Dad gave us vibe. Thank you. The morning people, you didn't get that vibe. So, we were here. So I need hands up. Otherwise, I will choose someone from the audience to come and finish the slides. Yes, thank you.
The dance has made us forget your question.
Ah.
Would you ask again?
That is what we call cool vibe. You see, you're feeling nice. Thank you. Well, I was asking just one example of activities that are urgent and very important.
To me, very important and urgent
Yes.
is prayer.
Thank you very much. One more? Yes? No, I want one for each. So, Mary, you're going to give me important but not urgent. Important activity, but it's not urgent. It can wait, I can do it later after the seminar.
Okay, attending a function like a wedding, it's important, but
Thank you. You could say, I will go for the reception, time for eating. I will not go to church because I'm going for leadership. Yes. Which one do you want? Important but not urgent. Okay. Exercise. She's saying it's important but not urgent. Thank you. And you're having a hand clap, Thank you from the Cool Dad. Thank you. Any other activity? I want someone to give me not important and not urgent. Yes. It is not important and not even urgent.
Like watching movies.
Watching movies. They are not important and not even urgent, You guys are sharp. You see how the Cool Dad made you guys, Thank God we have a cool dad here. Yes.
Not important and not urgent. Going out.
Thank you, kusimbula. These days it's one word. You just say kusimbula.
Vibe.
Vibe. Njagala vibe. Ooh. You know? That thing. Eh? And we are talking in the perspective of leadership. Don't forget. Because there are certain areas where kusimbula is very important. Yeah? Like in the tourism industry, you have to make content. Yeah? So you have to go. But now here, in leadership, going out, kusimbula, you know, it's not urgent and it's not important. Okay? Thank you. Does anyone have anything to add before I move on? Thank you so much. I think a dance every so often is very key. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Can we clap for her, please? And for the benefit of my sisters and brothers this way, if you didn't hear, she said rumor mongering. Yeah? It is not important, not even urgent, you know? You can keep it for next year. So thank you so much for that. Now we are going to delve into the typical activities, mainly at the workplace, because leadership we are talking about today is at the workplace, yeah? It's not at home, it's not, they can apply at home, they can apply elsewhere, but at the workplace. If you work in church, that is your place, yeah? If you are a worker maybe at home and you want to be a leader in that home and they employed you to be a leader, this will work for you. But mainly at the workplace. When I say workplace, you understand. Number one, urgent and important, you know, activities. One, for example, office crisis. When there's a crisis in the office, yeah? A crisis in the office, something has happened, it has to be attended to right now. In my world, the consulting world, a client will call, say Uganda Development Bank has called, they want a research, a customer survey. They've called today, is Saturday, they want the research tomorrow, the proposal tomorrow by 10 a.m. You have to write the proposal because they want Friends Consult to do the job. This is very urgent and very important. So Peter will call us and say, you guys, you're working on this, but first shelve it. Let us do this one, we nail that deal, and then we can, you know, come back to this. Then we have emerging opportunities, yeah? There are opportunities that are out there that are emerging that you cannot fail to tap because you know it is going to develop you as an individual and even the organization you. When you have a project and the deadline is closing, important. One of our values at Friends Consult is customer delight. We want the customer to be delighted. So you'll make sure you work on it until it is done on time. And then pressing personal problems. These are very urgent and yet important. I could have arrived work and then I'm called that your son is running a high temperature, he's vomiting, he's breathing badly, his eyes are turning white. If I'm in a meeting, I'll just take off. Very urgent and very important. And then two, there are those activities that are important but not really urgent. For example, relationship building. You know, building relationships with your team, with your clients, your customers. It's very, very important but not urgent. You could, you know, push it for a later time. Then we have strategy and team building. Yeah? Team building is key. If you work with a team and you don't engage in team building, then you're headed for, you know, lower grounds. But very, very important, you can do it later. You can say, okay, we shall do team building activities next week. They are urgent. Make sure next week is next week and do it. Then planning and target setting. Growing up, we were told if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So you have to plan. It's important, but not very urgent. And then set targets for yourself. And then, of course, recreation. Someone says exercising is important, but not urgent. So you can always do it later. So you see, you people peeped into my slides. I don't know how. Then there are the urgent, but not important. Kagwirawo, but not important. Yeah? Walk-in visitors. Hi, Cynthia. Manange, how are you? Hey, Mama, nice office. How have you been? Long time. I didn't see you at the girls' get together. You girl, can you imagine that girl? They beat her yesterday. And then Cynthia pushes the laptop away. Are you sure? Tell me more. Before we know it, we have spent 45 minutes.
I had no appointment with her, but she has given me the audience. Yeah? And then the boss is asking for the report that she had to do. It is not ready. Then she begins running around. Urgent, but not important. Then there is our cell phones. There are phone calls that come. You really know that the person doesn't have anything. Very critical to tell you, I just called to say hi. Then hi takes 40 minutes. You even get out of office and go and move around the compound for an hour because someone has called to say hi. Yeah? Someone is saying, so meaning they have seen it before. Thank you. Yeah? We have emails and some reports. There are some emails that will come, forwards, email forwards. They are urgent, but not important. And these days they know that there are some car dealers who send into your inbox, we have selected for you the best cars. And then you go and start looking at the cars. The account has 200,000. And I'm busy checking Subarus, I'm checking Fortuners of 80 million and 50 million. Urgent, but not important. You could shelf them off, yeah? And then popular activities, like someone said, rumor mongering, gossiping. They will be popular with the people who like them, but they're not important. And then the last one, they are not urgent, not important. This is work that you can delegate, delegable work. If I need to print maybe minutes for a meeting, and me, the leader, I'm the one standing there at the printer and I'm printing 10 copies, yet I can do something else. I could just give somebody and say, please kindly help me print this for me. Some emails, like I was mentioning earlier on, some phone calls, which are really telling you, Lugambo, about a certain girl who has been beaten by the boyfriend and is, you know, it is not important, it is not urgent. Computer games, and I'll add phone games, Candy Crush. Some of us spend a lot of time, by the way, so you find that the moment I reach office at 6:50 a.m., I first check Candy Crush, then I play like 15 levels before I start work. You know? Before you know it, the mind is Candy Crushed. When you get to the report, you're seeing those nice, you know, yellow, pink, green blocks. And you cannot even write the report because you came and straight away into Candy Crush. Yeah? Socialization and talk, this one goes hand in hand with you know, some phone calls and then small pleasantries. There are certain funny things we do. Like, it's 11 o'clock, I go out and, you know, taking selfies and putting on my status. At 11, working time, we are cheating the employer. So, yes, did I hear, excuse me somewhere? Okay. So, as leaders, we need to monitor and, you know, be careful of where we concentrate our energies because each of these has consequences. Yeah? Urgent and important. When you concentrate on this area as a leader, you're going to end up stressed because you're always in crisis. Yeah? In crisis, then after that, you have a headache. Crisis, then after that, you have a rash. Crisis, then your stomach is boiling. Yeah? Then you're going to burn out. You're going to have disorder. You're going to be reactive. Have you ever met a supervisor or a leader that the moment you come and say, good morning, sir, why are you people disturbing me? Thank God I've never had such a leader. You know? I am trying to concentrate. You're knocking at my door. I do not want any interruptions. Get out of my office. They are there. And you're like, wow, what have I even done? It is not you. They are stressed. You know? They are concentrating on urgent and important. Yeah? Too much of their time is concentrated on that area. They will lack focus. They will not even be productive. Yeah? And they will, you know, excel once in a while, and then they have pockets of failure. Now, 2, and most importantly, important but not urgent. And I would encourage us as leaders to strive to be in this zone. Zone 2. I'll call it zone 2. Important but not urgent. Leaders who concentrate here have self-control. You know that, okay, yes, responding to this WhatsApp is important, but it's not urgent. So I can do it later. Self-control. Yeah? They have a balance in life. They know what to do when. Such leaders, and I encourage us to be that leader. Yeah? They have high self-discipline. They are vision-driven. They have strategic focus. If I am focused to run until the pastor's office, even if you called me, I will not stop. Because they are focused. They know you're calling them for something that is not very, very urgent. Yeah? They have long-lasting and fulfilling relationships, both at work and even in their lives, because they know how to balance. So I encourage us to concentrate our lives here. Then there are the urgent but not important activities. Here, the leader will have short-term focus. They are managing crisis all the time. They will have disregard for goals. Yeah? They do not regard the goals because they are just focusing on urgent and not important activities. They lack control. Then they have chameleon character. They change all the time. So then the last one, which I discourage anyone from here, our leaders of tomorrow, do not focus on number 4. These are time wasters. Totally irresponsible. And you wouldn't want a leader who is irresponsible. Very low productivity, total dependency. They cannot do something on their own. Yeah? And they are often fired from their jobs. Yeah? They have shallow and short relationships because they are always concentrating on non-issues. Okay? Now, I mentioned I have 3 key things in managing yourself. Avoiding stress and managing it, or managing it. Again, I'm happy that we are sharing this with you because time and stress management at Friends Consult is a full course that is paid for. But we thank God that you're getting it for free today. Now, stress as a leader, if you do not manage it, will manifest in different ways. Yeah? Ever heard of something like stress kills? It actually kills, and it manifests in different ways. And I'll share with you a few of them. Self-pity, like I mentioned earlier on. Erabo, abanene, abakulu, atenze muntu wa wansi. You know, such people. Self-pity. They isolate themselves and they have low self-esteem. You find in a workplace somebody does not converse with others during break time, maybe lunch time. They do their own things. They never talk to anyone in office. They must be stressed. Yeah? Then irritability. There are some people who are just irritable all the time. They quarrel, they hate, they are disgusted by everything. Just know they are stressed. They've not managed their stress. Anger and emotional outbursts, antisocial behavior. They will not want to relate with anyone around the office. And it is terrible if it is a leader. Excessive drinking for those who, do the bottle thing. Drug abuse and smoking. They will tell you, I am smoking to forget my problems. Which problems? You're just postponing. You're lying to your subconscious mind. I'm drinking this alcohol to forget my problems. When the heights are done, trust me, you're going to remember the problems. Okay? So as a leader, you do not want to be in this. Yeah? And I'll share the ways in which you can manage or control the stress to be an effective leader. Yeah? Overspending. I know some people, the moment you see them growing fat, just know they are stressed. Because they'll buy everything, they'll eat like there's no tomorrow. And they will even tell you, me, I'm stressed. That's why I'm putting on weight. And they're happy about it. They do not know that they have to manage their stress. Then some people are careless and forgetful. Yeah? You say there's a meeting at 3. At 3 o'clock, they have already forgotten. They don't know where the minutes are. They don't know where the report is. So it is very, very key to manage and avoid stress. Now, before I go to the next, just one question. How do you think you as a leader, a potential leader of tomorrow, can manage stress or control it? Yes? Did you hear that? They didn't hear. Maybe you can, in the 4th row, but
One of the ways in which you can manage stress is practicing or making use of physical exercises.
making use of physical exercises. Some people go to the gym, some people walk for 10 kilometers or 5 or 3, some people do skipping, some people swim. Physical exercise. Thank you very much, a brilliant point. This side. Yes. Oh, she has the privilege of
Thank you. I can share some of the challenges that I'm going through with someone whom I can confide in.
sharing a problem, because they say a problem shared is. But again, there are some people, when you share, just know it is public information. So be careful who you're sharing with. Yes.
As for me, I watch football,
Exactly.
movies, and pray.
And you assist those players, eh? Kick it in. I always see people watching football like they are the best football players. But when you take them to the pitch, my friend, it is disaster. Yes, please.
Yeah, another point on how to manage stress is practicing work-life balance.
Powerful point. Work-life balance. Yeah? Work-life balance. You have work, but you have your life. Do not keep yourself too much in the work that you forget about your life. Because tomorrow, when you're gone, the company is not going with you. So you have to balance your work and life. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, I can avoid stress by reading the Bible or going to church.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's clap for her. Let's clap for her. Do you know how many scriptures are in the Bible that encourage somebody that is stressed? The book of Psalms only will just make you smile even when you're stressed. Thank you very much. That's a powerful one. Yes.
Avoiding procrastination.
Avoid procrastination. That's a big word. What does it mean? I don't know.
Postponing.
Thank you. Postponing activities for a later date. Yeah? If you know you have to do something at a certain time, do it so that you're not stressed later. Like Peter told us earlier on, you know the deadline is Friday, but you start on Thursday evening. That is bad. You'll be stressed. Yes.
Thank you so much. The best way to avoid stress is by accepting the situation the way it is. Take, for instance, if you have gotten a retake, accept it is a retake. Yes.
Thank you so much for that point. Accept the situation the way it is. We were talking about emotional intelligence here. Accept and then find ways of managing it. Thank you.
I speak positive words to myself. I just say, it's well, it's well, it's well.
It is well. That is a very important sentence. It is well. When you say that sentence, there is a song, it is well with my soul. Trust me, you will find answers and solutions. Yes, please.
Praise God.
Amen.
First, like me when I'm stressed, I listen to music.
Uh-huh.
Then second, making friends with the Holy Spirit.
But the music matters. If you're going to listen to Gravity, I don't know, jumping, shouting, opening eyes, you're going to be more stressed.
Like, I like worship.
Someone is saying it has vibe.
Worship music.
Worship music, yes.
Then another thing is being a friend to the Holy Spirit. He can give you self-control first.
Thank you.
Then you will have peace of mind.
Thank you, thank you. So, be closer to God.
Finally.
Yes. Finally.
I
Okay.
have a friend.
Mm.
When he gets stressed, he kills the stress by eating and drinking.
Okay. Yes, but the drinking part. Maybe if he's drinking, soda, yeah, that's okay. But soda is a bit unhealthy, so if it is water.
Yes. Another point, seeking counseling and guidance. Through the strategies laid by a professional counselor, you're able to make informed decisions on how to deal with stress.
Thank you so much. You guys have facilitated this session. Yes. That microphone doesn't want people to hear you.
Find out the root cause of the stress and then go for therapy, for counseling and guidance.
Brilliant. Guys, clap for yourself with vibe, moreover. Thank you. I don't think I need to water down your answers. You know? Yes, somebody had a hand up? Yes.
I manage my stress by meditation.
Powerful. Meditation. Ever seen people who sit down and then they are... And you wonder, what are they doing? They are meditating, you know? Thank you so much, John, for that. I think I should take the last one. This one has been, I think you guys are good stress managers. Her, and then her, and we shall close this.
Hello everyone.
Hi.
The last one would be like stop treating everything in your life urgent.
Stop treating everything in your life urgent. Thank you so much.
There is also another point of practicing relaxation techniques. There is taking a deep breath or a butterfly hug. There is also, which other point? Taking a deep sigh, like, all is well.
Breathtaking. Huh? Somebody wants to learn the butterfly hug during lunchtime. Make sure you're going to teach us butterfly hug. So I don't need to go through this. You've mentioned it all. You can see there is taking care of your body systems, digestive, respiratory. The most important one I want to talk about here is cooperate with the inevitable. If your body is tired and it wants to sleep, please go and sleep. If you need to take water, go and take water. If you need to ease yourself, please go. Cooperate with the inevitable. And the rest of them you've talked about really. Keep calm, play music. Most importantly, pray. Pray. You can imagine how stressed Moses was leading those Israelites. How many of us would have managed? Me, I wouldn't. But pray. Every so often he went away to go and pray. And they decided to make calves. So pray. And someone mentioned they think positive. So you see, you made my work easy. Yeah? So, we are going to talk about developing our leadership aptitude. When you see that, what comes to your mind? I just need one person. When you see that picture, just tell me what comes to your mind.
I think it's about changing negative thoughts to positive thoughts.
Thank you. And someone is saying it's someone not believing themselves. Yeah? Sometimes I think I can drive a trailer. Me. I think I can drive a trailer. So I'm cutting off the apostrophe and the T. For as long as you leave that apostrophe and the T in your life, you're not going to go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. So we must develop the attitude of, I can do it. However hard the task is, do not refuse, try. You will be corrected and you will do it as a leader, okay? Now, we're going to talk briefly about this and very quickly. In-house at Friends Consult, we have what we call the triple movers of excellence. And it is like a three-legged stool. We already talked about attitude. I will not go back there. There are three. There is attitude, there is passion, and skill. Yes, please. Yes. What is aptitude? Okay, this side has asked the question. Now the other side is going to answer. What is aptitude? My work is easy as a facilitator, my dear. What is aptitude? Not attitude, but aptitude. Who can help us? Aptitude. Guys, don't disappoint me. This is our side. Yes. I want us to first try. All these brains cannot go to Mr. Google. No. We can do it. You remember the other thing? Apostrophe until we can answer them. Yes. Thank you.
According to me, I think aptitude is a natural ability to do something.
Thank you. It's the same? Yeah. So she's saying it is the natural ability to do something. Cool Daddy, do you agree with that? Okay. That's the good thing with having the Cool Daddy, because he helps enhance our, understanding.
So here comes Cool Dad's answer. It is the capability, not just natural, but capability, whether natural or acquired. Capability.
Thank you so much, Cool Daddy. So it is the capability to do something. Yeah? I'm capable to do this. And so I was talking about the three legs of a stool. We have attitude, that is number one. We have passion, and we have skill. And attitude, we already described it during Peter's presentation. Now, when we come to passion, we feel this is an intense desire that exists within you and moves you. Someone says he has passion for football. When he's stressed, he even watches football. Yeah? I have passion for exercise. I have passion for training. I'm a trainer. I have passion for training. I love what I do. And then there is skill. Of course, a person's expertise, capability, and competence. And these ones are, they're learned. We go to school, we study. Someone in the morning told us they did BBA. Some of you are fresh from campus. Others are working. You've done certificate courses, postgraduates. That is where we get our skills. Now, what do the triple movers of career excellence look like? On one side, we have attitude. On the other side, we have passion. And down there, but these colors. But anyway, okay. Passion, attitude, and skills. I love those colors. The sun, blood, and the blue sky. I'm not meaning what you're saying. They are their colors. Oh my God. Okay. Someone is saying aunt is not there. Okay. Now for a leader, and I want one answer very quickly. If you have only attitude, your attitude is good, but you're not passionate, you don't have the skills, what happens? What do you think? What kind of leader would you be? Someone has said a failure. Your attitude is positive, but your passion is zero. You don't have skills. Yes.
But also, such a leader will not take anyone anywhere.
Thank you very much. And that is what we call good for nothing in-house at Friends Consult. You will be very good, but for nothing. You have attitude, yes, but you're good for nothing. How about passion? If I'm passionate and I don't have, my attitude is so poor and I do not have even skills. Anyone? Yes? Lack of direction. You're passionate, but for what? And in office, and I'm sharing with you, we baptized that one a hard-working fool. Yes. You're passionate, but where is the skill? Zero. Where is the attitude? Negative. You're a hard-working fool, and I do not want anyone here to end up like that. When it comes to skills, you have your skills. You have a PhD. Yeah? A PhD, no, I don't know, microbiology. But your attitude is so poor. You don't even have passion. You're just going to be a clever fool. You're clever, but then foolish. Thank you. So we baptized them like that. Now, there are people who have attitude and passion, but they don't have the skills. Yeah? You don't have the skills, but your attitude is good and you're passionate about what you do. We call them the growing executive. Growing executive. And I would like to encourage each one of us here to start from there. Yeah? Growing executive. Why? Because skills can be learned. Your passion is there, attitude is right, you can build the skills. Yeah? And then there are people who have the skills and the passion, but the attitude is so poor. They don't like people. They want to do their things alone. And we are saying these are the lonely workhorse. You will be lonely. Yes, your passion is good, your skills are there, but attitude, zero. You will be a lonely workhorse. And then there are our friends. Skilled, but attitude is, attitude is there, they are skilled, but they do not have passion. They're experts in what they do, but not passionate. And we are calling it stranded expert. You'll be an expert, but stranded. And you don't want to be in that area. Now, where I would encourage us all to focus on being is the high flyer. Has attitude. The attitude is positive, very passionate, and they are skilled. Guess what? You're going to be a high flyer. Everybody would want to be on your team. Every manager would want you on their team. Everyone would want to be your supervisor. Yeah? And everyone would want you to be their leader. Okay? Now, I'll just run quickly through the attributes of each of those ones. And I'll start with the best place to be, the high flyer. These people respond enthusiastically and with eagerness. When there is something to be done, they will be eager to do it. Yeah? They learn from failure events and move on. Yeah? They do not sulk and stay there. They are happy with and encourage others who are succeeding. They empathize, empathy. You feel for others. They empathize with others, and they help where possible. These are high flyers, the white part. And then they are positive. They have positive influence in both word and deed at work. They are highly promotable. These are names that are mentioned in the boardroom if there is a position to be taken up, and they say, Charity, and every manager will be, yes, yes. But you don't want them to mention Marion, and the managers will be like, And they've mentioned Marion to become, a director. And the managers are like, maybe let's first look for somebody else. If we don't have, then we can. They will leave you and even hire someone from out. Yeah? But this person is highly promotable. They're highly capable. They persevere. No matter the situation, no matter how tough, they persevere. Yeah? And then they have clear goals and personal missions. So when you look at the growing executive, they are enthusiastic. These are closer to the high flyers. They seek to learn and do better next time. They admire performance and excellence. They befriend and learn from others. They learn so as to avoid similar experience. Again, like the high flyers, they don't sulk. They are growing, they have positive influence, and they are also promotable. Why? Because they only lack skills. And skills, you can go back to class, you can study, you can attend seminars like this, and learn and get there. They are highly entrepreneurial, persevere. They don't have yet a clear goal, but they can develop it. Yeah? Then when you look at the stranded expert, they have positive indifference, They appreciate, but they lack passion to keenly pursue whatever it is. Yeah? And they give up gracefully without blaming themselves. It failed. Okay, fine. They are impressed dispassionately. Someone will excel and they're like, Kongs. They'll be like that. And then they admire, but they are not moved, They validate their own action. When they've done something, they will find ways of validating it, and they feel reassurance that non-action is the best. I did not do it because I didn't have to. It was not my job, okay? They have low positive influence. They have the skills, but, they are passive. Promotable, these are the people they will say, maybe. Low entrepreneurial capabilities, they have low levels of perseverance, and they lack personal grand ambition. That is why I said you must write down your mission. Yeah? Such that every day you look at it and read it and, it reminds you. The lonely workhorse is unpredictable. They move ahead. They change course. They never give up. They're indifferent. They don't hate. They don't cheer. They're just there, lukewarm. You never know their side. They are negative. They form cliques. Promotable at an early stage, but later they are not. And then they are modest, moved by passion and skills, but limited by attitude. They persevere, and then they have modest focus in life. Yeah? So the hardworking fool, they do not their zeal is short-lived. They work aimlessly, They ignore and continue working with low skills and poor attitude. Even if you told the person, there's this course, do it. They don't do it. They don't care. They are indifferent. They are negative. You cannot promote them. When they mention your name in the boardroom, everyone says no with open, wide eyes like this. Yeah? But they persevere, and then their focus in life is really modest. And then the clever fool. They build the momentum to honor their failure. When they failed, they will support it. Inwardly, they are happy. They are self-contented, And sometimes, after you did an exam, someone said you get a retake. Someone tells you, I did that thing, but I knew I would fail it. You get? They are those people, They have negative influence on others. They are talking negative all the time, and others, may get carried away. They are promotable in areas where debates and ideas are loved. But in other areas, they cannot be promotable. And then, of course, they don't persevere, and they keep changing their purpose in life. Good for nothing. Do we have to spend time here? No. because they are good for nothing. So, and I encourage us not to be there. So how do I develop my leadership aptitude then? Number one, learn the rules of the game and play it better than your best. What are the rules of the game? The rules of that game are what is done in that company, what is expected in your role. Peter told us how to know our role as a leader. Learn what you are supposed to do as a leader and play it better than the best. Yeah? Master the technical aspects of your work. Remember we talked about skills, Master the technical aspects of your work, because only then will you be able to teach the others that you're leading. Then understand your role as the leader. I will not dwell on that. Peter shared that. Handle emotional challenges of transition. I mentioned that in my story earlier on. And I mentioned that leadership will come to you without you knowing. When I registered for my MBA at Uganda Matters University, on day one, we went for orientation. After orientation, we went to the lecture room. So, because I was telling Doreen, I never sit on second row. I sit in front, class, church, home, wherever. And I am telling them, you guys, these chairs have mafuta. They are blessed, but you're missing. So I sat in front in a class of about 180. Day one, all of us were there. Forget the class dodgers, they are not yet started. So I sat right in front. So the lecturer came, she gave us the opening remarks and said, okay, you're going to select your leaders. And then we said, okay. Now, introductions. Everyone introduced yourself. So some gentleman got up, introduced himself and said, I would like to be a class leader. And we clapped for him. So after all introductions, me, I kept quiet, like everyone. So the lecturer said, we need a female, at Uganda Matters, we have two, a male and a female. I didn't put up my hand. I refused much as I was here. I didn't know anyone. But a lady from behind the last seat stood up and said, I nominate that lady in a grey dress. So I looked at myself, and I was the only one. The lecturer said, okay, come forward. I stood up and went. And she said, leadership is from God. If they've nominated you, take it. And up to today, I finished in 2019, they still call me Your Excellency, because I was a class president. And I really helped them. We worked together with my people, and we excelled in my class. Yeah? So when you're called upon to be a leader, please do not refuse. I could have said, no, I cannot, and they would leave me. But you see, it came, I did not even expect it. So, and there are challenges that came with that, because students thought, as the class president, one, you know what the lecturers are going to examine. Two, you're paid. Three, so there are all those challenges. But the next, yes, please.
Share in a minute or less about what she has said, that there are positions that we don't take serious. We think we are not leaders because we are just leading a class like maybe half of this. Are we together? But recently, I happened to be in a committee that was choosing someone for a certain position. And do you know what happened? That position, someone said they were a class representative in their first year at university. And that was the only CV that we saw with that thing. And that is the person that was chosen for that job. So let's not take such positions for granted. Imagine if Eve had said that, I cannot take up that position. But here we have, nowadays people are choosing people who have taken leadership roles. Whether you're a class monitress in P3 or P7, please make sure that you highlight that, because they teach you a certain responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doreen. So you can see, leadership is a good place to be in. Stay humble. I mean, we've talked about it since morning. Remain humble. I will not dwell so much on that now. Keep yourself motivated. There is no one going to come from out there and say, now I'm going to motivate Peter, I'm going to motivate Charles, I'm going to motivate Brenda. No, it has to come from within, because you know that there are people, a team that is looking up to you. You are their motivation, okay? You are their motivation, so you have to motivate yourself to motivate others. As a leader, the motivation has to come from you. And then have self-confidence. Self-confidence is very, very key. There are some people that if you gave them a microphone, this thing would have fallen down. And Good morning. My name is, and you're wondering what is happening. Eh? Self-confidence. These are people, you are like me, not so. Created in God's image. Yeah? We are all Ugandans, so why would I be like, you know? You have to be confident because you're leading a team that is looking up to you. Confidence is very key. And then remain calm no matter the situation. Remain calm. You might have failed to perform. You might have done something bad. The youth say you might have shitted up. But be calm. As a leader, your teammate have failed you. Okay? Sometimes teams fail us. But then a team will fail when the leader has not also put in effort. So me and my team may fail, but I must be calm so that my team does not lose confidence in me. Okay? Now, lastly, how do we build trust? Because we talked about a leader has to be trusted. Okay? A leader has to be trusted. Now, I will want only 4 answers. What are the root causes of lack of trust from others? Why do people fail to trust others? And I want one answer from this row, one answer from this one from this one, and one from the other one. Yes?
Past experiences. Like reasons why someone won't trust you. Past experiences. For example, a person might have a bad past when it comes to trusting someone.
Okay. They did something bad. Thank you.
Inconsistencies. Today you're saying A, tomorrow you're saying Z.
Thank you very much. This girl peeped into my slides.
That's why I did like.
And you're
don't
rigging.
keep your word, eh?
And you're rigging. But thank you. You have to keep your word. Yeah. Okay. I will have her, then I'll get the rest of the answers from there.
Another one is laziness.
Who wants a lazy leader? You are. Thank you. Satan wants a lazy leader.
Bad characters.
Thank you very much. And we mentioned character earlier on, eh? So let me come this side. Where are the hands? Okay, yes.
Not working at all.
Not working at all. Inconsistency, like she mentioned. Thank you.
Lack of confidentiality.
You people, these slides, did someone give you? Or? Yes.
Irresponsible.
But gentlemen, I'm not hearing your voices. It's the ladies answering.
Being irresponsible.
Being irresponsible. Thank you very much. One lady, then I want men.
Yes, being disorganized.
Being disorganized. Who wants a disorganized leader? Yes. He's chasing the microphone. Okay, fine. Ladies, I like that. That is a sign of being an effective leader.
If you're a leader and you failed before.
Yes. Sorry?
If you're a leader and you failed before.
If you're a leader and you've failed before, and there are many reasons why a leader would fail. Yeah? People will fail to trust you. Yes. Not being true to yourself. I think we shall, end there, and I just want to add on. I hope I don't water down our powerful points already. Number 1, antisocial behavior. In addition to what you've all said, if you're antisocial as a leader, there is no one who is going to want to trust you because they will know, this one, Secondly, abuse of authority. There are some people who get into authority and they want to be, they think all of you are a complete waste of time and space. They are the one in charge, so they will hit you where it hurts most. They will compromise, they will be unfaithful, they will do all sorts of things because they have authority. They will segregate, favoritism. You don't want to be that leader. People will not trust you. Okay? Then, taking undue credit. If Cool Daddy came and found the place was very well arranged and then he's like, oh, this is nice. Then I came out, oh, yes, I'm the one who did it. Imagine if I wasn't there, these chairs would be all over the place. And yet I know definitely it was Cynthia, it was Peter, it was Patrick who did it. And I was just instructing, just standing. I'm not even touching the chairs. Because I want credit that is even not due to me. As a leader, avoid taking undue credit. Give it to whoever deserves it. And then failure to accept one's mistakes. Yeah? When we have failed on a project, but Mary refused to do this, but Peter did not do this, but Irene. No, let me take the blame as the leader because it is my team. And then your people will be like, wow, this guy even defends us. We should work harder next time. And they will trust you. Okay? Failure to trust others. When you don't trust others, they will not trust you. As a leader, if I cannot trust Mary to do something, how is she going to trust me? If I cannot trust you, Paul, to do something, how are you going to trust me? Yeah? And then gossip and lies. This one has really come up. You don't want a gossiping leader. Mm-mm. These days in offices, they try to massage it and call it grapevine. But it is gossip and lies. Please do not be one such leader. Okay? So how then do I build trust and credibility? Number one, learn from and listen to other people's views. In your team, with the people you're working with, when you have an issue to discuss, sit down, air out your views, and let them also give theirs. Learn from them and, listen to them. People will trust you. Okay? They will say that person at least listens to us. We can take to them our issues. Number two, be a team player. Yeah? Remember the picture. Those who are early, there were two pictures beamed. One with a red guy in front pulling, and other people were pulling the rope. Another guy was behind. The other blue ones were all in front. He was behind. Be in the team. Do tasks together with your team. Then motivate others. I already mentioned that. Keep your promises. Keep your word. Yeah? Keep your word as a leader. Then admit to mistakes and share credit. Give credit where it's due. Okay? Then empathize with others. Your team member may be sick or may have a challenge. Empathize with them. Be human. Feel for them. And then there you will be really trusted by your team. And I'm saying, so, how do I do better where I am already doing good? At Friends Consult, we believe in capitalizing on the strengths. Yes, we have weaknesses, but we believe in improving on our strengths. So I am doing good, but how do I do better where I'm already doing good? Number one, support others at all times when you can. When there is something happening, please, as the team leader, support, give a hand, because all those people look up to you. Have high levels of integrity. Integrity is one of our values at Friends Consult. Integrity is very key. Be honest. And then somebody mentioned consistency. Yeah? Maintain consistency. If you say A to this team, go and say A to this one and up to the rest. Do not say A to this team and then say B and then Y and then Z. No. Maintain consistency as a leader. Respect other people's views. Don't downplay people's views. Because trust me, even as a leader, we learn from our juniors. They have one or two things to teach us. Yeah? Be firm. Be firm and confidential. Don't be a yes man, yes. Someone mentioned earlier on that, what if I am leading people older than me? One time I went to train. We were preparing for retirement. And in the audience, there was someone, he was elderly with gray hair. So the first thing when I greeted them, and I was facilitating, he put up his hand and said, now what is this Muzukulu going to tell me about retirement, really? But by the end of the training, he came and gave me a handshake and said, yes, my Muzukulu, thank you for that. Be firm, confidential. If I wasn't firm confident. If I wasn't firm and confident in my presentation, he would have just chased me out. But being confidential, do not share other people's information. Because you're a leader, people look at you. They look to you. If someone tells you their confidential information, do not say it to anyone. It's between you and them. People will trust you. You realize in workplaces, those of you who are working, even at school, people who keep secrets, other people's secrets, are really loved by others, And then dedicate yourself to faith and belief, regardless of what faith. You could be a Muslim, a Catholic, a Protestant, a Pentecostal, whatever faith, a Hindu. Be dedicated to your faith. Because it all starts with the man above. He helps us he makes things possible for us. And then always keep your word. So as I part, I have this question. What will you do as an individual to improve trust from others? I want everyone to write just one on your notebook, one. What you're going to do as an individual to improve trust from others. Because we want to be good leaders. That's why we are here today. Just write one point. You as an individual. Only one point. Something you're going to do to improve trust from others. So that tomorrow, if I asked Jane, do you trust Andrew? Jane will say 100%. Okay? Or if I asked Derek, do you trust Peace? He will say 100%. Not, oh yeah. So keep that for yourself. I don't want you to read it. You've written it down. Please make sure you do that. It's an exercise I've given you. Please make sure. Trust me, it will help you. I've done it before. We've done it before. And it has worked. But I'll share with you a few. Number one, respect yourself. Respect yourself and respect others. Yeah? There are certain things that an effective leader, a good leader will not do. So respect yourself and respect others, as I said earlier on, regardless of their position. The gate man, the cleaner, the MD, give them their due respect. Okay? Number two, always be honest and give credit where it is due. I cannot overemphasize this, really. Engage others in decision making. Do not be the one that makes all decisions. Yeah? Other people have ideas that could work. So engage them. Okay? Delegate where possible. There are certain things you don't have to do as a leader. Yeah? Tasks you don't have to do. And when you delegate, you're training and building somebody. You're helping them learn. There are some leaders who do not want to delegate because they think so-and-so will take my position. But they will take your position. You've also taken another person's position. So we grow together. Okay? Yes. Then criticize in private and give credit in public. Those of you who read the Bible, Matthew chapter 18, verse 15, what does it say? When your brother sins against you, call him aside. Tell him what he has done. Even the Bible is telling us, yeah? And I believe most of us here believe in the Bible. I believe even other books of faith talk about this. Call them aside. As a leader, you do not have to reprimand your team in public. One, you're going to damage their other people's perception about them. You're going to hit their ego. There is something they call ego, but that's a topic for next time. You're going to lessen or reduce their self-esteem. Take them away to your office maybe, to a quiet place, reprimand them. But when they've done something good, do it in public. Cool Daddy here, when you've done even just something tiny, he will say it and everyone will know you've done an excellent job. And you feel like, yes, I did it. You know? So you should do that. If someone has done something good, however little it is, yeah? Encourage them. Mention it. You know? It will motivate even the others who have not yet done it to do better, such that, you know, next time I'm also mentioned. Next time I'm also mentioned in the meeting. Okay? Be discreet with other people's issues or information. I mentioned it. Encourage others to do better. Sometimes our staff are feeling low. Sometimes they've not done well. They're feeling discouraged. They're scared. They're worried. They're fearing. But encourage them. Encourage them to do better. Keep calm. Mary, keep calm. She always asks me, how do you manage to be calm despite this situation? You know? You can have a real big problem. You failed to submit a proposal worth a huge amount of money, and you are the one who has failed to submit it. And you're not shivering, but you're calm. You're calm and saying, it's well. It is well. Yeah? Keep calm always. Situations are going to come to you as a leader that require you to be calm. Let people know you depend on them and respect them. You know, if you gave me a task and told me, you know what, Marion, help me do this, I'm counting on you. I depend on you for the success of this. You know, it will give me the motivation. Huh? I'll be motivated to know, wow, my boss depends on me. I have to do this. Okay? And then avoid behaviors that erode trust. Again, gossip is coming. Banange, this thing. We should develop a training on not gossiping. Okay, now that is it from me. Any questions? If you don't ask me, I'll ask you. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to ask now, when you're working with a boss who tweets every matter urgent, how do you go about that?
Okay, when you're working with a boss who concentrates on urgent and important all the time, he's concentrating on urgent and important. Peter, how do you handle this? You guys, I need support, sure. This is my boss, by the way. He's my boss. So, boss.
Yes, and this is urgent and important. So, thank you, Priscilla. We are always encouraged to manage our time using calendars and prioritizing our tasks. So, what I usually do in the morning, I list down all the things I need to do and things that I think are urgent and important, like you have said, and then I can move to my manager and say, these are the tasks. What should I prioritize? What should come first? So there you can actually have a psychological agreement with your manager that this is what is going to come in. When something comes in between, you can tell the manager, we have agreed on this. Which of these tasks should I leave out and put these new tasks you're bringing? In such a case, you are able to move together without really rubbing each other the wrong way. You said, I have this we agreed on, you have something new. What tasks should I replace for now so that he doesn't come, or he or she doesn't come and ask for the other tasks, yet you were delegated something else.
Thank you, sir. Does School Daddy have anything to add? If you're working with, okay, the boss has nailed it. Thank you so much. I hope he has answered you. Thank you. Any other question? Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Sometimes you're caught up in a situation where you're the leader and things are happening so fast and you're not able to make decisions. Most times I always encourage people, please come to me with at least 3 solutions as you come with the problems. So I want to know, is there any other better way that I can handle such, other than asking people to always come with solutions when they're coming with problems that you have to resolve?
Thank you very much, Cynthia. And that's a powerful one. And I have seen my mentors, my supervisors, my managers doing the same. And anyone who wants to say something on that, Doreen or Jimmy? Before you come in, Jimmy, I feel it is the best way because it teaches now the other person bringing the problem to think. Even at office, when you're going to take something to the boss and it's a problem, he will ask you, okay, this is the problem, so what do you think? What is your view? One, it helps you to think solutions in that if the boss is not there, you're able to run the company. Trust me, for many years, Friends Consult Limited was, by then, Mr. Andrew Barra. If they did not see Mr. Andrew Barra's name in a proposal, they would not give us jobs. Simply because his name is not there. But that changed over and over because that is actually what he uses. Sir, I'm sorry for spilling your secret. When you take a problem to him, he will ask you what the solution is. And today, he can afford to go for a 2-month leave, and the company will go on. And he said he can help, so you see.
Cynthia, yours is a very powerful thing. And these people are talking eloquently like this because they've been trained exactly that way. There was a time that everybody would line up to bring problems. By the way, people are articulate when it comes to telling you about problems, but very slow when it comes to telling you about, thinking about the solutions. So I started from their boss Richard. And I said, if there's a problem, strategic, operational, I need 3 solutions and for you to recommend the best and why. So before these guys bring anything to me saying it's a problem, they must have thought, what are the issues, what are the probable solutions, what are the implications of each, what is the best. Then that makes my life very easy. And that resulted into what you see now. You see people who are even more brilliant, cleverer than I am, because they have trained their minds to jog their memories to solve problems. So thank you, congratulations, clap for you.
So just know these days when you're walking to his office, you walk with 3 solutions. You don't just go like that. And it has become so simple that it is now a common thing. You know you're going, not even him, even the people that we supervise now, they are learning it. When you're going to take a problem, you have at least some solutions. And then I can only add on, yeah? So that is a very good one. I would like to close from here. Thank you so much for your attention. And we shall proceed with Jimmy, and then we shall have lunch. Thank you very much for giving me your attention. I hope you have learned something. May the Almighty God richly, richly bless you. Thank you.
Kale tumuwe obugalo. Tuli mu kanisa bakuba obugalo buli wakolebwa ekirungi. You forgive me, my English normally expires around midday. So it is easier to go into Luganda than English, but I can always recover. So I think the healing is starting. I come on at a very, very interesting time when we are getting flavors from somewhere. But we have discussed with Peter that the food will be brought here. So we will all see it when it comes. And when it does come, we shall stop. So how are we going to handle this session? We'll start by introducing myself once again. My name is Jimmy Byaruhanga. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome everybody who came in late and you didn't get a welcome. This is Gospel Assembly Church. You're very, very, very welcome. Chirunji, clap for yourselves. Now, this session is going to be done differently. Yes? I've realized that you are experts in these things. And I normally tell people when we go to either train or something, I say, you who is here knows some things and we are sharpening those things. But there is no difference between you and the person who is not here if you don't practice. You get the logic? So you will be, with knowledge unapplied is irrelevant. That's what I'm trying to say. So from here, tickle yourselves to apply. Apply what we are learning. So, I see they're already beginning to bring the what? The food. And my feet are tied. But we can do something quick. Very, very quick. I want 7 people, volunteers, to put up their hands. We've been talking about leaders who sit at the front. Only 7. If you're the 8th, you put your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Now, let us clap for those leaders as they come to the front. And now everything we do chap because the food is coming. 7, 1. Ladies are leaders these days. Wow. I will change direction. 1, 2, 7. Now, there are 7 papers there. Please go pick the one that is next. So don't sort. Just pick whatever you find. Pick that, then you come for more instructions. Leaders. I wish I could compose a song. But someone told me, you should have done something else. Leave singing for others. The ones on the carpet. Just pick the one on top, one on top, one on top, one on top. You're displaying. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. First read for yourself what you've. Let it face you as you read. Now, these are the leaders, right? One characteristic of leaders is choosing the right people. Read it for yourself, don't show us. Is choosing the right teams to mentor, teams to work with. See, we are talking teamwork. Yeah? Of course, I watch soccer once in a while, so I know that teams, everyone has their role, their position, and they work together to win or lose, but with energy. Now, these leaders are going to, don't choose your friends. In fact, choose people from where you have not been seated. All right? Choose at least 3 people, sit in a cocoon, and answer these questions. So if you are seated here, I see you going this side. If you are seated this side, I see you going the other side. And when they choose you, smile at them. Some leaders are You're almost seeing them, I can see. You are almost getting them. Minimum 3, you can have 4. If they don't choose you, you put your hand up. Then I deploy you. Yes, pick markers. Doreen is helping me to give out markers. There are 7. We are about 50, which means every group can have 7. So if they have not chosen you, put your hand up and I deploy. Now you two have been seated together. Split yourselves. Go join this one. Go join the other one. It is simple. You see those ones are still 4. These ones are 4. If you're more than 7, you break out. Yeah? Where you see less than 7, you go and sit. The other group. Join any. This one here still has. The instructions are simple. If you want, you can take 1 minute to introduce yourselves to each other. But I want you to use 5 minutes to make bullet points on those flip charts. Be generous. Use the markers as much as you can. Try to finish that flip chart. Find a secretary or a chairperson who will come to represent you after. We have 5 minutes. But since we are talking networking, you can greet each other. You can introduce yourself to each other. But the ultimate objective is for you to answer those questions. 5 minutes starting now. Three minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. One minute to go. Seconds, 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 seconds. Okay, I see some groups have already finished. If you're finished, say yeah. Just say yeah. The whole group, just say yeah. Have you finished? Say yeah. Where are those who have finished? Just say yeah. Uh-huh. Hey, is there a yeah that side? There's a yeah. So there's a yeah. These ones are still working. I see a yeah here, a yeah there, a yeah. Oh, did you say yeah? Uh-huh. And a yeah here. Uh-huh. Florence, your group? Yeah? 1 second. Okay. In the interest of time, done. Mary, you're done? Are you tapping on your presenter? I see you're saying. Yeah? Even as you finalize, I want to encourage you to be very anxious about the last session today, personality profiling. That one is going to be beautiful. And it's coming in the afternoon where you've eaten food. Okay. So we are going to be in those groups, choose a representative, and send them forward with your views, opinions, especially the groups which have the question of what. So which group has what? What is teamwork? You're coming first. Where is the group which has what is networking? You'll be second, right? So we'll put it up. Where is our special assistant? She got a group also. Karen? Oh, she's not in. Okay. So let's stick them up, and then you train. Yes, you tell us. Did we come up with names for our groups? You have names? Do you have names for your groups? Because we want someone to come here and they tell us, I'm from Group Harambe. Or do you want the morale of your team? Professor, do you need the morale of your team? You can come and support him. Instead of sitting down, come and support your team member. Be around here. At least send representatives. Let us enjoy today. How many are you sending? He has said all of you. All of you come. Now the rest, you should learn from this team. Get a team name and a slogan. For example, Team Harambe. Tunakula ugali. You get what I'm saying? So when you come to present, your team comes with you. Yeah? Someone is going to say, we are Team Simba. Slogan, we roar. Cindy, we will call you, don't worry. You're going to present. Ready? So you introduce the team, not by name. Your team name, and then you take us into the presentation. And the others, we can listen.
team name is still in the pipeline, so we shall go straight to the question the lovely gentleman picked was, what is teamwork? So we came up with very many answers, and I'm sure we are the only team that got 2 answer sheets. Very proud of that. So, since the name is still in the pipeline, but teamwork, basically teamwork is working together. Someone said it's working together, and a man quoted for us saying that teamwork, it takes a teamwork to build a dream work. Do you need explanation? Yes, okay, thank you. He said teamwork is a spirit of unity. Basically, teamwork is cooperation. Very many, like the body cooperates together, so that's teamwork. Contribution, everyone brings a contribution. For those who watch soccer, different numbers, playing different people. Finding a solution together to a specific problem, that is teamwork. They say teamwork is working on collective values, or views. Next, delegating to each person of the group and achieving a certain goal, trusting each other in a team, creating ideas and achieving them together, and setting some targets and goals while achieving them. Basically, that's teamwork. There's nothing. We have 2 papers.
My reading from here is that with 2 papers, no one can add. This is a good leader. He has left his team behind. Please come back. Let us learn leadership. Come back. That is not teamwork. So you can explain to your team that the summary of this is basically saying that teamwork is drawing goals, cooperating, finding solutions, working on those collective views to achieve a set goal. True, not true? Brilliant. Now lead your team back. Show us teamwork in going back. What was your question? That is the next question to follow. Mazima. Yes.
Presenter, take it off.
How do you develop?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Ambrose Okon, and I'm the leader of Team Mazima with the slogan, nothing but the truth. Yes.
We need to enjoy. So for you as the leader, you just pronounce Mazima, then they say
Nothing but the truth.
Watch, take it. Say it, bro.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the presentation, guys? Muina vibe. All right. Mazima. Yes, that's a serious team in front of you. We have a simple question here. How do you develop teams? So this is a very wonderful team called Mazima, and they are having different skills, and I'm going to make each one of us explain a point. Yeah? We are starting with the first one, where we said to develop a team, we have first to come, we identify the task that we have to solve, or identify that specific problem the community is facing. And then we develop a team to come and make a research and look for ways of solving it. Yes? Now we are going to the next gentleman, Didimas Owori, one of the team members.
I'm privileged, team leader. Mazima, nothing but the truth. We are going to tell you guys the truth. Yeah, as Team Mazima. Now you see here our second point. Is everyone seeing? Are you able to see? No, you can come this other side. There's no problem. Identifying and merging the different skills, ideologies of the team members. What we are talking about here, I guess everyone knows. Let me give you a clear example. In a football team, we don't only have strikers. We have defenders, we have midfielders, we have a goalkeeper, and we have the strikers. Here, in a team, what we are trying to say is, if we have a task, it could be accomplishing something, it could be accounting, it could be something else. We need people with the different skills to accomplish the task. If we are talking about a social media platform, we shall need people good at social media. We shall need the photographers to give us the content. We shall need the content builders. Those are basically writers. We are looking at writers. So that is one of the points that we need to have in order to develop a team. You don't need to forget that people are having abilities in the different skills or the different fields. Thank you so much. If anyone here has team members, if you want to add something, please tell them. We have to tell them. Yes. Mama Zima, we are telling you the truth. Please, Comrade Passis, please, you may come.
Okay, so we are going to talk about assigning responsibilities to different team members. So after identifying the task and identifying each and everybody's strengths, we give each and everyone different responsibilities according to what they can do best. So that's generally assigning responsibilities. Yeah.
Mazima. Yeah, I'm just going to add on point number 3, whereby, you know, when you're building, like, how to develop a team, like assigning responsibilities to the different team members. You find out that as a team, you're meant to always be answerable to maybe a supervisor or your leader. If at all of us were trying to do one thing, like let me say, we're all going to clean this, like we're going to clean a place like 8 people, and you find out that there's no leader, you find out that any mistake done by any individual in that team won't be spotted out, or maybe any good thing won't be spotted out because anyone can come in. But if at all you want to create a good team and you assign responsibilities to different people, you find out that, like, when you're going to ascertain or you're going to give a report back, you're going to be like liable to your leader and you're going to give him the report back. And you also find out that if at all we assign responsibilities to the different team members, you find out that you won't over get tired. That's what they call specialization. So if someone can do something best, he cannot do everything, irrespective whether he can do everything, but there's that one thing he does best, and I think that's the best point for number 3. Yeah, let me invite the next person.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Mazima. Well, thank you very much. For me, I'm going to actually tackle point number 4, which is performing assigned roles. Well, if you're in a team, you have to perform the roles that have been assigned to you, because if you don't, because the fact that it's teamwork, you have to like also add something to the team. If let's say we are playing football, the goalkeeper will be in the goals, the striker will have to do the role of scoring the goals, so you can't do everything alone. So you have to, like, everybody should be adding something to a team so as it can prosper in front. Thank you.
I'm joining Team Mazima. For Team Mazima. A striker, imagine a situation where the striker is taking the ball against his keeper. Do you get the logic? Yes, own goal. It can be dangerous. So you're a striker, but you must strike in the right net. So you're on this team, but for you, you're gossiping, you're complaining, you're linking company or ministry secrets. Even ministries have some secrets. Now for you, the one, even businesses have some secrets. For you, you're the one, yes, you're the youth leader, my brother, no offense, but instead of speaking for the church, you're speaking against the church. That's not teamwork. The assigned role is that as striker, you score in the opposition net. Agosimazima.
So lastly, we shall then monitor and evaluate what we have put above. So monitoring and evaluation helps us to assess our performance. Are we doing good where we have put, for example, this person to do this assignment? If not, do we need to change to improve on performance? Okay, so for example, if you're the manager of Liverpool, then you will ask yourself, is Salah taking the balls in the post? Is for example, the person doing the defense doing their job? If not, do we need to buy another player? Do we need to swap? So that is then the role of M&E. So our leader will conclude.
If you're not jealous, clap for them, please. If you're not jealous. If you're not jealous. Okay, this is the final stage, and I want all of us to participate in it. If I say Mazima, you say nothing but the truth. Mazima? Mazima? Manange, lunch is coming. I need some energy.
Thank you very much. So if you have been following, Evelyn talked about a personal vision, or Tala talked about it. The vision guides the activities. And they are saying, before you embark on anything, identify what needs to be done, identify the right people, and deploy them according to their skills. For me, I love to talk. If you put me in places of deep thinking, at times it can be a challenge. So idealizing things can be a what? A challenge. But if you get me to talk, there you're scoring, like the leader of Team Mazima. Then you assign responsibilities according to those special skills. So you see, the leader in you is going to develop a vision, a mission, objectives, tasks. Then identify people. Identify their skills, their strengths, their weaknesses. Then assign them responsibilities. If you don't do these things which they have taught us here, you're going to get the wrong people, deploy them in the wrong places for wrong activities, and there will be trouble in that team. So thank you very much, Team Mazima. Now we have the next team. I already told you who is next. Please come, also make your presentation. I hope you're not the opposite of Mazima.
Yes, with due respect to your magnitude of authority, I salute you all. We are the pace setters. We lead. We are the pace setters. We lead. So our question here is, how do you solve team issues? Yes? Actually, you can join us. It's part of teamwork. Hey. Okay, moving on. The question that was assigned to us was, how do you solve team issues? Team issues rise up when there is a problem with the teammates and with the definition of teamwork that we already given. And these are the few views that we came up with. They seem few, but there are very many. You can learn them for a lifetime. The very first one was by listening to teammates at all times. If there is a problem, you need to have a listening ear. Yeah? You listen to what they have to tell you. And seeing teammates, that means that it's not only the leader, but also the team members. The next point was appreciating teammates in public where necessary. As a leader, you're placed in the position of accepting all the criticism, but then you have to realize that you need to give due honor and respect to the very individuals. For example, we already told that when someone does something good, you applaud them for it. Yes? The very next one is identifying and developing team strengths. As a team, you realize that there are people who have particular strengths and particular weaknesses. Like he told us, you cannot take him to start thinking. He will fail. But when you take him to a place where he's going to crack jokes or talk, he's going to be successful. You get? Yes, like a wise man once said that you cannot identify the values of a fish by its ability to climb a tree. You get? So that is what we came up with here, identifying and developing team strengths. Yes? Then the next one was delegation of duties, which is in collaboration with this one. You delegate duties to very many people. In that way, you're going to be solving a team issue before it even comes up. You get? Yes, she has something to say.
Just to add some light on the point of delegation of duties, for example, if you're a team leader and probably you have some people in that team, probably who are complaining, Trevor is being assigned this assignment, Lois is doing this assignment, and me, I'm not being given anything. At times, as a leader, you may be taken up, you're not able to realize that actually this team member is being left out due to some reasons. For example, if you're a team member who's always laid back, you're not always up for grabs for assignments. Like when Evelyn was telling us, like these people who are always, I don't think I can do that assignment. As a leader, when you're always getting that energy from a certain leader like that, you'll always be going for someone who is willing and ready, someone who's proactive, who is able to take the assignment. So to solve that within your team, because you also don't want to be a team leader of a team, whereby you have half of the people moving on board with you, and the others are laid back. So when you delegate duties to everyone, you will not hear, this team leader, this manager is always assigning assignments to ABCD. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our very next point was conflict resolution. We came up with this idea in that you need to solve problems before they accumulate. So every problem that comes up, you have to solve. Stories told of a man that had a problem with his plumbing, with the plumbing in his house. You get? So every time there was a plumbing problem, it would be like, I'll do that next time. Yeah? So in the long run, you're going to have very many plumbing issues that you instead don't have to just solve those very few. You have to change the whole plumbing of the whole house. You get? So conflict resolution is very key. You need to solve issues as fast as they arise as a team. Yes? Then the very other point was encouraging teamwork and supporting each other. Many times you forget that you're actually a team. Yeah? There's nothing much I can add to that, unless any of us has something to say. Then the second last is building trust and love as a team and as a team leader. Yeah? As a team, this building trust is going to help you in that even when there are issues, they are going to come. They are going to come and tell you about the issues that is on the ground. Yes? So this is very important. The last one is training and skilling teammates. Many times you keep blaming someone, or you keep being blamed not because you don't know what to do, but because you don't have that skill. You might know what to do, but then you don't have that very skill of doing what you want to do. You get? Yes? So these were the very few issues we came up with. If you have anything to add, you can check on our Instagram. We have our Twitter. You can comment on our posts there. We are the pace setters, we lead, others follow. We are the pace setters, we lead, you're the others.
Just to chip in on the building trust and love, the Bible says love wins it all. When there's love within the team, it's easier to cooperate. The people work to help each other. And as they help each other, you find that work is done and issues are solved so quickly. Like I said, we are pace setters. We lead and others follow. We actually the leaders in this house. So the other thing I wanted to talk about, just to chip in, is conflict resolution. Wherever there are more than two people, there's always disagreement. And sometimes this friction is not good. You should water it before it becomes so unbearable. Yeah. You must be able to resolve these things so easily, encourage forgiveness, reconciliation, and build the love again.
Also, just to come here on training and scaling teammates. For example, if you have a team and you discover maybe probably your team you've done a report and the output is not really good, as a team leader, when you identify where things are not being done right, probably maybe your team maybe needs to be trained maybe in report writing in order for you to deliver on the reports, the output of the reports that the quality of the kind of reports that you're delivering on. Training your teammates can help your team solve that issue of having delivery of poor reports. Thank you.
There is no MP here. 1, 2, 3. Who is the leader? You see? Kila mtu kwake. For example, Friends Consulting celebrating 25 years realized that Uganda is short of good leaders. So they decided to do what? To train. These things that are being said here, I can tell you, like Evelyn was saying, you're very knowledgeable people, and these are some of the things we wanted to share. But now that you've already mentioned them here, we may not have to even put up some of the slides. One thing that I grew up from Friends Consult, Mr. Andrew, cool dad, seated over there, doesn't tolerate gossip. He promotes an atmosphere of trust and love. In fact, when you can come with something you think is a very big problem in the company, and he will tell you, you see now, that is very easy. For you came thinking it is what? Very big. And when you think it is an issue between you and another, then it's okay, let's call the other person also, and we walk through it. Because here, we are a small family. And that is how, for 25 years, a consulting firm in Uganda has not sunk. Many start, but they don't go far. Yes, I think the others have been well explained. So, we are about to, they are not yet ready. So we have the networkers, right? The networkers are going to come. Who has the question, what is networking? Please. But I am loving the engagement. I'm actually learning some things I should tell you. I'm learning some things from you. You're very, very knowledgeable, intelligent young men. If we continue on this path, the future of our families, society, and this country will be bright. So don't allow distractions. Wow. Wow. You're hiding your name. But it is well, you will tell us. So we are nearing the lunch, and we are also almost finalizing.
Good afternoon, guys. I know we are hungry, but good afternoon. They would have responded, they wouldn't have responded the way they did. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The visionaries. The visionaries. We do what? Say again. Our question was, or is, what is networking? So we are living in a world where there is a human rights fighting for female emancipation. So I would want to start with the Madam, the powerful Dada.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rebecca Mrs. Dada, and I'm going to take you through something very small. Our question was, what is networking? First of all of you being here, you're already networking. Do you know that? Do you know that? By you being here, you're already networking. So what is networking? Networking is a process where people come together to interact, to share ideas, to share what they're thinking about, different informations. I think it's already, about 2 o'clock. We have shared so many ideas from morning. Isn't it? What have we been doing? Very good. Networking involves connection. How? People from different professions. We had tea girls, receptionists, managers coming together to give their different ideas. What were we doing? Connecting, communicating. How are we doing this? By them presenting here, they were giving us different, what they do, what they think leadership is. So, networking also implies communicating. What is networking? Networking involves socialization. Some of you have left your homes, you have left everything that you're doing, but you have come here. You do not pray from here. I don't know, some are from Entebbe, like one is from Entebbe, Makerere, Mapera. Okumanya, we are from very many places. Networking helps us to do what? Socialize. What is again networking? Networking means cooperation, where different partners, different parties come together to join together to give a particular goal. For example, we have Friends Consult working together with Stabit. Isn't that networking? Thank you very much. We also have wisdom. Under networking, we see sharing of different knowledge and different wisdom from different backgrounds. We had someone talking about leadership. We had someone talking about mentorship. We had someone talking about intelligence, self-esteem. That is sharing different wisdom. So under networking, we see also sharing of different wisdoms. Again, we saw joining ideas. Under networking, there is joining of different ideas. There is also discussions. It is because of this discussion that we are able to do what? To network. If we do not talk, then we shall not network. You see, even when the dumb and the deaf, they use signs, isn't it? But they are still what? Discussing. So they understand each other in their different capacity. Even the way I look like here, someone may say, for your shape has changed. It's because of networking. Thank you. Then what is networking? Networking also involves problem solving. If I have an issue, and I don't have money, where will I go? I will go to the bank, isn't it? To look for a loan. First of all, the bank is not part of my profession. But because I'm going to look for ideas, I'm going to look for a solution, networking helps me in this problem. I will go to the bank, be able to get the money, and solve the issue of poverty. So networking is also what? An issue looked at as solving problems. In a nutshell, this networking is very important. It can help you go to different places, but it matters Where are you networking from? Who are you networking with? What kind of network do you need? It is very important. When you network with people who are developmental, you become what? Very good. Let me just give one last example. In the Bible, we see networking. How? Jesus and his 12 disciples. We had the fishermen. We had the tax collectors. We had the carpenters. Jesus, who was the carpenter himself. Different profession, different ideas, but they all came together to do what? They came together to do what? Thank you very much.
There is no MOP. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, if you thought we are psyching, all these facilitation cards have been stated here. All of them. Idea exchange, right people at the right time, contributes to social well-being, leads to idea exchange, yes. Meet people at all professional levels. It boosts professional confidence. By the even ministry confidence. Bobera wanga gwe atambula ne ba pastor. If you're the one working with the pastors, you feel like one of them, not so. So some of you who have gotten Andrew Barra's card today, you feel like you are in his circle, yeah? So thank you very much. This was Team Visionaries. Team Visionaries? Team Visionaries? 1, 2, 3. Wallahi teri mmere. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Take your seats. They should also say, Team Visionaries. Temubiteka mu feeling. Team Visionaries. At least bano siba we read you follow. Yeah? So, next team. There was another team, but for this one, please treat them differently. Clap for them as they come. You know you are serious, don't you? No. Who is clapping like that? I'm going to pay someone who claps the right way. Okay. Please. Sent you. Our deform How do we say in the other one? Apoyo. Walo waswa. We are Ugandans. Your leg. I was in Arua, someone made me say a word. Then when I said, they laughed at me. I said, what did you tell me? He just said, you don't mind. You've said it. So next is, whom do we network with? Whatever the other group said is networking. And young people, we have not yet valued networking. Some of us, we neglect making friends. We neglect, you're here and you want to walk out the way you came. But here could be your next employer. Here could be your moko. Here could be somebody. And I want to say this categorically. Let me say this so that when I forget, you have taken it already. I'm going to invite you to take the mic now. This is what I wanted to say. At times, most of us seated here are saying, I have 1,000,001 friends on Facebook, on Twitter. But when you fall sick, they just put there, get well soon, get well soon. No one visits you. The people who will visit you are here today. So let us network. In fact, use lunchtime to network. So this group is going to tell us who we can network with. Because at times you think networking is only with the president, people who matter. The person you're seated next to tomorrow will matter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear church. I am by the names Masete Shaka. Our team is going to be doing Whom Do We Network With, and our team name is Hakuna Matata. Slogan, it means no worries, we just chill. Anyway, so as the question goes, whom do we network with? And I think the first important people to network with is our family, because they are the go-to people, as you can say. An example can be your uncle. If you're thinking, I have that rich uncle who can at least help me with a job, he's going to be the first person you run to. That's why we have the family. Second of all, we have our friends. I know today most of our friends are who can I vibe with the most. Those are the friends most people be looking for, mainly in university. Who can I vibe with the most? But today, especially right now in the economy we're in and how things are going, I think we need to reconsider the friends that we get, hence proper networking. So the first friend you can have an example with is a friend from church. How will he network you and how will you get a job from him? That's networking through your friends. And I think for the rest, I'll call one of my dear friends to help me out with that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. That's better. The next people you can network with are your classmates, stroke schoolmates, people you go to school with. You don't know who these people are going to be in the future and how important they are to you in your life at the moment. You know, for me, when I was in LDC, your farm mates were your first friends. When you fall sick, they're the ones you call. You understand? When you need something, they're the first people to do what? To come to you. So if you do not, you come to a class, you're in the corner, you don't want to participate, nobody knows your name, how are you going to benefit from these relationships, right? Then church members. We all come from different backgrounds and we all meet in a church, right? You don't know who is the president's daughter, You don't know who is the child of an MP. You don't know who is the pastor's child. So it's better for you to go introduce yourself to everybody. Let them know who you are. Let them know what you're capable of doing, right? Those people are the people who are going to mention your names in a room in a room of opportunities and you're not there, right? You may just think, oh, it's just church, we're going to pray together, but your church members also have connections elsewhere that will be beneficial to you. So let me hand over to somebody else.
Praise God. Well, I'll be taking. Networking is you could network with your neighbors, and your neighbors don't mean that. It means that your people that are near you. For example, you can network with someone you're seated with here in church, or even at home, because your neighbors are your immediate. They should be your immediate family, in simple terms. For example, you could be having for example, if you are your neighbor, you have let me assume you have a shop. Probably maybe I have a computer repairing shop, and maybe Dan has a salon. My neighbor has a salon. My neighbor, in case her things get a problem, she could come to me for help, and I could also go for help from her. And also, she could also network me to other people, connect me to other people, so that my network also grows bigger. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Praise God, church. The last group of people we should network with are the strangers. There is this stranger you find that he or she will change the all of your life, like the one I've met today. My life has been totally changed. To me, you're all strangers because it's my first time to gather here, and I've really enjoyed and really benefited. I've felt at home. So the strangers are. Thank you.
Just to add, we are not yet done. Just to add, when you go to a place, we have a tendency, maybe I've come with a friend or two, you're going to cocoon with your friends. Not like here, I'm seeing people, Eve and Gloria, Mwemanyi, sit with different people. Ask them their name. Ask them what they do. You understand? That is how networking starts. Don't just be with your friends. You're already friends. You have nothing else you're going to learn about each other. You get my point? Okay, thank you.
There is no MP here. 1, 2, 3. The best way to end this discussion is to remind you that Joseph networked with a fellow prisoner and he ended up becoming a what? A what? Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, Hakuna Matata. 1, 2, 3. Now, the food has 5 minutes to go. That's what I've been told, 5. So I'm going to call the last 2 teams to give us 2 minutes, and we are ready for lunch. Not done. Ready for lunch.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our group is called High Flyers. High Flyers? Okay, so our question was, when do we network? Generally, I'm going to keep it short because Mbala Benjare Baluma. So, generally it is, when do we network? You network any opportunity you're given where you are in the presence of other people. For example, social gatherings, team activities, when carrying out projects. Generally, anytime you're in the presence of other people that know you and those that don't, you have an opportunity to network. So that summarizes the answer to our question. When do we network? That's it. High Flyers? Thank you.
Whoever is planning a wedding soon, invite him to be the one who says the prayer. He's as brief as a tail of a goat, yet very detailed. Yeah? When you're implementing projects, network. When you have challenges, network. At social gatherings like this one, network. I think you listened to him clearly, didn't you? Thank you very much. Next group. So you don't wait only for parties, even at funeral.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. People, food is ready. Let's be loud. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so this is the epistles group. Now, epistles is a Bible word to mean letters. Yes, just like Paul's letters, they were really very difficult to be understood by the ignorant. So our slogan goes, when I say epistles, you say, difficult to be understood by the ignorant. Epistles? Yes, I think no one here is ignorant, so you will understand automatically, not so? Yes, so the question is very simple. Where do we network? The question needs places like we usually network from. Just as the previous groups talked about, like networking, we network over different issues, over different stuff. So we can network from the church, from the workplaces with your workmates, social media, schools, workshops, like from our communities. Yes. Since we have no specific places to meet with friends, you can meet friends anywhere, like even it can be here. So any place you meet friends, you network. Conferences, they are deep down there in family gatherings, then in our cultural galas also. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Yes, hello everyone. I'd like to supplement on our presentation. Yes, this is a very good example from where we can network from. You get? You can come as a gathering, or you know yourselves. It's so easy for you to get to some other one you don't know. Introduce yourself. There you're networking. And the other thing, you shouldn't leave a place when you're not noticed. You get? Have something you do that makes you unique, that you can be recognized by some other one or any other person from wherever you're coming from. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. The lunch is served. 1, 2, 3. The last thing she said, I had it here on the card. Consider what you have to offer. Some of us fear to network. You feel I'm not worth it. Evelyn talked about this. If you evaluate yourself, there is something on the inside of you that you can give to this life. So when you come to a place like this, don't feel like I'm the one who has nothing to offer. But if you know exactly what it is you can offer, bring it to the table, exchange with his, look for shared interests. If he's working with children, you're working with youths, what can we do together? And at the end of the day, you will be networking and reaping the fruits of networking. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Epistles is your meal coupon today. Tubakubireko no MOP. 1, 2, 3. And they can lead themselves back to their seats. Thank you very much. One may be wondering, what does this have to do with leadership, right? This is where I'll stop and then we go for lunch. When we are a good team, when we are networking properly, ladies and gentlemen, it becomes clear where we are all going. It becomes clear how we complement each other. It becomes clear how we shall do what we are going to do. And then a lot of trust is built between us, and we can trust each other and we can deliver on our assignments. Thank you for your attention. I would love to declare our lunch is ready. If we can use 10-15 minutes for that lunch so that we are back for the next session, Doreen is itching to come and give it to you. Let us have someone pray for our lunch. Volunteer pastor somewhere? Mazima. Oh, mark your volunteering. Bless the lunch.
May we humble ourselves. May the Lord bless the food we are going to eat. In the name of Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen. Enjoy your lunch.
One with God, the Lord your hidden glory in creation, now revealed in you, our Christ. What a beautiful name it is. What a beautiful name it is. You sing. still in your presence. All the noise dies down. Lord, speak to me now. You have all my attention. I will linger and listen. I can't miss a thing. Lord, I know my heart wants more of you. My heart wants something new, so I surrender all. All I want is to live within your love, be undone by who you are. My desire is to know you deeper, Lord. I will open up again, throw my fears into the winds. I am desperate for a touch of heaven. Whoa, whoa, you're the fire in the morning. You're the cool in the evening, the breath in my soul, oh, the life in my bones. There is no hesitation in your love and affection. It's the sweetest of all. Lord, I know my heart wants more of you. My heart wants something new, so I surrender all. All I want is to live within your love, be undone by who you are. My desire is to know you deeper, Lord. I will open up again, throw my fears into the wind. I am desperate for a touch of heaven. I open up my heart to you. I open up my heart to you now. So do what only you can. Jesus, have your way in me now. Come on. I open up my heart to you. Yeah. I open up my heart to you now. So do what only you can. Jesus, have your way this very heart you have shaped for your pleasure, purpose to lift your name high. Here in surrender, in pure adoration, I enter your courts with an offering of praise. I am your servant, come to bring you glory, as is fit for the work of your hands. Now unto the Lamb who sits on the throne be glory and honor and praise. All of creation resounds with the song.
Hello.
Worship and praise Him, the Lord.
My fellow eaters, are we okay?
Spirit now living and dwelling within me.
The DJ knows how to make the lunch taste very nice. Doreen has sent me to deliver a message that it will be very fine if we can all finalize at least in the next 6 minutes, so that we finish at our lunch at 3, and then we pick up the next 2 sessions, and then we are done. Is that fair? Fair enough? Yeah. So Doreen will be up at 3, and we hope that you will all have finished your lunch. Enjoy.
Fix ever on Jesus' face. Let not the things of this world ever sway me. I'll run till I finish the race. Singing unto the Lamb who sits on the throne, be glory and honor and praise. All of creation resounds with the song. Worship and praise the Lord. Now unto the Lamb who sits on the throne be glory and honor and praise. All of eternity echoes the song. Worship and praise Him, the Lord of Lords. Holy Lord, you are holy. Jesus Christ is the Lord. Singing holy Lord, you are holy.
Hello, hello, hello. How is the lunch going? How has the lunch gone? Did the people behind the scenes do a great job in doing the lunch? Yeah, we must recognize the efforts of all team members.
And you see, in putting this training together, there are so many people that have come together to make sure that the training is a success, to make sure that that day is a great success. And one of them are the people at the back, the people behind our breakfast, behind our lunch. I think they did a great job. By the way, you also cannot underestimate the job of the people that were doing the serving. You can see some of them are serving last. But without them, there would been, the chain would not have continued. Something would have gone wrong. And that's what we are saying, that in leadership, you must acknowledge, a good leader will acknowledge the contributions of all the teams. We have 3 minutes to 3, and we want to kick off at exactly 3. Oh yes. Have they had lunch? Ruel? Rutivi, come back.
This guy is scared of tongues.
Rutivi has sneaked out.
He has sneaked out, but I've seen Robert, I have seen Stephen, I have seen Sam, I have seen
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Philo. Thank you, Didmas. Thank you, Roland. There is one special lady that is working with the Stebat team. Thank you.
Doreen, these guys put us on air. We're on YouTube. I have messages in my inbox.
Oh, really?
They're seeing on YouTube, and I'm like, yes.
We are trending, breaking the internet. It's okay to break the internet when you're youth, but breaking it positively, like we are all breaking the internet today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 3 o'clock. summarize our lunch. And I think because of the rain, we might have to push a little closer. Let's just lock in. This side, you push a little closer. So that we avoid all the distractions of rain. Stebbat team, members, we are kicking off anytime now. So members, let's be up and standing. Those of us who are concluding our lunch, please. You see what I've done? I've picked this bottle. But you know, as a leader, there are small, small things that matter. People were just kicking it here, in the middle here. But those small things are the small things that actually matter. Are we together? Leaders are organized. Okay? Let's be up and standing. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from lunch. Stebbat. We are going to shake off that lunch food. We have to get the vibe. Me, I have a vibe. My workmates tell me, Doreen, your energy levels are so high. So let us have the energy that we had before, okay? Or even much more energy. Me, I have too much energy, so let us roll, So we are going to dance to that song, and that song is saying, I know who I am. Are you a leader? Do you feel empowered? Guys, do you feel empowered? You can't feel empowered when you're like this. Banange, mutuwe vibe, volume. Hey, let's go. Let's roll. Now, me the vibe that I want, You can even feel free and come and give us a stroke, and all of us shake to that stroke, okay? Hey, vibe. Volume. Hey. Let us do what it's doing. God has given me. Hey. Bible. Hey. I know who God says I am. Banange, let us roll. Hey. Woo. Hey. Ochitekera banange. Let me have another person. A lady, come show us. Leaders lead by doing. Hey. We have a lady in the house. Please go. Hey. Let us put in some vibe. Hey.
We are a chosen generation. We are a chosen generation.
Hey.
Come on and show His excellence.
Hey.
All I require for that God is giving me.
I know who I am.
How many of you are chosen generation?
How many of you are chosen generation? One more gentleman and we close off. Mark, do you want to show us? Mark, come forward. Mark Obara, come forward. I saw Mark pulling some very rare strokes. Hey, give him the vibe. Hey, give him the vibe. Hey. Let's give Mark the vibe. Hey. Mark, we want those strokes. Hey. Hey. church team. It's okay, let's take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me say good afternoon. My name, like you see on the projector, is Doreen. The A and the O stand for Akech or Tedo. The Saint is not just a vibe name. Very many people think I concocted that name. I am a married woman to a one, Dr. Sente. Yes. So, I am going to be taking you through this session, leading in a fast-changing technological environment. How many of us agree that we are in a world that is not the one that used to be? How many of us agree that we are moving in a very fast-paced world? I think we all attest to that. I tell people that this is not an era to sleep. It's an era where people are taking up position, people are taking up power, people are taking up control, people are gearing up. And so today, together with my colleagues, our role is just to mentor you, to coach you, to energize you, that you can become a leader. Are we together? And like Mr. Barra said, Dr. Barra said, if you remember what he said, that leadership is not a position. Are we together? Leadership, we've moved away from that part where we say that leadership is a position. That because I am the CEO, I am the leader. Ladies and gentlemen, you can be a CEO, but not a. I think by now we agree that you can be a CEO, you can be the head of HR, but you are not a leader. A leader can even be someone from down. And just to tell you that today we are very blessed because I am going to start my session with a young leader. Can we clap for that? In this house, we have a young leader, but that gentleman is very powerful, that even me, I have been looking forward to rub shoulders with him. Are we together? Are we together? Mr. Gwang Robinson, can you stand up? How many of us know this young man? I'm seeing Didmas, Cynthia, Philip, but those are people who know Gwang, but who know him, you know, like I know him, I kinda now know him, but we do not know the details about this young man. And so I'm going to invite Robinson here to just speak to us in 3 to 5 minutes. He is a young leader. He's going to tell us who he is. And ladies and gentlemen, this man is moving the world now, the current world. Robinson, you're most welcome. Just give us your story in 3 to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was invited to come and attend this session by my brother Didmas Owori. And little did I know that I would reach here and probably be given chance to share my experience with each one of you. But nonetheless, we are here, and we are here to learn from each other. Every one of you was coming here talking about networking and all that. I want to give you something brief about me. I have stayed with this gentleman close to 7 years. At home, we call him Vibe Master. He's not my brother. I just met him at campus in 2016. I'm a very quiet person. Much of my work is about thinking. Now, this gentleman is a dancer. He's a dancer, he's a storyteller, he's very stubborn. You saw him dance here. Didmas Owori is so talkative. Didi talks a lot. And here is Robinson, who is a very quiet man. More or less an introvert. I rarely share my thoughts out unless I trust you.
So it came a time that I realized my weaknesses as a person, that interacting with people would be hard. So I had to make sure I have these kind of people. So, and we move together, we stay together, we move together, we do things together. That aside, my journey in leadership started in 2012. Actually 2010, when I had joined here, Senior 1. How many of you were in Senior 1 2010? 2010, Senior 1. I'm not very old, yeah? I'm not very old. I was born in Nakawa, Naguru go down, some slum there, and finishing my primary, I was this kind of young man who was very shy. Every time you tell me, Robinson, stand in front of people, the first thing that would come would be, I start crying, shedding tears, I'm panicking, and I can't express myself. So I decided to join the choir. I used to sing tenor, and slowly by slowly I built that confidence. Time came that I joined high school, and my story changed overnight. To me, I am so much attached to my life in high school that changed my mindset and mentality and the thoughts I had about the world. Here was a young boy who grew up with all his parents. Up to now, God has still blessed me. They are still together. Going into a high school that I was among the 5 private students in the school that was initially a rehabilitation center for kids abducted by the Lord's Resistance Army. Were only 5 private students. These were kids who could come in school with bullets in their heads. They could come, others didn't have their ears, others their lips had been cut off. And in the night as you sleep, some of these nightmares that you people dream about happen live. Yeah? You're sleeping and someone is carrying you with your entire mattress, taking you outside to cane you, to wag you. And these were about 500 young men and women. Ladies who were there had been raped. Others are pregnant. And they are there being sponsored by Belgians. Now, back in the days, looking at some of these things would not make sense, a lot of sense in our minds. But to me, it hit me that having an opportunity to share an environment with these people, something would come out of me. And from there, I started contesting to be prefect because I realized even the administration could treat them the same way the rest of the students were being treated, yet these people needed special attention. So from there I became prefect, all that. There was nothing much really in high school about leadership. But I am happy and glad that even up to now, I am still called back in my school to go and talk to them because they never end. Many of them are still home there, and the school still picks them to take care of them and teach them. So we still go back to motivate them, to tell them it's possible. So looking at these young people struggling for their lives, fighting to make sure they give their families. Remember, these people were tortured, but also they lost their parents and relatives. Most of them, out of 100%, about 60% total orphans. And orphans, not in the sense that they died because their parents died of natural causes, but they died in the hands of the rebels. So the trauma that these people used to go through, you could easily read it in their faces. So from there I decided that, Robinson, you've had the privilege to share this platform with the same people. You understand better what it means to suffer in poverty, to suffer in a state of mind that you're not sure of what is going to happen tomorrow. And so what are you going to do about the situation of these young people? I decided I'm not going to be ordinary anymore. I promised myself that I will never in my life be ordinary. Recently, I was attending a cultural gala at MOOBS. And when they call the Langis and they tell them to come and perform, the MC says, Robinson, I'm calling your people. I don't know what you get by that. That your community is defined by your name. Yeah? It's not about bragging, but it's about what you have chosen to do for yourself to make sure you encourage people and change the lives of people. So I decided never will I be an ordinary person. I joined my high school, A-level, and the policy of the school was that for you to become head prefect, you must have been in that school from senior one. And this was a Robinson who was very rebellious. I nearly caused a strike at St. Maria Goretti SS Katende because I didn't believe in that kind of stuff. You can't know whether I'm a leader or I'm not, and you can't determine who becomes a leader by them being there for long. So I caused some bit of commotion. They called me in the administration and told me, you know what, this is a policy here, and if you misbehave, we can do away with you. So now, I had never been chased from school. I was like, no, I'm not going to do this. But then I put a condition that I am not going for that, but at least give me something. They then told me, okay, we can make you President Writers Club. I'm like, that's fair enough. Probably I would start from there. So I did that. When I joined campus, I started with a diploma in accounting and finance way back in 2016. And we were in a small discussion, and a young gentleman comes to me by the name Zawori Emmanuel, who was by then contesting to be guild president, and told me, man, I would want you to join my team. I told him it's okay, but I'm joining your team on condition that you're going to help me become someone better. He appointed me minister in the guild for patriotism and Pan-African affairs. Finished that term, I promised him that when I go back to upgrade with a degree, I'll contest to be guild president. 2019, is it? 2018. Went back to school, started campaigning, stood for guild presidency, won the elections, became guild. No guild president in MOOBS had ever served for more than a year. I served for 2 years. One because of COVID, but then it was challenging a bit. Now, as we talk now, I think about 2 weeks ago, when Norbert Mao crossed over to NRM, I told my friends I'm going to be President Democratic Party. They thought I was joking. Yes, I went on my Twitter handle, put it there. I'm like, let me see what the world would say. And the reaction was quite shaky. My mentor told me, my boy, calm down. Wait, you're not yet ready. But trust me, you've known about me today. The next day, you're going to hear me becoming an MP because I'm going to change lives of people in my community. Currently, I must say people are busy, but I'm also a very busy person. You know, busy doing what? I am busy learning. I am busy learning. My mentor always tells me that knowledge will distinguish you among the many. Every morning we are having Zoom sessions. Didi knows we attend Zoom sessions. Like in a day, you can be in about 3 sessions and you're learning all through. We are going to be the next people making decisions in this country because we are there. Yeah? And we are learning from the best. Many of you attend these sessions. They have given you notebooks. You write those things and leave them there. You don't put them into practice. Trust me, if I meet you next time outside there and you're still seated in the crowd and not in front, not doing something, I'll say you've learned nothing. Yeah? You've learned nothing and forgotten nothing completely. But I challenge each one of you. There is a fire burning inside you. The problem we have in the country at the moment is poverty. All of you are poor. Regardless of whatever you have, you're poor. Yeah? You're poor. And the reason we need to get into leadership is to make sure we change lives. I'm also poor. Yeah? So leadership is not about you. Leadership is about others. I leave you with that. Have a beautiful afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency. That's how I address this young man. I was very excited when I saw him. Thank you so much for sharing your story. And what I'm actually going to share, a lot has been said by him. I even got surprised. Whenever he would mention a point, I would nod. That meant I have it in my slides. So Robinson, thank you so much for sharing your story. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we are going to change the way we clap. Are we together? We are going to change the style of clapping. For instance, how do we open a soda? Yeah, so let's give Robinson sodas. Psst, 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 psst. Are we together? That is one style. Then we have flowers. Flowers are beautiful, okay? So when we give another person flowers, what do we do? Okay? What else do we do? Balloons. Balloons are the in thing. Are we together? So when someone makes a nice point, we do what? We pop them balloons, not bah. Balloons don't pop like that. We pop balloons. Let's pop them. Have you ever been in those things? Okay, so that's how we are going to be thanking. So let's give Robinson balloons. Okay, let's continue. That is the story of Robinson. And like we are saying, we are going to see how as leaders we can adjust ourselves in this fast-changing world. Oh. So, I am giving here an overview of what I'm going to talk about. And I'm saying that regardless of your personal opinion, Luddite or technophile, forget about those two terms. I also wanted to make some noise. Luddite or technophile, the rapid advance of technology will not slow down any time soon. A Luddite is someone who is against technology. Are we together? Who of us has ever been against technology? People, I worked at Friends Consult, but I'll tell you something, that when I did my first interview, if I've never told you this story, I joined Friends Consult as an intern. Are we together? Right after school. Friends, some of us did not have the luxuries that you have now, these computers and what have you. So I did my interviews. I wrote, actually the first one was a computerized interview. You had to type in answers. I typed in so much. Time for saving the work came. I did not know how to save in a computer. Until today Eve, I thank God for a gentleman called Ronald Hijiro. He was the one, he was the accountant then, and he was the one monitoring the interviews. Are we together? So, because of Ronald Hijiro, I was able to save my work. I said, Lord, I need this job, therefore let me die here. I put up my hand and I said, Ronnie, I don't know how to save. Ronnie helped me save my work. And friends, out of the so many applications, I was given an opportunity to join the Friends Consult that is celebrating 25 years today. 25 years they have chosen to celebrate with you. Are we together? They have chosen to celebrate with you. You should take this as something very serious. So we are saying that irrespective of your perception, whether you think technology, and by the way, from then, I didn't like technology. There's another young man here, Otala Peter. That guy used to be my run-to person. Eddie, I want to edit this thing. Eddie, I want to do this. Eddie, until yesterday I was disturbing. That means I am still learning. And like he said, learning never stops. So irrespective of whether you support technology or not, we can't run away from the fact that it is advancing. Leadership skills are pivotal in today's tech industry. The world needs leaders. Technology is advancing day and night. When I was in senior 1, there was a computer we were using. I think that was XP. Is it XP? I don't know. But it was, you know, those old model things. But today, where I work, and I know most of you, you have touch things. Where I work now, me, I just slide my work. I don't know what generation that is. Are we together? I don't know what generation. The other time during lunch, someone was telling me, I think we shall just, the level of technology, the way technology is advancing, maybe we shall just start calling for our tea, because I think he felt lazy to go for tea. So it's like, I need tea, but the line. Are we together? So anyway, we are saying that whether you are a student, you run your own business, you lead a whole department, manage a small team, or aim to get a promotion, being a good leader will help you. Eve talked here how she was identified in the class. And it's coincidental that I have a similar story. Like I told you, I work for Uganda Revenue Authority. Those of you that know Uganda Revenue Authority and follow through what happens, URA is transforming day and night. You just can't afford to lag behind. Are we together? And so I am going to share my presentation based on URA as a case study. Are we together? As a case, I'm going to use the case of URA because I've only been there 4 years. But people, the amount of change that is happening. The other day I was giving my boss feedback and I was telling him, man, you're overloading us. It's too much. Today you're in this system, you're learning about this system. Tomorrow there's another system, you have to attend that meeting and understand how the system operates. Mark you, URA collects revenue for the entire country. Are we together? We collect revenue. But where I work, the customs department, imagine I sit in Entebbe. But at Entebbe, business starts from the exporters. It might be China, it might be Dubai, it might be USA. So the moment someone in USA says, I want to send Rose a blouse, then URA comes in. So business starts as far as that. Where would that business be if there wasn't technology? So we are saying that in the next slides, I'm going to talk about how to be an effective leader in the current fast changing environment. And there I'm encouraging you and telling you that you can handle a fast-paced work environment. How many of us think we cannot handle a fast-paced work environment? How many of us think we can? All of us can. That is what he was telling us. All of us can be great. We all can handle a fast-paced environment. Like I told you, I'm going to use URA as a case study. People, URA has over 20 systems. And you will need to use all systems for you to clear the blouse that is coming from USA to Entebbe through Entebbe Airport to Doreen in Kawempe. You will need the 20 systems. Are we together? Now, if you're not agile, that's what I'm saying. If you do not have agility, you're not going to manage that kind of environment. So we are saying for you to work in a fast-paced environment, you need agility as a skill. Are we together? Who can help me explain what agility is? Or being agile? Agility is derived from agile. Someone is, I like this.
Sharp.
Being sharp. Being what? These days, if you're not sharp, things pass you by. You'll be there sitting innocently, sweet. Someone has gone with what would have been yours. Are we together?
Flexible.
Agility also means being flexible. So I like those descriptions. We have to be agile in the current environment. For us to lead in this fast-changing environment, For me to remain relevant at URA, for you to be relevant to URA and to Friends Consult and to Stibat Media and to other organizations, you need to be agile. You need to be fast-paced. You need to be quick to thinking, quick to offering solutions. Are we together? Eve said that our daddy, what was his name? Daddy Boss? Cool Daddy. Cool Daddy, I worked for Cool Daddy. But people, to go to Cool Daddy, you have to have something in the head. You don't just go to Cool, because Cool Daddy is going to ask you for a solution. He will also be as if he doesn't know. So how are you the one taking the problem when you don't have a solution? That is what we are saying. Be agile. Are we together? And agility cuts across, even in your personal life, in the hostel where you live. Do you realize that sometimes things happen? Robinson shared how he wanted to grab the head prefect position, and he was calmed down. And then later now he wants to grab Mao's position. People, I saw that tweet. I jumped. I was so happy. You know what made me happy? I was like, today we have people who are sharp like this. No, but Mao has just gone off. The guy has tweeted. Really, how are you going to compete with such a person? That is someone who is agile, someone who is fast-paced, fast-thinking. Are we together? So we must have that skill. I'm also saying that we must cultivate resilience. What is resilience? Let me have one person from here. Resilience. Very fast. Our time is fast spent. Fast, fast, fast. Okay, thank you.
My understanding of resilience is ability to handle like a situation.
Thank you very much. Ability to handle a situation. I'll supplement on that. On top of handling a situation, being resilient also means ability to bounce back. How many of us have ever failed in life, in anything? Me, I have failed a zillion times. We have failed. The people you see here have failed, but they are still resilient enough to bounce back and say that, hey, I am still here. The MD, the CEO of Friends Consult, I think he shared in the morning, he has failed several times. I remember his personal story where he told us that at one point he even first closed the farm, then reopened, then. So if he wasn't resilient, then we would not have this resource today. We would not even have been here today. So that is one way how you're going to manage this fast-paced environment. You need to be the person who bounces back, no matter the heat, okay? Don't give up. Adapt to constant change. There's a constant saying that if you don't want to change, what will change you? And like I said, at URA, all of us have known, and people, let's not, I'm talking this, but let's not quote ourselves. I'm not speaking for URA now. I am giving an experience as a staff of URA. We all know that URA has suffered setbacks of corruption, of so many things. It has a bad image, but right now, URA is revamping. And the people who cannot adapt to change, slowly you see the doors. Are we together? If you can't move away from corruption to integrity, then you are bounced. And who wants to get bounced? Automatically everyone changes. Be strategic and learn. Are we together? To delegate. As a leader in a fast-paced environment, someone asked a question in the morning, you have several tasks. What are you going to do? Are you going to die with them as a leader? You don't want to die with them. Are we together? You will pass on some tasks. Basically, delegation is sharing responsibility. I have a report to write, and I learned this from Friends Consult. I have a report to write. Eve, can you do the introduction? Doreen, can you do this? The other person, can you give us the conclusion? Later, put the things together and send to the client, and everyone is happy. We have all worked. Everyone has worked. The client has received their report in time, and there is no time wasted. Are we together? Are we still here? Are we still here? That is Bill Gates. Who knows Bill Gates? Who knows Bill Gates? I want someone to tell me about Bill Gates. And this one I'm going to choose randomly. 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 John Obara, come here. John Obara, come here. John is going to tell us, okay, give him a mic. John, just tell us about Bill Gates. Who is Bill Gates?
Bill Gates is an entrepreneur who started Microsoft in the 80s. He was once the world's richest man. Point.
Thank you, John. Let's give John sodas. John, thank you so much. Bill Gates was a co-founder of Microsoft. Are we using Microsoft today? We are using Microsoft. Are we using the Microsoft we used 10 years ago? It has changed. Kwegamba, if you're there in the other 10 years ago, you are alone in that world. We are moving. Are we together? So Bill Gates said that it takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place. Are we together? In other words, to maintain myself here, I will keep running. Are we together? I will keep running. But if you want to get somewhere else, you must run at least twice as fast as. In other words, the effort that you're putting today in developing yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, take this session serious. I know it's just a one-day thing, but take it very serious. So the efforts you're putting today are just, it is just to keep you around. For you to be able to grow, for you to be able to be a leader in this kind of environment where we have Oshapis like our guild president. Are we together? You will need to run twice as fast as you're doing this. In other words, you need to double your effort. Are we together? And I'm saying that in addition to being agile, to being resilient, and so on, you need to prioritize learning. Did we hear that from morning? Guys, learning is a given. We can't run away from learning. I always tell people that I am the true example of someone who does not like reading. Until I have a book and I'm reading, I know literature students here will say, hey, madam, that for them, reading is their thing. But there are some of us who don't like reading. But how can you learn even when you don't like reading? Do you know what I do? And I learned that from FCL. I get a book, even if I just say that, I am going to read this book this month. Are we together? This month. Me, as I'm doing my work in office, I'll just spare like 5 or 10 minutes after work or before work, and I will go through a few pages. That is how I read my book. You'll never find me on my bed or in my free time reading a book. But I make sure that on a daily I read. But also because I know that I am not a good reader, like I am not the type who is going to sit down to read books, I have a lot of audio books. And I do a lot of YouTube. That is leveraging technology in learning. Are we together? So for me, I invest in data because I know that I don't have the energy to read a hard book. So I will invest in data and I will go to and download all these books and I will listen to them. To Entebbe, it takes me about, on abnormal days, 30 minutes. But on normal days, I will take about 45 to 50 minutes to reach Entebbe. But as opposed to just driving and listening to Lucky and Gaetano on Capital FM, there are those of us who tune those morning programs. I used to tune in the one of Radio 1. What? He and she, yes. I used to tune on that one. But then I was like, 50 minutes is a lot of time. I can actually read a book in 50 minutes. So nowadays, the moment, actually, as the Askar is opening for me the gate, I have tuned in my thing, and I am just listening as I drive. By the time I reach work, I will have completed whatever I needed to do. Are we together? That there's something I quoted that curiouser and curiouser. It comes from the word curious. Now that means that something is getting interestingly strange. Have you ever been in such a scenario? Those of us that watch movies, that watch soap operas, have you ever been into a movie, you think you're starting to understand the movie, and then something just becomes strange all over again? That is what it takes for learning. That is what that quotation is saying. Curious and curious. That the more I get to learn, the more strange things become. The more I don't know. Therefore, if you don't know that you don't, you have to start to dig into more learning. It's simply telling us that learn. Are we together? We cannot overstate the importance of continuous learning. Stay open to learning. People, I want to ask us something. Who is an illiterate?
Oh, someone who can't read and write.
Someone who can't read and write. Do we agree? Anyone has a different perspective? Anyone who has a different perspective? I'm coming.
I have come to realize that an illiterate is not someone who doesn't know how to read and write, but someone who stops or doesn't want to learn.
Let us give this guy what? Flowers. Shh. Shh, shh, shh. And more flowers. Give him flowers.
That was actually my answer, but I will just add on something. Someone who doesn't want to learn, but at times even if they learn, they never use it to change something about themselves.
Thank you very much. People, the illiterates of our generation of the 21st century are not the people who can not read and write. They are the people who cannot unlearn and relearn. Are we together? Unlearning and relearning takes for you to acknowledge your faults, to acknowledge your mistake, to acknowledge another team's strength, and that is what Jimmy has been taking us through. Self-discovery, Eve told us about this. Are we together? Being able to give people credit. That is what it takes for you to unlearn. There are things that have shaped our understanding. Are we together? That in this current phase, and like I said, in URA now, you can't say no, boss. For us, those days we used to use the manual registers. No way. You get it? So you have to unlearn that. Are we together? Practice active listening. Active listening is basically picking out sense from what someone is saying. You don't have to write everything that the speakers are saying here, but just pull out key points. That is active listening. Also, in this environment, a leader will help themselves and their teams to reach their full potential. Are we together? To lead in the current environment, you should also have or be able to communicate effectively. Are we together? Who has not said anything from morning? Gentlemen, I have not heard your voice, and yet I see a lot of vibrance in you. Just read for me. Is it okay? He's shy. Okay. Yeah, guys, it's normal to be shy. If remember our sessions in FCL, people, some of us have come from far. Don't look at us like this. Cool Daddy used to give us topics and said, Doreen, Eve, all these guys are products of Friends Consult. Eve, Jimmy, you're presenting on the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. You first hold your head. After that, you go and practice. On Friday, when you come to present, you're literally trembling. You're not shaking, but trembling. Are we together? So it's normal to be shy. Let me have Jose read for us.
Begin at the beginning and go until you come to the end, then stop.
Thank you very much. That is effective communication. In a nutshell, those are the things I've highlighted there, 1 to 7. Begin at the beginning and go on until you go where? Till you come to the end. Are we together? So as a leader in this fast-paced environment, you don't want to be the communicator who is communicating and leaving people in suspense. Then everyone starts asking, what was the boss saying? And then everyone's like, I didn't understand. Are we together? So you must be an effective communicator. Have you seen speakers who come and say, I don't know where to start from? God forbid, we don't have such people in the house, okay? You must have a starting point. So we are saying leading in this kind of environment takes for active listening, non-verbal communication. It's very important. Have you seen someone that you ask, how are you? And they tell you, they are there. I'm fine. They'll say, I'm fine. The hand is here. I'm fine. Everything is okay. It's well. But how can it be well when you're doing like this? Well comes with vibrancy. Are we together? So as a leader, watch out for all those things. Be clear right from the beginning. Have a purpose for your communication. Be concise. Being concise means don't overload us with it. You want to just tell us that, guys, we have a training on a youth seminar on 13th August at Friends Consult or at GAC. It's in partnership with Tibet. But you're taking us a long way and we are reading 2 pages. No, be concise. Straight to the point. Be confident. As a leader in this environment, if you're not confident, you can find people who can take you off your... Are we together? They can take you off your guards. Are we together? Be personable. Personable means me relatable. Be relatable. Are we together? Be the kind of leader who wants to relate with their teams. People, if you want teams to deliver in this kind of environment, imagine Eve is in Dubai, Doreen is in Europe, Otala is in Canada, Jimmy where? Africa. Jimmy has gone to German, but we have a report to deliver. Are we together? You need to be the person who will actually, if you're not a good boss, my friend, those teams will tell you, sir, technology has failed here. So you have to have a relationship with your team for you to be able to deliver results. They'll simply use distance as a stoppage, and you will not have a deliverable. Be patient with people. Patience, Jesus Christ. Bichibi, no? Technology. Amen. Okay. I was saying, be patient. Patience is a very good virtue. Just a moment. Anang. Thank you very much. Oh, that's how we refer to Otala. Yeah, I was also saying that in also being an effective communicator, provide context. Context is very important. Context is the general thing that you're talking about. Are we together? And in today's world, you'll allow that. How many of you got this communication of this event by word of mouth? Nti passes, tomorrow there's a training, you come. How many of us got it by word of mouth? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But how many are we? 6, 7. How many are we? Most of us saw it on social media. Most of us saw it on Instagram, Facebook. Are we together? Technology. Always provide context. Write short paragraphs. That is quite obvious. Use bullet points in a sequential order. Avoid jargons and use simple words. Watagwan, guys, those things, eh? As a good leader in this changing environment, you need to be sharp, you need to be on point. You don't want to be caught off guard. Because there is a scripture in the Bible, but is it in the Bible? Yeah, it's in the Bible. It's a story in the Bible that when you're still there delaying, God can actually take away your blessing and give to your neighbor who is ready for it. Are we together? And so it's in this environment, we have to sharpen ourselves, we have to sharpen our skills, we have to network. There's a boy who is not here. He's actually my brother. I wanted Kennedy to share his story on networks, but I'll later talk about his story briefly. Allow for innovation. As a leader, you're leading in a fast-paced environment. Allow your teams to give you innovation, ideas. People, if all of us wrote down the ideas we have now, we would be so rich of ideas. So never be the leader who shuns down other people's ideas. Never be the leader who does not want to give people an opportunity. Are we together? Always give opportunity to people. Are we together? Create virtual teams. Nowadays, you don't have to go to office all the time. There's one of, you know me, I have physical mentors. I have online mentors, those ones who don't know that I'm following them, but there's something I'm learning from them. Are we together? Then I have people like Michelle Obama who mentor me. Michelle has never met me. She doesn't even know that there's a Doreen in Uganda who follows. Are we together? But we follow their footsteps. So there's one online person I follow, and the other day she was saying that I am glad now I don't have to work. She's based in Canada. She says, now I do not have to work in Canada. To work from Canada, rather. I can work. She had gone for a holiday in Dubai. And she was working while she's on holiday. But that's where the world has reached. Creation of virtual teams is very important. Are we together? You can be home and work and deliver. Therefore, as a leader, be more empowering than controlling. I think it was Otala that taught us about that. Be the leader who empowers people. In this fast-growing environment, you need more empowered people than people you just drive around. Ntigwe, come and we do this, you come and you do this, you do this, you do this. No, empower people. Maintain focus on the task at hand. Make fast-paced decisions. Nurture talent. At URA, we nurture talent. And I'm glad that I am that talent they are nurturing. FCL nurtured me. I always tell people that FCL made me. If anyone sees Doreen, the other day someone saw this advert and the person sent me a voice note and told me, Doreen, when I grow up, I want to be like you. I was like, let's just continue to interact. But even me, I was once worse than you. So guys, always find someone who can nurture your talent. I am glad I rubbed shoulders with the CEO of Friends Consult. Through that rubbing of shoulders, today I can stand and speak. Today I can stand and talk. I'm going to also give you a very brief testimony about this fast-paced environment at URA. Integrity. Integrity cannot be overstated. Guys, what is integrity? I have a few minutes to wrap up. What is integrity? Yes, let me have this gentleman. I haven't heard his voice.
Yes, praise God, church. The name is Derek Chirunda. I'm a teacher by profession and I teach at Satellite Secondary School in Kauku. Now, integrity, the way I understand integrity is what you're supposed to do even if someone else is not seeing you. So you have to do the right thing even if no one is seeing you. That's integrity.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for that. We are not clapping. We are doing what? Psst, 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 psst. Sodas. Drink all the sodas. Mirinda, Fanta, Coke, what? Drink all of them. Thank you very much. So integrity, and again, without even looking at the slides, if there's something Eo told us when we were young at Friends Consult, that integrity, just like he said, is doing the right thing when no one is seeing you. And do you know the analogy that he used at that time? He said at 3 a.m., you're rushing maybe to hospital. Or you're rushing, maybe you're coming from up country, you're tired, you've reached Kampala at 3 a.m., and you find the Bitala are red. Ladies and gentlemen, what will you do? Most of us will do what? Sweet. But meanwhile, let me warn you in advance, before you think about cruising at 3 a.m., technology has helped police now to manage those culprits. Do you know what they are doing now? Now they are using satellite cameras. The other day, police released a list of cars that have to pay fines along the Ginger Namagunga, where you get it, that side. They released their list. You know what? They are using technology now to foster what? Integrity. But as young leaders, we don't have to reach there. But like I told you, the world is changing. You think you are Trikembo at 3 a.m., there is no police. Kumbe, there is a what? There is a camera. Are we together? So my colleagues were saying, the day they release the ones of Entebbe Road, me, I'm dead, I might have to sell off the car to pay the tickets. That means they are always passing. But AO told us that at 3 a.m. when no one is watching you, you stop for those lights. People, that lesson I will never forget. As a leader in this generation, you must practice what you preach. You can't tell people that come in early. How many of you found the facilitators here today? Meanwhile, facilitators, Abangange, give us balloons. Every one facilitator was here today before time, way before time. I was mesmerized, but I mean, it wasn't shocking because these are products of today's 25 years of efforts. Are we together? As a leader, you're also not afraid of truth. Finally, I will speak about empathy and kindness. There's a quote that I had there. Of late, I've been reading a book by Lewis Carroll, and that book is a book that was written in 1865. You people, 1865. But it's still shaping some of us. 1865, we were not born. Our parents were not born. Our parents' parents were not. I don't know about the other fourth generation, but I think. Okay, maybe they were born, maybe not. So anyway, we are saying that in that book, the Duchess quoted and said that it is love that makes the world turn around. Are we together? Are we spreading love as leaders? In this environment, like I told you at URA, there are so many systems. Are you going to be the leader that will say, hey, you Doreen, you're too dense. You can't master this thing. You can't do this. You can't do. Are you going to be that leader? Are we going to be that leader? You're going to be the leader who is going to nurture someone through empathy. And we are saying empathy is actually putting yourself in someone else's shoes, being in someone's situation. If we had a meeting at 2 o'clock and Doreen showed up at 2:30 or 2:00 or 2:15, as a leader, are you going to bash that person? First, seek to understand. Are we together? Seek to understand from where that person is coming. You make others feel taken care of. You're approachable. Are we together? And ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you that none of us, I don't know about them, but I know that for me as a person, I am still learning. I am still learning. Because, they are saying even them, because I can't say that I am approachable. There's someone who thinks that Doreen is not approachable. And so for me, I always tell myself that there is a place called there. Today, A.O. said that thing in the morning. I got shocked. He said that even as the best leader, never think that you are the best. Always strive to be better than that best. Are we together? Involve others in the innovation process. As a leader, be flexible, motivate and empower others. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of my presentation, I want to give you a personal testimony in the next few minutes. I wanted to have my phone so that people don't. I want someone to read this. Who is a good reader here? You see, you people, you're leaving the opportunity again to guild president. No, Lois, come. Lois, come. Let me have Lois. Lois, you're going to read something very brief. It's a long, long letter, but you're going to just read from up here, miss that person, appointment, and the first sentence. Thank you. Just the person to whom the letter is addressed.
Okay.
Yes, and the address. Let's listen to Lois.
Miss Akech Otedo Doreen, Customs Department, Uganda Revenue Authority, Kampala. Appointment as a change champion.
I am pleased to inform you that you have been appointed to serve as a change champion. This opportunity takes effect from the 8th July 2022.
Thank you very much. You people, give me sodas for this appointment. Now I want balloons. Add me flowers. Shh. Okay, guys, the reason I gave someone else to read this thing and not you, have you been in a crowd and someone is talking and then you're like, that one has just cooked that story? We all say those things. Me, I say them sometimes. I be like, that one has cooked that story. But I called Lois to read this because I wanted you to know how truthful it is. 2 months ago, I was seated there just minding my business in office, doing my work, collecting revenue, doing my work. We see an email from the top boss, our CEO. And he's saying that I want each team to nominate a leader, someone they think can drive the change that I want to effect in Uganda in the next 3 years. For us, by the way, we want to start collecting the full budget. What is our budget this year? 2020 to 2023? What's our budget? 49? 49 what? 48 what? Okay, that's about the answer. We want, our budget is about 47 point something trillion. Are we together? At the moment, URA, last year we collected 22 trillion. Are we together? We are collecting half our budget. But here we have a boss who is saying that in the next 3 years, we should be financing Uganda's entire budget. That means doubling what? We have to double that 22 trillion, guys. Are we together? So he came up with this idea and said that I am going to cause the people to nominate people that they think can help me drive this change. People, for your information, I am just a customs officer. I am just an officer. Above me, there is a supervisor. After the supervisor, there is the manager. After the assistant commissioner. After there is then the... My family is important than anything. Are we together? Was still my child, very important, if that word exists. So I was attending to something that was very urgent and important. The child was ill. I was in hospital. So I didn't participate in the nomination process. I didn't even get the opportunity to nominate someone else. Are we together? 2 weeks later, I was in office. I received a call from our HR. Doreen, read your email. When I go to my email, I see an email that I have been nominated as the representative of the change drivers representing Entebbe Station. Which one are you giving me flowers? Shh. Guys, I was nominated. Now, as we thought it's just like a small thing, So they tell us, next Friday, come for a meeting, and you're going to meet, we thought we were just going to meet normal bosses. So they told us, just dress smart. We dressed smart anyway. As the leader that you are, you have to be smart. You have to be sharp. We dressed smart. We went. Guys, the CEO was addressing us, and these appointment letters came. Are we together? We signed appointment letters. Imagine I have an appointment letter as a customs officer, but here people think that Doreen can lead, so they chose me to represent them. And here I have another second appointment. Are we seeing that some of these things, and that takes me to my conclusion, that being a leader is not about position, it's not about age, it's not about how clever you are. Are we together? Leadership is a trait. Leadership is a what? You can be the girl who was washing cups, but you can be the one that can drive change. Are we together? So leadership is not, for me, leadership is not a position. Leadership is not anything. Leadership is a trait. Leadership is you know, let me just, the last quote that I want to finish with. Okay, my thing has quite changered, but I was telling you that
In the meantime, we've given you a sheet of paper. It has words on them, but just, make it face down. And we are going to tell you what to do with it after she has finished. So just hold on to it. In a few, we are going to tell you what to do.
Thank you, Eve. So I was saying leadership is a mindset. My quote has disappeared, but when I get it, I'll give it to you. It was by a gentleman called Wooden. He wrote a very powerful leadership quote. So I'm saying that leadership is a mindset, it's not a position. Are we together? And so never underestimate yourself, never underestimate your power. Then the final thing that I'll say is that there is always a place called there. Ladies and gentlemen, never arrive. Never reach a point where you think that you have made it in life. Never reach a point where you think you have learnt everything. There is always a place called there. When you have $1 million shillings today, there is $1 trillion shillings. Are we together? $1 trillion, not dollar shillings, $1 trillion. Are we together? So there is always a place there. So always aspire as a leader. Aspire, become better, think big, grow yourself. I thank you for listening to me.
Some balloons. There you go. Thank you very much, Doreen. I will tell you guys, the conclusion is sweet. In fact, leadership is a mindset. That is what I hear this brother of ours telling you. I know a young man called Daniel Chaudhry. Yes, if you're seated with the attendance list, please put up your hand and Dr. Otala will come to you. Hey, I used to call him Professor at Friends Consult. So Chaudhry was also one of the child rebels, and he tells his narrative. So before, he used to go around crying, you people, I suffer. And people get tired of these things. Pity parties, Until Chaudhry started telling his story positively. It has made him a conqueror of this Kampala here, as a sales warrior. Yes, you have your hand up. You didn't register. Okay, then someone is going to come to you so that you're able to register. Now, we are about to finish and about to close. So I have this session and I don't want to eat any more of your time. But I want to advise that if you've received a piece of paper, you can turn it over, look at those 4 columns, yeah? Those 4 columns. In each of the rows, yeah? So there's row 1 up to 20, right? On strengths, then rows 1 to 20, another one up to for weaknesses, right? So you, on each row, you just have to tick what comes to your mind as what defines you. On the row, and only 1 on each row. So at the end of the day, you'll be having 40 ticks. If a word is not clear, you put up your hand and we try to explain it. But this is my proposal, that we do that in the next 10 minutes, then we go through what that exercise means to you and to the people that you lead. If anything is not clear, you ask. But on each of the rows, and the row is this one. You know, rows and columns can be a problem, vertical and horizontal. In the morning, we were saying short people are what? From Kasese. Now, for me, I used to call them vertically challenged. I say, you're not short, you're just vertically challenged. So, horizontal are rows. On this line, like this line 1, line 2, choose only one word which describes you best. One only on each row. So on row 1, there are words like energetic, adventurous, analytical, adaptable. Which one describes you best? On the row vertical like this, straight line going to your side. This is horizontal. Yes, horizontal. You see the problem of talking about the other type of people. Now I was confused. They obeying gravity. Yes. I hope everyone has, you can circle, you can tick, but on every row, rows are these ones, not this one, but this one. On every row. So at the end of the day, you will have 40. Don't write there, please only tick or circle. Yes, if we do that in 10, we are good to go. We shall still finish on time. If you don't have, you put up your hand and we bring for you that sheet. Dori. How is it going? Yeah, in case you started wrongly and you were ticking in columns, you can also get a correction paper, not a retake. And this thing, you don't have to deep think it. You know yourself better than anyone else, and you're going to stay with that sheet. So be as honest as you can. Me, I'm going to stand this side and simply tell you what the exercise means. I will not look at your sheet. You're going to look at it yourself. After today, you'll begin to see yourself more considerably and see others more considerately. Because we will then learn that no personality type is better than the other, but we are just different. Six minutes to go. I see some people have already finished. Done. Wow. So in both section A and section B, that is strengths and weaknesses, still 1-1 on each row. There are no retakes on this one, so just be as honest as you can be. You're going to stay with your sheet of paper. Our goal is just to help you identify your personality type and then learn how to relate with the others. You're going to begin to see your sister differently. And she's jumping and say, oh, I know you. Okay, 4 minutes. I hope we are done. Good. Done. You can go through just to be sure that. Yeah. For those who are done, you total the columns, right? Total the columns, not rows. So you just go to column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, and you write the number of circles or ticks that you have under that column. The total must be 40. The total will equal to 40 if you've ticked everything. If you've ticked on each row. If you're done, just total. Yeah? Total all columns and write the totals down there where you see that space indicating total. For those who have finished, for those who are still working, we have 2 minutes. It's okay. Done? It's 40. 40. We are good? We're done? Totals are 40. Good. You guys are very sharp. People have finished, the totals are 40. Sometimes it can be confusing, but none of you is confused. Some people in other places where we've been, they'll even ask, now what does this word mean? But you guys are sharp, which is good. Okay. Can I assume that we have all finished? Hmm? Is there anyone who hasn't finished? Hello? Anyone who hasn't finished? I would love to know so that I know whether I start the other part or we'll continue to wait. Okay, in the interest of both my time and your time, how many people haven't yet finished so that we see how much more time to give? You haven't finished? You need help? Okay, I'm coming over. Anyone else who hasn't finished? Okay, let me go support her, and then when I come back, we start at exactly 4:30, so that we take the next 15 minutes to see how to understand our personalities. It's a very short time. Like Evelyn said, these are full day courses. When we do personality profiling, we do it for a full afternoon. And that is from 2 to about 4. Now I'm going to do it in 30 minutes. So at 4:30, I'll come back. Let me support her, then I'll come back and we delve in. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we come back? Do we need an energizer? We don't have the time. Let us just persevere for the next 15, but I can guarantee you, you're going to enjoy yourselves. What you're looking at, oh, who put this one here? So, the sheets that you have before you, there's a model called the DISC model. It was developed in 1920. It is a psychological tool. And someone was telling me, for me these ones don't apply. I said, okay, if they don't, to show you that it actually works, you tick what doesn't most define you. So it's reverse psychology. But you will end up with the same result. That is what shows you that it is not cooked. So it will help us to understand your natural reaction in all circumstances. But in this particular case, your personality type, right? So, I want you to put 4 words on top of the columns. Column number 1, put the word sanguine. Sanguine or influencer. Yeah? On column number 1. Column number 2, put the word choleric. You see, they are beginning to laugh. I told you. Let me write them here. You wait, you will see. I said the one which most applies, that was my instruction. Yes. You are saying something? Yes, we are going to see it, right? They are well provided. So in the interest of time, we have the D's, right? So if you had, let me see people who had the biggest number under D. Under D, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Biggest number, right? These, as you will tell, we call them executors. These are get out of my way people. These are people for whom results are more important than relationships. For them, it is about getting the work. Mark, I don't know whether you tick the right things because I don't think this is you. Yeah? But you can look at her. It is him. Eh? They just want results from you. So most of their relationships are transactional. They come to you because they need you to get something done. Most of the times. So some of their attributes, they are very, very direct. I think you saw one of them here. He says, it will be a shame if I find you still seated in the congregation there, if you're not at the front. I'm using his example because he has gone. But otherwise, I wouldn't use anyone's, but you know yourself, yeah? For them, it's about results. They are very direct. Determination, you heard the story. Now I'll use his. You heard the story. Said, hey, they thought I was joking. When they say, I'm going to get this done, they will get it done. These guys are very, very goal-oriented and quite organized. I'm looking at someone in front of me. They have their specs very well. Just by interacting with them, you automatically know this one is a D. Once they set a goal, they will go for it. And they don't believe in failing at roadblocks. They are very optimistic because they believe they can overcome the challenges they are facing. These guys at times have challenges with tithing. They can be very economical. Very economical. They know how to calculate money, both yours and theirs. And they have a high risk appetite. For them, nothing is impossible. You tell them that mountain, they say, I'll try. I'll try. You can't stand in their way. Now, you see them laughing because they are saying, "Gwe wante gerotia." Now, at times they can be pushy. Like if someone is now telling you, if I ever find you there not at the front, you feel like they're pushing you to a particular direction. These are guys who come into your office and they think they know your deliverables. If they are your boss, now you're in hot soup because they will drive you like a farmer drives oxen. You understand? They be ambitious, of course, we talked about that, but they can be egoistic. Yeah? Of course, very impatient, but they can be egoistic. You leave alone the fact that God has worked in our lives if you're a Christian and it's changing. But you remove God from the factor. Then you will see who these people are. Of course, overbearing because they are pushy, but they can be insensitive. When they are talking, these are people who say, for lack of a better word, you're stupid. Yeah? Very insensitive. They are insulting you without any remorse. I am telling you, if God has done some work in your life, you praise him. But these guys, they can be very special. But because they are non-emotional, they tend to be distant. Like I said, their relationships are transactional. Yeah? So they tend to be distant. If you have that one for a partner, you're in trouble. We've mentioned that they are decisive, they are tough, they are strong-willed. Like you had someone, he's using the war as something, but it is his personality. Yeah? They are competitive and demanding. You had this thing, I don't need to explain that one. Very competitive. For them, they look at every situation as something they should overcome. And your opinions are competing with theirs. So these guys, when you try to raise your hand and say, but I think that if we also, they say, what experience do you have? They want to shut you down because they think you're competing with them. These guys, of course, independent and self-centered, so they tend to be selfish. I've told you, if you're a real D, you scored above 20 in D or above 15, you tend to be economical. Even paying tithe can be a problem. Yes. So these guys know how to account for my money and their money. If you put them under pressure, Mark said he's one of them. If you put them under pressure, It will work itself out. They will not sit there and spend a sleepless night because things are not working. That is a different type of person, not this. Yeah? So they will show you lack of concern. But what is their greatest fear? They fear loss of control. The reason they are so grippy, the reason they want to be in control, if you take away control, you've crushed them. So the fear drives them. So how do you relate with them? You must then know that, oh, okay, this guy wants to be in control. If it is your spouse, you're saying, okay, she wants to be in control, he wants to be in control. Because if you take away control, then you've crushed their personality. So when you're relating with them, don't sugarcoat discussions. You meet her, you just say, Kabali, ABCD, are you in? I don't know some of you, if you've ever met a boy or girl who says, Kati church dako, church iliwo. Straight, tebagala kubabuzabuza, ate your hair is nice, ate what? Tell me chicho chimie. So when you're dealing with them, be direct. Otababuzabuza, you're trying to be nice. They are emotionless. What do I take a feeling? Yeah? So for them, come straight forward. And you must always be mindful. To relate with them well, be mindful of their need for results. I told you for them results before what? Before relationship. Now I'm describing one of my own team members. They came. Okay, this flyer went around. No, you surprised me to come, so allow me to talk about you for a minute. So I'm Florence. We picked her from university as an intern, and recently we gave her a role on that project that I am a team leader for. She's very creative, very industrious. So you see the power of networking that we're talking about. Then she comes now for her. If you want her to do anything, you don't tell her stories. Either when you try this, hey, say now you're too nice. Just say what you want. Make it clear, I will perform. So when I'm working with her, I don't start, Florence, have you ever thought about this? It is Florence, A, B, C, D. Then on my team, again, I have another on whom we are going to talk about next. For them, you have to be like, today you rock. then they'll be like a peacock. Then you can tell them, can you fix for me this report? She says, done. Yeah? Because you've done what? Yes. Now, this is the next one, the sanguine. Yeah? And you'll be shocked. Even myself, I fall here. Our joy is to see you laugh. So for me, when I'm seated there and you're not laughing, I'm like, this thing here. And sanguine seated in this room, they get bored easily. By the way, are we, my brothers and sisters? Hey, you didn't look one. Now we are. Now you saw how we connected. I even told you you're an eloquent speaker. Because I realized it will make us shine. Yeah? Can the two connect? Sanguine. Now we'll talk about that at the end. How do these two relate? Yeah? Sanguine and choleric can be interesting. Because for the sanguine, the choleric comes and says, your report is rubbish. Says, I'm going to resign. You can't talk to me like that. I will tell you, I left a certain job where I was being paid 3.6 because someone was rubbishing me. I said, to hell. We are very emotional. Now we are talking about them here. These guys can be persuasive. You see the way I look you in the face and I say this thing, then you say, we are persuasive. But that means we can also be manipulative. You understand? Sanguines are manipulative. They will get you to do what they want if you're not a choleric. Yeah? So you need to know, okay, when do I stop this sanguine from manipulating me? You need to know these things. They tend to be confident. They tend also to be very optimistic. For them, life is possible. When you come in here and say, we are going to do a conference, will the young people come? Young people are going to come. Go just put the flyer out there. They are very optimistic, but they tend to take serious things as unserious. Come and tell me, oli omwana alidde fees we, ajja funa endala. Florence is sick, Florence has been having challenges. Ekyo kyokka nkulage ayina ebisingawo. For you, it is serious. For me, I want comedy out of it. We are typical Ugandans. Ugandans joke about anything and everything. So sanguines tend to be compassionate. We like people. We are the kinds, you give me 1 million, by the time I reach the roadside, I am trying to help everybody on the road. I'm very serious. If you doubt me, I wish doctor was here, because he also falls here. So we are socially skilled. I walked in here, I don't know any one of you, I'm walking away at least with 2 friends. 2. But those who have smiled at me, almost everybody. Cindy, Mazima, where's Mazima group? Isn't that true? But they also tend to be competitive. You know why? They are peacocks. Like I've told you, the other one to do for me something, I say, today you're smart. Today you kept time, get a sweet. So, if anything gets in the way of receiving that attention, then there's a what? There's a problem. Their greatest fear, our greatest fear is rejection. We don't want to be rejected. For us, we just want to be accepted, hugged, received. Yeah? So anything that comes in the way is a problem. And true to us, we are very emotional. Very emotional. Our challenges, we are pushy also. When we want, we do what? When we want, we want. Totandikavya, be patient. I tell you, take that to the phlegmatics. Patience, what do you mean? I want. So when this person is on your team, just know if they ask you to support them with a report, it is not tomorrow. In fact, I was seated there. I remember the colleague of mine who promised me a report at 6. I said, did you forget or did I miss the email? I want that report. Manipulative, I've talked about it. We are reactive. I've given you the example. You come and you throw words at me. I say, I resign. That is my problem here. I will regret it at home, but here I've proven a point. I'm a sanguine. It's that simple. We are reactive. We'll just say, then we are restless. I think if any of the facilitators here has been moving around a lot, it was myself, other than Otala, who is a coordinator. But you'll see me move. At least I'll find a reason to go and write on the papers there, but I can't sit in one place for 4 hours. Apana. So I pity my fellow sanguines on that side, because for you, you have been seated. I've talked about impatience. We can also be egoistic and overbearing, but also forgetful. You tell a sanguine will say, hey, that one will do, you bring. They are nice to everybody, yeah? So bring all the work. Then tomorrow, hey, Jimmy, did you finish that report? Which one now? They say, you told me. Say, oh, give me 2 hours. Then they'll remember to get on to your work. Sanguines are very sociable. We are talkative and open. I think I made a public confession here. I said, me, you give me a mic. There we are friends. But you tell me, go in that corner, think, come up with this and this. I'll say, take that one to who? To Otala. Otala, we are coming to you. You're next. People who can sit behind a laptop like this for a full day, not going away. This is my space. I am coming. Sanguines, we are the ones who walk in. When I was at Friends Consult, I had this office where I sit. Then I just come out and I go to everyone's table. Morning, Doreen. Morning, Otala. And I'm not even doing it out of, I want Doreen to say, Jimmy, today you're shining. Looking for attention all the time. So we are enthusiastic, we are persuasive, but under pressure, we lose it. And Florence over there, she will tell you, when there's pressure on the project, I normally pull back, and I either bring one of them to the front and say, you lead during this season. Just contact me for decisions, but lead. Because under pressure, we lose it. The balance disappears. We become disorganized. Our fear, I've already said it. Please don't reject us. When you realize she's a sanguine, when you meet her, just hug her. Just give her a good compliment. When she writes for your report, just say, this is one of the best reports. Let me go through it, and then if there's anything I can change, we shall walk through it together. When there are corrections, and Doctor, I wish he was here. He taught me report writing because I wrote reports for 6 years. But in the first 2 months, of course, I was also growing and learning. I was from social development coming into financial sector. He would call me and say, okay, Jimmy, I've seen your report. Nice draft. Thank you for the time. So, did you mean to put this instead of this? Because if you criticize me, I'm going to take offense with you. So for him, he knew the personality. He just makes you reflect over your work. Then he says, okay, if that is what you meant, then let me just put a few comments and I'll send it back to you and you put them. Then I say, good. So I looked at him as a good mentor. So please don't reject us, even our work, even in ministry. I was a youth leader at a church level and at a national level for the Anglican Church of Uganda. But you don't show people, young people you are leading in ministry, that I don't like you because of what you've done. No. But for a sanguine, it even goes deeper if you do it. So when you're relating with us, please be friendly, emotionally honest. If I've not done something fine, deal with me, but in an emotionally respectable way. Then recognize our contributions. I'm telling you, when they come up with a brilliant idea, say, where would the world be without people like you? This is a brilliant innovation. Thank you. I am telling you, you'll see their countenance will change. They will smile and their walk will change. They swell a bit because they are like peacocks. Otala, here we come. No, this is not Otala. Now there are people inside here whom when you say, what is your name? I'm Jimmy. What is your name? I'm Jimmy. They are not shy. It's their personality. When you tell them, come and talk to us, they say, I'm comfortable here. Yeah? They are called phlegmatics. They are peaceful. They are relators. They are always accessible. Now, this is the lower version of the sanguine. These ones are also collectors. They will tell you, for me, give me everything. I need help with my report. I will help you. I also need help. I will also help you. But tomorrow, remind them. They will also tell you, give me 2 hours. Then after 2 hours, they again tell you, hey, let me send now. Because for them, life, all time on earth belongs to them. They have all the time. They are never in a hurry. They are trusting people. If you have this one, either for a partner or a friend, these are the people you tell, it shall be well. And they say, I believe you. You do. If this is your friend or your partner, for them, they have all the time. They will listen to you when you have problems. These make good counselors. If you have a problem, you talk, they'll be like, I understand. I understand. They will listen to you. You try a sanguine. You come and try to talk to me. I'll be like, Chigwerawa. Because I'm the one to be talking. Now you want me to sit down and you talk to me. But these ones here don't have words. Yeah? So they can listen to you. They are patient. They are dependable. They are also very efficient. If you're going to be a leader, you need to know these things. So tomorrow when you see this person in the office, end of year party, you know, okay. Because for them, they just love happiness and making other people what? Happy. Then this one whom you say, Doreen, can you do this? Give it to Rita. Then you know where they do what? Where they fall. I've told you, they are 2 other oriented. Again, the lower version of a sanguine, this one likes to solve also people's problems rather than themselves. They are hesitant, as I have told you. You ask them about a task, they are slow to take it on. Slow, you can think they are lazy, not necessarily, but for them they are slow. So when they tell you, if you want a report from such a person by Monday, you tell them on Thursday the previous week and say, can I have that report on Monday next week? They'll be like, okay. Because they want to have all the time. And someone is here laughing, maybe they do these things. If they try to propose for you any solutions, they will be impractical. Why? They are other-oriented. So this is someone you say, so how do you overcome that? They say, you see it from the other person's angle. You understand? Not from the situational angle. They are indecisive, of course. They are always contented. I've told you, if this one is your partner and you say, I have a big house, but it is inside here, they say, I see it. Very easy to convince, yeah? And they are always subjective. That is why you can't depend on them a lot for advice. They are calm, they are steady, they are careful, they are patient, family-oriented. So this one and the sanguine, perfect match. Yeah? They are listeners, they are modest, they are trustworthy. Under pressure, they give in. They are too willing. For them, they're like, they resign. Yeah? And then, of course, for them, they are greatest. If you want to be their friend, in every situation, create stability. In every situation, once you destabilize the environment, they are like a snail. They'll coil back inside until they realize the environment is safe. Then they bring out their head. So if you want to relate with them, make sure the environment is always safe. Mary, I know this is you, but it is well. So now you realize that everyone is good and there's no one supposed to be called bad. So when you're relating with them, always be relaxed, be a positive person, very agreeable, you cooperate, and also show appreciation. Because I've told you they are the lower version of a sanguine. If I've ever had Mary quarrel, it is because someone said something negative about her. And she's like, who do they think they are? Yeah? Then you can realize, hey, even this person gets off. Yet normally they are like, P.O., what should I do? It's okay, I will do. Then she goes away. So Mary, we know you very well. Otala, here we come. This is Peter Otala, our doctor or professor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end. This is the last person. Their strengths, they are very practical. The reason why I used to call him professor at work is because I saw him become a consultant. There's a way he deep thinks things, yeah? And for me, I can't. Yeah? So when I want, even you, for us we can't. Put us there and conceptualize things. You can, in terms of reference, come in, they give them to Otala. Otala has understood the assignment. He wants to give you a role, and you're like, Kati, what is the assignment? For us, the assignments. But for them, they are very, very practical, and he's calm. The way you see him there, he's calm. Perfectionist. You could say that of Otala. They are factual. These are guys, you come with everything, explain whatever you want. But for them, where are the facts? Where are the facts? If you're making a presentation, they want figures. He said, yes, I see the picture of the poor girl, but how many of them are there? And what percentage of the population is that? For them, for information to make meaning, it must have statistics, figures. For us sanguines, for information to make meaning, just bring pictures. For us, we love that box. Because visuals work for us. So even when you're preparing a presentation and you know, my boss is a sanguine, please put pictures. If you know your boss is a melancholic, please put what? Figures. Now that is how you find I do 2 different reports for 2 different people, but the same information. But I know if I'm presenting to Doreen, pictures. If I'm presenting to Otala, numbers, statistics, Venn diagrams. Then the guy will say, powerful report, powerful report. If there's anyone in this office who does reports, it is Jimmy. They have high standards. True, not true? Don't joke with a melancholic. They are very analytical. Very. Everything you're doing, I think, yeah, it would have been good except, yeah. When they enter a building like this, they say, nice building, but you see cobwebs. I'm not saying they are here. I didn't see any. I'm just saying if a melancholic walks in, they are easy to see the bad in the good. Self-sacrificing. This is one guy I know who will sit in an office and do reports over for how long? For me, ask my team over there. They know. I'm paid to work only 10 days a month, but at times I work more over and above. And when I'm doing that, I'll clock my week. I tell them this week of mine ends on Thursday. So I'll do Thursday, you can't reach me. Friday, maybe I'm by the beach in Entebbe. It is refreshing, by the way. They are very loyal. True, not true. You try recruiting this guy from Friends Consult, you're wasting your time. But for me, okay, for details, I've talked about that, but they tend to be withdrawn. Let me tell you, for all the years I saw Otala at Friends Consult, Otala walks in the morning, Jimmy, morning, and he sits on his laptop. To get off there, he's either going to the loo to see his supervisor or to eat food. If he comes to your desk, then he needs something. Now, these are the lower version of the cholerics. I hope you understand it. Yeah? So, also relationships are not their strength. Otala, true, not true? They tend to be risk averse. They are calculative. Everything you're saying is like, does it make sense? They tend to avoid risk. Yet the cholerics go for it. The brothers, the melancholics, normally, they want to plan, see how to avoid. Have you ever heard of the word risk assessment? These are the guys. They say, let's do some risk assessment. A choleric just says, let's go. They are pessimistic and suspicious. If this one is your partner, you're in trouble. And for them, unless they have an opinion on something, then it might not work. They say, you people, you wait. Let me first do my assessment. They can be moody. They are revengeful. If you do something against them, 5 years down the road, do you think I have forgotten? On the 12th of March 2012, you remember what you did? They keep record of wrong. Now the guys are saying, hey, ha. Okay. They also tend to be rigid and at times slow to action because they pay attention to detail. This is someone you ask for a report, he says, just one more look. Let me look again before I send. So they tend to be slow. Not that they are naturally slow, but it's their nature. They are precise. These guys follow rules. In fact, he is the ISO manager at Friends. You know what it means, ISO? There are standards laid out, and his role is to say, you did that training without following the standard. You didn't. For them, they are logical, and they follow rules. For him, it's natural. You give Jimmy to enforce ISO, you're going to lose it. Because tomorrow, the things will happen. They're like, hey, okay, let's work backwards. With Jimmy, you're always working backwards. But with people like Otala, they are careful, they are formal, and they tend to be disciplined. Under pressure, they are overly critical. If things go bad, then he looks and says, I warned you guys. I told you it wouldn't work. Or you did it, you should have contacted. They will criticize you, then you will know that you need them to always plan things very well. Their greatest fear, because they pay a lot of attention to their work and they take time and they invest it in there, they don't like to be criticized. So when he presents his report and you criticize it, he's saying, he feels like you're insulting him. All the time he's invested. So what is running through his head is like, do you know how much time I put into this thing? So who are you to criticize this thing? Yeah. So they don't like to be criticized. That is their fear. So when you're working with a melancholic, you have to be sweet and nice. You say, thank you for the effort you've put into this report. I will review it, and in case there are any comments, I will share back. But I believe it's a good report coming from you. Relating with them, these ones you minimize socializing, true, not true. You don't tolerate nyoka manyiro. Tebabyagala. For them, they want that distance. In fact, even in a shared workspace, these are guys you find the way he leaves his pen. If you touch, tomorrow he'll come and say, someone touched my pen. They are that tight. So when with them, minimize and always give details, then value accuracy. So if this is your boss, you don't come and say, we went to Kasese, we met some people, we are back. Come and say, boss, thank you for the trip to Kasese. We were able to travel safely. We met 50 people. 40 did whatever it is you're going to do. The 10 said this, and we look forward to the next trip. And we'll be like, okay. Yeah. But if you're going to come in and just say, we went, we came, that is for sanguine boss. The beauty with these things is, then value accuracy. Dot the I's and cross the T's before you share with them. If you want a friend to look at that report before it goes to such a person, do that. And if you're the leader, a growing leader, and you realize that Otala is my supervisor, then you're careful. Because for him, you will send something very nice, but one T or the word question is without the I. Then you'll be like, okay. For all the years, you mean you can't spell the word question? So read through your work, read through it again, then share with them. Ladies and gentlemen, that is that. These are personality types. So you realize from these that none of them is bad. But we are just different. So you need to learn to get along with people. The other guy who values results, the choleric, he's bashful. He's bashful. But being bashful doesn't make him bad. It is his innate desire for results. So if you want to work well with him, always produce what? Results. For the melancholic, just be accurate, give figures, give statistics, and you're good. For the phlegmatics, just be amiable. Around them, take out the fire. Just realize this one, okay, she has said yes, but I may not expect anything. Maybe even have a plan B in place. So that tomorrow you're not speaking bad things against your team members. This one here was supposed to be, I thought I'd even put it in the front. It's just what we call the cycle of excellence. It starts with you selecting the right station, whether it's a job, whether it's ministry. Just select the right thing. That's the power of your choice. And we tell people, you have the power of choice, but the consequences are natural. You never choose them. That's why you be careful how you choose your friends, the people you bring into your life, the job you do. If you make a wrong choice, you will regret it. Then learn to connect and tap into the power of others. Today we're talking about networking. We're talking about teamwork. We're talking about building trust and credibility. So connect with the people in your circles and tap into the power of others. There, work becomes easy for you and you just begin to play. You understand? Now the things I'm telling you, this is a full book that we have summarized here. The cycle of excellence. Make the right choice of a station, whether a job or what. Connect, begin to play, because you will just imaginatively do things. I know when to bring in Otala to support me on something. I know when to reach Doreen to support me. So I don't have to do everything Doreen can do for me. I don't have to do everything that Otala can do for me. I think you made a good presentation here of teamwork. Then, of course, the natural laws come in. For anything growing, it has to break through certain things. A seed breaks through the ground. So if you're a growing leader, you're going to meet challenges. You will make some wrong choices. I don't want you to make them, but you might make some wrong choices. Do you stop there? There will be some grappling, some gossip about you, some bad things coming your way. But that's an opportunity for you to overcome. And once you overcome those challenges, it becomes inevitable for you to shine. Ladies and gentlemen, if I stay on this mic, I will bore you. Our time is fast spent, and I prefer that we close here. Dr. Andrew is not yet here. Yes. Yes. The column. The column. Mhm. Yes. And thank you for that. Let me clarify. The one where you have the highest is your most dominant personality. But in each one of us, all the four are there. There are moments you'll find me like a phlegmatic. When I am quiet and I just want silence around me, I'll bring on. There are days, and Florence, I wish was there to tell you, there are days, in fact, I'm thinking of firing one of my people. There are days when, don't give me the results, I don't need you. I change. But now for me, it has been a process of growth. And I learned it from Andrew, that he's a sanguine, but he knows when to demand for results, he knows when to play and laugh, he knows when to be quiet and listen. If you walk into his office, he will say, yes, Jimmy. You understand? He will listen. Because as a leader, he has developed all these facets. So there are times when you'll find that you actually, have you heard, they can call you a son call, yeah? Or a male son, like you're melancholic and sanguine. It's a double. You can even score 20-20. There are people I've seen, there are 40 questions, right? Then you find someone who is 20-20. In other words, these two are dominant. Now, such a person, to manage them, you need, there's a big word which was used here in the morning, a high level of emotional intelligence. Because you don't know when they bring out which dominant side. Yeah? Now you're looking at me, my face has changed. Yes, ask Flores. In fact, at the beginning of the project, I had a project administrator whom I would tell this, and they want to go this way. And the things I practice, I told you in the morning, you will not be a leader if you have not led, if you have not been led. He was my long-term expert, so it can be team leader in Uganda, and I was a coordinator for a project for 6 years. And I learned everything I'm practicing now from him. And there are things he doesn't compromise. If you steal, if you lie, you don't need a panel to listen to you. Otala will tell you. Andrew will fire you in 1 minute. So this girl was doing funny things. I said, let's do this. I have a PhD. Me, I want this. The other thing you were talking about in the morning, if you're wiser than me. I said, okay, your opinion matters, but I'm the team leader. And if you can't listen, I can't work with you. In 2 weeks, I fired. I wrote to German. I said, terminate this one. And she tried to write him as they told her, he's the team leader. If he fires you, you're gone. It's that simple. So at times, because I've learned the balance of this, my face changes. Yeah? Now I'm smiling again. Yeah? The sanguine comes out. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. Our greatest prayer is that you have picked 1, 2, 0.5, 3, or 10 things that you're going to apply to your life and become a good leader. I said, if you know and you don't practice, you're not different from someone who doesn't know. The other person doesn't have the knowledge you have. It is rotting inside you. You're the same. So my prayer is that coming out of this, please go do a personal development plan. Begin to tell yourself, I need to change my communication skill. Tell yourself, I need to start networking. You know, I was in church for a very long time, but sometimes, and Otala, I think I'll be calling you here as our host. There are times you can listen to some good teaching, and there are times you can listen to some confusing teaching. There are some churches which want you to be there. I don't know if all of us are called to be ministers. Right? I was there. I would wake up, dress, go to church, and plan for the youth camp, youth conference, youth everything. Until I discovered my passion is to speak and empower people. And I started developing that. And God then made a way. I met him, and then we connect and we begin to work together. So learn to network. And we met in a church setting. So choose to network. Choose to meet people. Find find meeting points. How can my skills pair with yours? A networking event is not a take event. It is a give and take. So what do you bring to the table? What do the other people bring to the table? Yeah? And learn that no one personality is greater than the other. We are just different, but we should coexist. So as you exhibit leadership growth, let people around you see it in the way you treat them. If you are a choleric, you may not like a sanguine because you want results. The guy jumps, the guy dances, he wants party. Every time he's coming, he's talking about nice things to make people laugh. And you will think he's a joker. But if you are the leader, then you will develop him to appreciate that fun is good, but also results are important. And at the end of the day, you find yourselves getting along. Thank you very much. Doctor, you're welcome back. I'll hand over to Otala, our host, and we'll take it up from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy, and all the facilitators. We are being hosted by Gospel Assembly Church, and the church has different activities. They usually have choir practice at 4, but they are donated their time up to 5. So that's why we are trying to wrap up as quickly as possible. And anyone volunteer to give a vote of word of thanks from the congregation, from you? Yes, the leader has spoken.
Thank you so much, Mr. Obara and the Fred Group. I just want to pass a vote of thanks on behalf of everyone that is here. Thank you so much, facilitators. I mean, it gets better, it ends better than the way it started. I'm not the way I came in this morning. Yeah, I've learned a lot, and thank you so much. May God bless us as we are growing to be better leaders of tomorrow. Youths, just show me some flowers as I direct them. Some. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I also would like to thank Dr. Bara for this opportunity. Yeah, helping us grow, helping us express ourselves. By the time we joined, we were very young. We hardly knew anything. And we thought we knew, but as we kept on interacting, that's when we got to know there is a lot more. Like Doreen said, there is that point which is there. So I'd like to call Doreen. We have a cake here. Let's give Doreen some flowers and sodas. On behalf of Friends Consult, she sponsored this. So I will not say that I sponsored. I don't want to take credit where it's not due. So I'll give it to Doreen to lead us through in a short while. Close.
Thank you very much, Otala. Friends, I want to also extend my sincere appreciation to you for sparing your time on a Saturday. You know, most of you are very young. Most of us are also still young. And on top of that, we are very energetic. But we left all that and came here to attend a session today. Thank you so much for coming. Dr. Bara, we can't thank you enough. We are so grateful. You have done a lot for most of us who have passed through your hands. And may the Lord continue lifting Friends Consult. Friends Consult is celebrating 25 years. People, I want us to note that any other person would have chosen to throw a party at the beach or in a hotel, and we all dress nicely and go and cut cake. But he chose to give back to the community, and they did this. We are going to give FCL very many sodas, balloons, and everything. He chose, Friends Consult chose to do this in partnership with Stebat Media. We are going to appreciate Stebat Media as well. And also our host, Gospel Assembly Church. How many churches do this? Not so many. Are we together? So We want to thank our sponsors. Imagine coming here, only paying for your transport, and you're getting what people are paying for to get. So we want to thank Friends Consult, we want to thank Stebat Media, and we want to thank Gospel Assembly Church, let alone our facilitators. Let's give them sodas. Psst, psst, psst. Let's add flowers. Shh. Let's add balloons. Yeah, so AO, as I thought, you know, just to say thank you to Friends Consult and to say thank you to our team. Friends Consult has a small cake that we are going to share in celebration of our Jubilee. The cake will be cut with the managing director. I don't know if Pastor is around. Pastor is not around. But then, most of us will also come and join in the cutting because this is big for us, okay? Okay, the mic is not working.
Stebat Media.
Let's have a representative from Stebat Media and some young people. Muje, come, let's vibe on the cake. Leaders, come and cut the cake. Stebat. Jacket off. Hey, jacket off. Friends closing. Yeah, so we are going to just say FCL at 25 and then we'll cut the cake. FCL at 25. Congratulations, Friends Consult. Thank you, Stebat Media. Thank you, Gospel Assembly Church. Thank you, everyone who has come today. Oh, yes. Sam, did you take? We need photo. Just a moment. Sam, John, do we have the photos? We stay here? Just stretch your hand. Those of us who are fine, stretch your hand. Cynthia, put that card up. Has the photo come? Managing Director Steban is coming. Okay, for now you can use our cameras as we wait for the advanced ones. Okay, Sam is there. I also have to be in this photo. Okay, we are going to say FCL again. FCL. Congratulations, Friends Consult, on celebrating your Silver Jubilee. We wish you more 25 and very many years.
We need a few leaders to come and give out the cake. And you don't start with your friends.